We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You've been a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. You've been affected, you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. All right. Come on, come on, come
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the boss side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and meth is ice water, please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to Good things we heard her said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too.
emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Auxiliary once again, who's going to take me through this glorious little Tuesday, this week 6, day 2, Orcs. It's a pleasure to have you, considering that we're rounding out towards the later half of the LPL split.
It's crazy. I feel like I always say this, every single time. It feels like it's going so fast.
Yeah.
The fact that a lot of teams have played half or more of their matches at this point. So things getting sort of solidified towards playoffs.
True.
And yeah, approaching that, they're just looming up towards us.
And I feel like, around this time as well, this is where we get our outliers. This is where we get our dream runs, right? This is where dreams are shattered as well. As we look at yesterday, I think we're starting to see one of those runs play out. One of the biggest ones for me, Orcs. FPX is just coming out of nowhere. Now with Summit, looking like a brand spanking team. They are one win away from lining up with LNG as well, who were like top 4 only a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, they were top 4 going into that day is the crazy thing. And the loss did knock them down a few points. But FBX going from 0-5 to 4-5. And the thing is, I don't think they're going to stop here. The remaining schedule for them is significantly easier than their starting schedule, where they face the likes of V5, Top Esports, RNG. So prime time for them to grab a ton of points. And currently they sit about 10th in the league, which means they are available to make it a playoffs if they maintain that. But I think they'll keep pushing upwards. And then second series, JDG doing as they do and dropping a game, it feels like in every series possible, but still managing to come out with a win. And you'll see their LNG dropped from 4th to 6th, but FBX have made it into that top 10. And as I said, I think they'll continue up that direction.
It's so crazy to me that they started 0-5. I remember casting their game. I think it was even against IG that they took that loss earlier in the split. And I was saying, bye, Phoenix, bye. But it turns out that this team still has it in them, and it's nice to see. It's
almost
such a fun
like a Phoenix reborn.
Oh, here we go again. I've already used the line one or two times this year. I'm trying to stay away from the Phoenix, but they won't be staying away from the top. We talked a little bit about JDG, who assert their dominance once again. I think what we need to remember is that our top 4 right now is looking great, but then you go, hang on, anyone's legend are there?
The absolute legends themselves. AL, I'm going to real. I don't think they're the 4th strongest team in the league, but I do think they have shown that they deserve to be in playoffs for sure and potentially pushing for a higher spot. I mean, they've improved drastically from spring. I feel like, this is a team who are greater than the sum of the parts. The team fighting's been excellent to watch. Early game has been better than spring, still leaves something to be desired. But yeah, I'm excited for AL, and I really hope they can continue this run of form, because I think, I have the sentiment. We talked yesterday a little bit. The caster team have the sentiment, but so many fans as well just really enjoy watching AL. They are just a fun team to tune into their matches for.
In victory and defeat, I feel like it's been like that way for a while, but now those victories are coming more thunderous. So congrats to them, making it to the top 4 at the very least, and having that insight into playoffs. Feels like they could be a big part of it too. As we progress into today, just note we are talking about some of those top teams, right? In our top 8, RNG sitting there with less games played than the majority. But later on, Top Esports, we're looking at the top of the standings. Top Esports currently sitting 3rd, but feel like the 2nd or 3rd strongest team at the moment.
Yeah, I think, the fact they're on that long win streak, they did drop that early series against JDG, their first one, but since then have been solid, have beaten out RNG. Obviously haven't played V5 yet. And then up against OMG, who are, dead center in the middle of the league. They are 4-4. Their game score is 11-11. So completely neutral and managing to challenge some strong teams. I feel like they are the epitome of middle of the pack, and we'll see if they can offer enough to challenge Top Esports, a team who, as much as they are excellent, has historically done, some happy gaming that maybe allows them to suffer a little bit.
Take advantage of that. We got a good segment lined up for you all later, Top Esports OMG. But first, we're going to go into RNG WE. And, RNG are a team as well that did actually just have to face Top Esports. We didn't get too many happy games there, Orcs, because despite RNG taking us to a 3-game series, they got, I would say, obliterated, especially in that first game. And it feels like RNG are sitting low, but, we've got a mixed opinion on them.
Yeah, I think the thing is, they come over with the expectations of being the MSI champions, best team in the world over spring, right? That is factual statement. And then coming into summer, the addition of Breathe, I think he's fit well with the team, but ultimately, they haven't had the same sort of level as we saw coming out of MSI. They did drop the series to V5. They did drop the series to Top Esports, and they still look formidable. They still very much look strong, but it's the expectations. The weight of expectations for this lineup. MSI champs coming into the summer split. We expect them to be challenging at the top, and they have had some good moments. I think this is an example up against Top Esports where Wave was put behind heavily in the jungle with a great fight around Herald. They managed to bring it back, and I think this is when RNG look best, when they're coordinating as a team in these skirmishes and the target selection is good.
And when Gala's unleashed, Xiaohu's unleashed, I still feel like the story when we talk a lot about RNG is Xiaohu, right? It hasn't changed for quite a while, and this mid laner still is one of the best in the league, and quite handily when you see his performances, especially against the Top Esports game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, game 1 was obviously, if anyone didn't catch it, was a stomp in favor of Top Esports, but game 2, they really managed to bounce back. Wei had a fantastic game. I felt like as well, game 1, they didn't have as much agency. They lent into scaling here. Ming on the Rakan, Xiaohu on the Ahri, Wei on the Vi. All these picks together really just allowed them to dictate when they wanted fight. They said, this is a target we're going to take down. And you can see, like, moments like this, they are all on the same page, flying over the wall together to dispatch Knight.
Which is why we come back to the starting point, which is they're sitting low, but we still think for now. I know Orksy personally, I feel like RNG are a lot lower in the standings than, we kind of make it out to be with their placement against Top Esports, with their games that came through.
Yeah.
I feel the same. I feel like RNG still, as you say, it has that coordination, which a lot of our top teams actually struggle with in game to game.
Yeah, I think RNG, I look at teams like, Knight's performance on Top Esports, Rookie's performance on V5, like these absolute standout players. I feel like RNG are playing well as a team, as a 5-man. The team play is what is excellent, what won them MSI. And, I think personally, my view of the league is top 3 is set in stone. It's V5, it's Top Esports, it's RNG, based on form, not standings. So I think RNG are definitely up there. But, as of now, they've lost to both of those other two, so still something to prove. And something to note, WE, they were the last team to beat RNG before MSI. They took them out 2-0 in a series, late round of the split. They finished 15th, but they still managed to take that 2-0 against RNG. So definitely makes this a little bit more interesting, I guess.
I would say so, right? Because WE are a team that historically have always had RNG's number, or should I say, had that long-standing record with them. I feel like WE, their most successful year was 2017. RNG, meanwhile, in Inception in 2013, 2014, both go to Worlds. But domestically, this has always been one of our most hype matchups. And it's sad that this doesn't really mean as much as it did in the past. Because for WE, you were saying, their spring run at 15th was a bit of a failure. Summer is not looking good either with a 0-6 start. And that's why WE, it's not given the same vibe that it used to.
It's kind of like in the LCK, the telecom rivalry between KT and SKT or T1 now. In NA, CLG and TSM, when one of the teams slumps in that rivalry, the value just kind of slips away. And I feel like that's the current state. this used to be such a historic matchup, such a big battle. Now it kind of feels like the expectation is RNG. They're the ones going to internationals, winning internationals. WE, struggling. But it's funny that we say that, but there's still the fact that last time we saw this matchup, WE won. But it didn't mean enough for them to curtail their spring season.
And it's the same situation again. If WE take a couple more series lost, 0-8 start means they can only get a maximum of 8. That flawless run towards 8 looks near impossible as well with the matchups left. And for WE, it's from that old world elite status we're talking about to team, we need help. This team does need a bit of help because as one of the oldest LPL organizations, the fact that in recent history, Orcs, in the past 4 years, this team's only slumped at 2019 summer where they didn't make playoffs, 2022 spring as well. There has never been a year in recent history where WE have missed out on playoffs in back-to-back splits and fallen to the bottom 3 placements in both splits. But right now, I mean, it's looking like this will be their worst year in history to be a little bit down on them.
Yeah, it's still mathematically possible for them to make it back, but just because something is possible in math does not mean it's in reality. They need as many wins as possible to even... It's not even just necessarily about making playoffs. Playoffs will obviously be the big thing, but just to improve the standing, make an improvement from spring would be something. Avoiding the bottom 3 placement would be massive. And you know what, Hysterics, just the way the graphics is laid out, it's like we have failed to make playoffs, you know? And I feel that. You feel that?
Yeah, I do. I feel that. I feel like they're part of the league at this point. They're part of me. Orcs, I can't help but look at this roster and like get a little bit sad because we have to remember that, yeah, some parts have changed. But WE, I mean, they still have Bei Shang. We have Shanks on that roster. Xie, you know, is come back as well. It's just crazy to me that the level of talent here isn't enough to at least get them a couple of series wins by now, or at least get them up somewhere near playoffs.
I think that's the problem. It's not just like the organization that has seen better days. I feel like a lot of these players have seen better days, and really, like you said, you know, even coming into spring, they had a hard starting schedule, and I thought, you know, they just have some rough games, like FPX this split. WE kind of had a hard start, and I thought they'll bounce back, and it just never really happened. And it kind of feels like, you know, this split, that momentum that they just never had has kind of run on. So I'm really hoping that they start to challenge. Like at the end of the day, you know, as I said, playoffs is a massive thing, but just them showing up would be enough. Just them getting some wins on the board, challenging some teams. That's all I'm hoping for.
It just looks so difficult again. Being a little bit negative on WE, folks. We'll have open minds running into the game, of course, because WE, again, having RNG's number, not only in spring, but many times before, gives a nice little story for us to warm up with. But we highlighted RNG, and now it's time to return to the MSI champions. This RNG little snapshot that Orcs has put together, I think gives us a nice understanding of how this team works as a unit, Orcs, and the drafts that set them up for success, which look very familiar, I might add, to what we saw last split too.
Yeah, not too much has honestly changed. A lot of these picks that we see for them are kind of what we saw at MSI, like the Lissandra for Xiaohu, Nautilus for Ming, the Viego for Wei, and as much as it's not been anymore, the Gwen in the top lane still very relevant. And I feel like this is, you know, some of their best champions because they want Xiaohu with agency. When he's lent on the Corki, it hasn't been as good. When, you know, Ming hasn't really lent too much on Enchanters because it feels like someone needs to be setting up these fights, dictating the pace of them, finding engages, and that's when RNG looks their best. We also have some stats on the side view. Fierce Drift Herald still very high. Fierce Tower and Gold Difference 15, pretty solid. Fierce Dragon quite low. And this is kind of reminiscent again off their spring MSI form. This is how they sort of prioritize those early objectives. We have honestly see teams lean a bit more towards dragons, you know, put more priority towards them just due to the durability changes. Games got a bit later, not as much, not able to snowball maybe quite as quickly. But RNG have kept consistent. And, you know, when it works, but we'll have to see how that continues over the course of the split. The expectation is by the time we get to Worlds, by the time we get to the end of playoffs, the meta will have shifted more and more as we get more patch changes. So for now, RNG still looking strong, but haven't really adapted too much. But if it, you know, if it works, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
That's exactly right. And look, going up against WE, it's not like we're going to see, you know, massive insights here into RNG. But having said that, maybe it is a good time for these adaptations to shine through when you're going up against the bottom team in the league. RNG versus WE, once a historic matchup, now one that looks very one-sided, but WE still looking for their first series win. Hopefully they can find it here today as we run into Draft and Orcs. Still in 12-12. We do have Belveth there. Another thing I'm hopefully looking forward to today is we get our standards off the board.
We are going to see RNG on blue side, and this is kind of the flexibility that blue side offers. You know, Na has been a common higher priority top laner pick, not really a first 3 ban. Salas as well, only really against Knight has been, but RNG have the comfort to be able to ban more targeted things, whereas Wukong, Zeri for WE, these are just your bread and butters, kind of standard red side ban. Wukong did drop in priority since the nerfs a bit, so maybe left open a bit more, but still WE just doing their homework here. My interest for this third ban, will they ban, I was going to say, will they ban something a bit more targeted to what RNG's been playing? They go for the Tom Kench, so Senna Seraphine still possible, but this is definitely something Ming has been leaning on recently.
I think also as well, you know, we get a couple of duos out of the mix with the Kalista already mentioned. So Kalista, Renata, okay, that combo's down. Do we get pieces of those bottom lanes as you were mentioning? At the very least, hey, we just talked about the spring drafts looking oddly reminiscent to what RNG are pulling out now, and the Aphelios first pick still goes down that alleyway.
I wonder if we're going to see like a Jinx match into this. That's what we've seen quite commonly, is like someone picks Aphelios, you pick Jinx. If someone picks Kalista, you pick Aphelios, but obviously Kalista wasn't the one first pick, was banned, so could be interesting to see that. Looks like they might go for the denial of the Nautilus away from Ming. Obviously still a decent pick for heal, but definitely can take that one away. Does mean that potentially RNG could go towards Renata as an example. Renata, Aphelios, a very strong lane together, right? You have this champion who's great at peeling backwards, doing high DPS, combined with Renata, very powerful. WE do go for that Viego though, so now Wei could go in the direction of Lee Sin, could go in the direction of, I mean, plenty of directions in terms of the jungle. We'll see if they opt to pick that up here, or if they go for something like mid. You know, Lissandra, we saw it initially as an Ahri counter. Xiaohu just thinks of it as the pick for him.
It's funny that he's opting between Ahri and Lissandra in the majority of his games. Game number 6 here for Xiaohu, already sitting 4 and 5 on the pick, and was something again that you highlighted. So while we revisit the past, look for Ming, support pick now, Orcs. You're already talking about something like the Seraphine if we got the center come through. But now that Renata's still on the table without the Kalista, RNG see that as a nice little takeaway.
Yeah, and honestly, Renata's actually very annoying to play against as a Viego, as a Nautilus. The whole point of those two picks is you pick a target and you kill that target. Renata obviously gives them an extra couple of seconds where they can find the turnaround. If you're playing Viego and you ult in to get a reset and it doesn't happen, can leave you in an uncomfortable spot. So we see that one come in, and then it looks like we might just get the Jinx into Aphelios. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Oh, good. When you get a historic matchup and players like to revisit the past, always feels nice seeing it play out before your eyes. So the game 1 draft, pretty straightforward here, Orcs, but away without a jungler. Walk me through a little bit of the options here as the Lee Sin is the starting ban.
Yeah, so obviously Lee Sin instantly target away. That's kind of the one on the upper level of priority. There's things like Xin Zhao available, Trundle that are possibilities. I don't expect we'll see Wei playing Bel'Veth, but obviously is on the cards. Also Volibear, something we haven't seen as much in the LPL, but quite a bit of priority in other regions. Definitely something that gets set up. Vi isn't also an option, very good into you know, the likes of Jinx, the likes of Viego, locking them down, take them out if you pair it with the Lissandra. So, you know, as I said, bunch of options available to Wei. It kind of just is a matter of WE thinning out the pool. They could even look towards the top lane, though, if there's something they're concerned about Breathe taken as a blind, presumably. Bear in mind, they don't have the Gnar for view, so maybe you could look at something like Gwen being taken away if your answer to Gwen was going to be Gnar.
Just love this final ban, though, from WE. It's a jungle ban, it's a Vi, and Wei has picked it up 3 times already. Him and Jeje, the kind of most hype up on this pick, and Wei is 3-0 on it as well. So WE really giving him the respect of the jungle pool, but it does mean the options go down. Orcs, you talked a little bit about the Xin Zhao as the Ahri gets banned on the other side. I'm just more curious here as to what's left in the mid lane, with RNG targeting quite a lot towards Shanks.
Yeah, you could take something that has a decent amount of range here, like a Zero Corki, because ultimately, you know, you're playing with a Jinx, you kind of want to outrange enemy composition, keep your distance, and also, you know, Azir is something that can find that priority. If Xiaohu is looking for roams, you can basically push the wave in, cause issue, get some plates. So I think it functions well if WE want to play a front to back and don't want to lean into the fact that if they try and engage on RNG, you know, you're going into a Renata, into a Lissandra, it could be quite painful. So they do lock that in.
Okay, other side though, RNG, jungle time, Orcs, run me through the options once again. Xin Zhao seems nice here with the comp. I want to point out that, you know, Bel'Veth is so funny. Over in the LDL, I looked at the coach stream the other day, and literally first pick and ban, no matter what, we didn't get Bel'Veth. It was first ban every single time was at Bel'Veth. So in the LPL, it's just a massively different priority. No one wants to touch it.
Yeah, we've only seen Kanavi be the one to adopt it. Obviously, he is someone who's brought out a bit more varied junglers, but for the most part, I don't really expect Wade to bring it out. We do see the Gwen, no big surprise there, and the Xin Zhao, so have that sort of double area where you can't auto attack. And between them and Lissandra, quite hard for Jinx to do damage. You know, two of them can go immune. One of them, I mean, all three actually, if you think about Lissandra's ultimate, can buy a lot of time. And now WE, they don't have the Gnar, which we've seen as a typical response. They're toying with what their options can be, and they opt to go for the Kayle here. So the Kayle is something we've seen into the Gwen, will outscale heavily, and typically Gwen doesn't do enough to punish you in the early laning phase. But what I'm going to say is for WE, this is 3 lanes of leading into scaling. If they get there, front to back is excellent. Like, the DPS coming out from these 3 is going to cause problems. As much as RNG has tools to mitigate, you know, they have the zones that you can't attack in, the Venn diagram between Gwen and Xin Zhao, it could cause issues. So RNG want to set the pace of this game.
Okay, simple as that. Thank you very much. WE, it's not often that we see comps in the LPL draft, like, heavy scaling. Orcs, at the very least, it's not like EDG's draft. I don't know if you saw the game back, EDG versus, I'm not sure if it was V5, but it was just a composition that pure scaling. Lanes looked a little bit more difficult, but they had no engage. At least WE, you know, setting up with the Nautilus here. We have the Viego as well to start snowballing ahead. I'm more curious about, you know, where RNG start in this lane, because you talk about the options presenting themselves. We know that Xiaohu is a very mobile mid laner, and so to me, it puts the options as one of the side lanes for RNG to start punishing early on.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that if you can get Xiaohu moving, that's going to set things up really easily. You know, there's options in the top lane, options in the bot lane. Very easy to set up a dive, and particularly when Lissandra hits level 6, that's the point where, you know, as long as you stack the numbers in your advantage, it's almost impossible to fail dives. Lissandra claws in, roots them, Qs them. As soon as the tower aggro becomes problematic, you self-ult, boom, done. It's so hard to fail, and with a team like RNG so polished at those dives, I feel like it's a sheer thing if they can get them off.
Well, our MSI champions are here to shine up, because WE, our 0-6 team, even with Xian looming over them, it looks hard to beat the MSI champions. Once a historic matchup, now something that WE really have to work at for their first series in this split. We got RNG on our Rift once again, though, and you know, a lot of people coming back and watching LPL and wondering how this team's pacing up. We did a segment earlier on talking a little bit about how RNG, you know, still have that amazing synergy, that full 5 stack of coordination, but even individual skills also feels like it's there, as, you know, we're saying very good things about RNG to open up this set.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've sort of realized what they need. You know, there's some quirky games. For anyone who caught Spring, we saw a situation where RNG lost 2-0 against RA due to the fact they heavily prioritized Corki, and Strive picked Victor and kind of trounced Xiaohu on it. And I think they've realized that they need agency for Xiaohu, whether it's Ari, whether it's Sandra, something that can make things happen, and that's what they have here. So, you know, just to watch how the junglers play out this early game, though. Both start on the bot side. For Beisheng, he's got a harder time, right? None of his lanes really have fantastic setup. I mean, there's the ability with bot, with the Nautilus, but for the most part, he just wants to shut down Wei and stop Wei from making things happen in these early levels.
He definitely will. We know how Wei's jungler is. Breathe, we're just watching him over and over, because as he trades off with Bubu here, the skip and slash makes it out a better one. More importantly, the ward on the red side too. Breathe spent his time in to get more information on WE's jungler. So good little trade there up in the top side as he now starts his push, and they're going to know exactly when Beisheng gets towards that top lane thanks to his efforts.
Yeah, and we see bot lane, you know, the expectation is that Jinx will be able to find Prio because she has the AoE rockets. You can see Gala and Ming spent a lot of time trading into heal, trying to thin the health bar. That's kind of how you want this matchup to go. You're trying to make it so the Nautilus can't easily go for all-ins, because he just doesn't have the HP to trade in those scenarios. Mid lane, we see Shanks doing his best to try and keep priority to provide for his jungler, but the expectation is that, you know, if Xiaohu wants to move, he will get there faster because of the claw. And for now, we're actually going a bit aggressive here. Look at the challenge. He has been spotted on a ward here, and this red buff should be gone before he gets there.
At least he sees the smite go down, though, so Wei still wants to challenge, knowing he has a smite difference. Beisheng is giving him space because Bubu can't add too much as well. And you're right, Orcs, we just talked about this. Xiao making one of the earliest moves. He's only level 3.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just the fact that the Krogs get stolen away here. If Beisheng can't move back through his own jungle, he might lose his Raptors as well. So a lot of effort put in to make this happen. Now, see a replay in the bottom corner of your screen. A bit of tower aggro taken by heal there. Ignite burn by RNG. And heal, he is going to be forced to reset in this situation. Does start to walk towards mid. See the ping coming out on the Raptors. they don't want to give this up as well to Wei. One camp was more than enough for Beisheng to lose.
We're still only level 2. However, summoners were kept in that little mishap of a turret dive, so can still do something. As he moves down, though, will be spotted out, at least in this river, and as Heal clears out the ward, he'll be returning to lane. So RNG's bottom lane as well, Orcs, setting it up so Double Scuttle goes to RNG's early game.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. When you play aggressive on one side of the map and you know the enemy jungler is there, you deny him the scuttle, and then if your bot lane has prio as well, they're just able to take the scuttle crab, deny him both of those. And now Wei still has his blue buff, still has his wolves, still has his own Krugs up. Take a look at Beisheng's side of the map. His Gromp is spawning soon, but a lot less freely available for him to grab. Does mean, you know, he's been put a little bit behind so far in the jungle matchup. Not enough to really be massively significant, but we can see not exactly the ideal start for this Viego.
Yeah, camp it a bit, so not significant, but still has some kind of meaning. As he clears away this camp, it's Wei who gets the earlier reset as well. Pickaxe picked up here for the Xin Zhao, so note the double longsword as the difference between junglers. As we go through the map, right now there's no massive lead, apart from, you know, maybe Xing, who has a shove into the bottom side for the time being, so for WE, gold a little bit in their favor, but not much to speak about here. And we did talk about, well, Pew almost shutting me up. We did talk a little bit about RNG having to build tempo here, Orcs, and I think it's relevant noting that Xiaohu is almost level 6 and Wei is close there himself.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see them look for a play. I feel like top or bot is probably the easiest one. It looks like they might make one already, try and ban some summoners. Wei is spotted, but he's still going for it.
And it's Gravitum as well. Beisheng wants to make his impact, but he'll be the first to go. Wind becomes lightning in the 3v3. They spot him out, but Heal's already dead. Looking for his reset is Beisheng, but nice bailout here. Gravitum as well, close to getting his own. Beisheng will have a reset, but as Gala flashes away, it's enough? What? Oh, Viego, good times.
And initially, RNG were like, we have Renata, W the bailout will be enough. We're gonna trade up in kills, but they just disrespected Beisheng on the Viego. He needs to be the focus because as soon as he got that possessed, and man, was he close to not getting it, but as soon as he got to jump inside the Xin Zhao, you get another rotation of abilities, all that power, and they're able to clean up. Jinx as well, obviously benefiting massively from the reset, so we'll get that replay coming out. And you can see in this situation, Beisheng very, very patient here. The root comes in, he doesn't move. And here, they focus everything onto the Xin Zhao. And the problem is, they kill the Nautilus. Nautilus has done his job. He's done his rotation of abilities. But as soon as Beisheng gets this reset, he gets a whole new set of skills to throw down. And just a disaster for RNG.
Just the damage coming out, I'm surprised. Xing is the benefactor as well, 2-0. We come back at RNG and not giving up though, Orcs. The dive is going to happen. Audacious charge and the wind becomes lightning. Wave flashes away with the bailout part 2, but this time it won't fail. However, Gala feels the magic as well, but there's only one W to give out from Ming, and it ends up being a trade of both AD carries dying.
I remember I set up how easy the dive would be for RNG. The Lissandra goes in the tower, lands the root. As soon as things get messy, you self-ult. Yeah, Xiaohu wasn't the one to take the aggro there. Now, Beisheng's gone aggressive.
All of a sudden,
and Xiaohu might look for this.
And the Glacier Prison is available as well. He has Ignite on himself. He's not going to use it. He flashes away. Beisheng not given the reset. The bailout again. It just feels like we're casting Season 11 versus Season 12. Shanks gets a little bit of a trade, and this is endless fighting. That's just kicked off our game.
I know it kind of feels like a joke when we talk about WE being RNG's kryptonite, but it's really feeling like it right now. It really feels like they are just challenging them across the board, and RNG keep getting baited in. Bear in mind, we talked about this coming out of draft, Hysterics. A lot of scaling on the side of WE. You already have a 2-1-2 Jinx. You've just had your Azir pick up a kill. Kale is chilling in the top lane. And yeah, we'll get a replay of this one. And the problem is, you know, Wei is nowhere near right now. Xiaohu is low on mana. Heavily commits to get this kill. And sure, the bailout means he doesn't die immediately. But there's a pretty much full HP Azir sitting on top of you. You know, Wei has to back away because he's low HP. Just very, very messy coming out from RNG. And for a team we expect to be calm, clean, and collected, they are not looking any of those three right now.
1,000 gold behind it, 8 minutes in the game. WE again hit on your point. The scaling evident here in this first game. So right now, sitting pretty, even with the Herald getting started up and RNG moving members, Beishang's got his own little play in mind, and to keep the game going at this nice pace, it feels like WE are going to commit to plays.
And they should. They should try and make things happen. Try and deny away Gala here on the bot side. Remember, he has no summoners. If they stop Ming from being able to connect up with the team, they can deny him heavily. It's a Jinx, remember? Obviously a champion who can...
no.
Oh, Ming.
He's walked into it. He doesn't have an ulti available. Now, Gala will help out, but Heal's still on the way. The Heartbreaker there as well. Death Rocket and Beishang not going to ulti here. Wait, I don't understand the communication there, Orcs, but I feel like
I think,
they didn't talk.
I think Ming having flash, if you ult in and Ming flashes it, you're in melee range of Gala with, you know, green-white guns. Could shred through you. So wanted to play it safe, and I respect that from WE, right? You're in a good position now. You don't need to overstep. Now, Herald has been secured, and RNG are trying to respond here. Ming makes the play.
First. Yeah, Heal's going to turn on him, though. The traps are down. However, with the Glacial Prison, this is an easy kill on the support. Everything launched out in the kitchen sink, and with Dragon up and available, RNG now have themselves a nice window to look for a second objective.
Yeah, they have the Herald as well to make up the deficit. Look at the CS difference between Shing and Gala. That was the cost of them going for that topside Herald. The 2 plates down bot as well. So hoping to get a bit more out of this one. But for now, they'll just push the wave in. And ultimately, I think WE can be pretty happy. You expect RNG to go for the first Herald. We showed the stats earlier. 3rd highest in the league for that objective. WE punish on the other side. And yes, they overstep a bit. Yes, Heal probably didn't need to get caught out there if he backed off sooner. But the end result is they get a positive, and looks like WE also going to be able to get this Dragon with the reset timers of RNG coming out. So still, I think WE very happy with this passage of play.
Nice little start, and even the Kale, who hasn't been in any of the plays, is still farming away. So yeah, for WE, a really nice early game that can transition them well. I think we can start talking about the next kill, question mark. I don't know. Shakes is poking in, but Ming's nearby, and kind of get your head turned in this game, because every corner there seems to be someone willing to go down and die.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like WE. I expected, you know, leaning into the scaling, but they have been contesting, particularly around bot, the area where you have the most room to. The Beishang having a really strong series, and I think this is a player who, coming on this roster, we had high expectations for. Didn't necessarily deliver so far, but this game is definitely a positive for him on the Viego. And right now, you can look at the item differential on the bot lane. Kraken Slayer to just some components. You can see gold up on the left side of your screen. About 1,000 lead between those 80 carries. Few hundred in the mid lane as well. And top, dead even. Dead even when you have a Kale. You know, that's always something you'll take, Hysterics.
Oh, 100%. Like, it feels like as well, Bubu can be that kind of carry who can carry late game. I mean, honestly, I've watched a lot of this guy, and the fact of him now being positive speaks volumes. Wait, still with the Rift Herald, we're going to see where he places it, because as he heads down on the bottom side, the wave is setting itself up, but WE have done their due diligence with Vision. They are going to spot him out, making the movement, and Beishang already setting up his response.
Yeah, needs to get there quickly, because you see Xiao, who has priority mid and is moving over. Xiao also having a stopwatch in inventory, so the dive gets even easier. It's all about WE responding and making sure they have numbers in return. You can see Shanks moves down, and as a result, won't make the play happen. Xiao goes to the claw, but Cleanse is available to Shanks, so it's kind of fruitless if you commit to that. He will just dash away, and this is one of the powers of the Azir into the Sandra. You take Cleanse, you have your own mobility. Very hard to actually make CC stick to you.
True. I mean, it's great for Shanks, especially with all the CC in this team too. Feels like the Renata ulti is going to help out with that cleanse. Beishang's still on the bottom side, but he's not committing. Herald, as it gets placed down, should be a free bit of plating here to share amongst Gala and Waves. Beishang still hovers in the lane. Xiao moved on down, but right now is taking his back. And as Shanks moves down as well, that's going to be the end. As Breathe starts to need to work here on the top side. Divine Judgment there, but Breathe with a great sidestep out of it. Flash over the wall from Bubu gets him out, but at the very least, that summoner being down might be a later advantage.
Yeah, not quite an even trade, just because Ghost has a lot lower cooldown than the Flash, but at the end of the day, summoner, ult for ult. Bubu's still happy with how things are going. It's close to hit that level 11 mark, where it's not significant. It's level 16, but still a decent spike that comes out. And kind of talking about that bot lane play, you know, they got 2 plates for the Herald. Bear in mind, Gala lost a ton of farm and 2 plates because they leaned up to the top side. So RNG trading down with their Herald play. Bit of an unfortunate one, but they are looking to make something happen top. Bubu has no tools to stop this.
I mean, Flash, ulti, Xiao, as he puts him in place. Breathe will get the kill credit. Xiaohu is everywhere. You know, feels like a second jungler for RNG.
Well, I'm gonna say, you know, this is like the third play he's made in the side lane, the first one that's worked, and now no flash, no ultimate, and they're looking to punish.
He's going to take the glacial path out, but it gets him about a millimeter forward. The turret does the rest of the dirty work, and Shanks is now 2-0. So you're right, you know, the play might work, but once again, Xiaohu doesn't get enough. And WE is still ahead in gold. They're still this comfortable scaling team that have been able to look at RNG's counter every step of the way.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like the fact that, you know, very marginally, but they're up in gold. You know, they have a dragon advantage at this 14-minute point. At this point of the game, you know, the plates have gone. There's been a few taken by RNG. I think 4 in total plates taken. That's not that many. You know, you got very happy with the pace of the game. If a lot of structures have been taken, really RNG could look to snowball. But already, you know, Azir has a Ludens. His priority is going to be a lot easier. Bubu has the Wit's End, so a nice spike. But also, that magic resist very valuable against both of the solo laners of RNG. This game's in a good spot for WE. They just need to continue this. RNG mid-game, something that is feared worldwide. We saw it on display at MSI. We talked about how they're the best mid-game team in the world. RNG really need to show it in this one and just not give WE more time to lean into their scaling.
I mean, 20 seconds until the dragon as well. And it feels important when we talked a lot about how the game can be paced out. Beishang hovers down here, but note that we don't have TPs from top laners, so whatever happens, it is going to be a 4v4 at the maximum.
Yeah, and again, Kale just fine with that sort of scaling element leaning over. Now, Dragon's been started up, and I can't stress the importance that RNG contest this one. If they let WE get 2 dragons, Soul is going to be so late into the game for RNG if they manage to get it. And you can see they are posturing heavily for this one.
As Wei goes in for the engager, Steel's just there. WE now in a team fight that they don't want to be in. Xiao gets into the back line, but the hostile taken from Ming doesn't do much, but Wei's ulti does! Shanks laid on his own, but the fight's already blown up in their face. A double kill going over to RNG, and that was just prime gaming all over again.
The confidence to go in, find a smite, and then Wei diving forward so aggressively on this pick on the backline of WE. WE didn't need to fight that dragon. They could have let it go. They could have just said, we've got one, you know, give them the second one. We'll give ourselves more time. They opt into it, and you can see RNG are more than ready. Not only do they get the dragon, not only do they get a couple of kills, but also taking that Herald and maybe first tower on the bot side for Xiaohu as well on this next wave. Actually, I think he has to back away, but regardless, fantastic passage of play for RNG. And we'll get a replay coming out on this one. Wei just over the pit, goes in, manages to get the smite mid-fight as well. Like, he's focused on the fight, still finds the smite, and then continues with that momentum going forwards.
It's just amazing to watch RNG in action. Only moments ago, you're talking about RNG's mid-game. We step into the mid-game quite perfectly, and RNG taking a fight that felt no business taking. WE now behind 2,000 gold as well, Orcs, or maybe about a K as we come back. And the biggest problem I now see is that Wei is 3-1-3. Gala as well, able to pick up resources now with his second kill. RNG's early game stipend, their stymie by WE. Feels like it means a little bit less than it did only a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, there's still no K spot. I think that's the thing to say. There's still no K spot. We've hit on this many times. RNG are the ones who have the ability to dictate how the game's going to go from here. First tower is still going to be a bit of gold in pocket. They have the Herald where they want to use that. I expect the Herald to go mid. Look how low that bot lane tower is. I feel like it's not a safe place for Xing to stay around, and so he will just back off. And this should just be Gala being able to pick it up. We'll see what WE can do on the other side of the map if they try and make something happen top lane, for example.
Well, he is heading up there. Beishang in that matter is going to be here for the Breathe versus Bubu fight. The Bees are going at it, while right now Beishang, oh my god, his name starts with B as well. There's a miss to come out. Breathe is safe though, so it won't matter too much. But you're right, Orcs. The reverse play comes through. WE set this up. But look at what's going on with Wei. He's gone deeper than the turret at the time. Sits in there waiting for Herald. And now he's going to plonk it down looking for an inner.
Yeah, and this is a ton of gold for Gala. If they're able to secure this tier 2, which I think Shanks, he sees Ming, he sees Wei, and Gala knows he can't really defend this. Might be able to stop it getting a second charge. We'll see if they walk it in. It looks like they won't. But again, massive amounts of gold. They got the first tower for Gala. They got that tier 2, which obviously gives that extra bonus in the side lane. Yes, they don't get the mid lane tier 1, which does have a cost. Mid lane tier 1, if you want to snowball the game, if you want to push aggressively, your line of vision, having that T1 down can be massive, but RNG make the call to prioritize gold rather than, you know, the structure's value on the map right now. And I think they can be happy with that reward. Now I see them open it back on the map, and I feel like the next protocol for RNG is either top tier 1 or mid tier 1, trying to set up to make those happen. But for the time being, it's a minute and a half until that next dragon.
Well, I was going to ask you where we go next, but, you know, opening up the map, again, feels like such a valuable point for RNG, who have this Lissandra. Xiao's 0, 2, and 5, but has been involved in the majority of these plays so far, has been a core part of what we've been saying about RNG, that not only is Xiao still so skilled, but more importantly, the way these drafts come together does often feel like it's off the backbone of something like this list pick. As I'm speaking about this mid laner who's not even here, while RNG set up for a play with their bottom lane in jungle. It is just a minute before that dragon where they try and get themselves some opportunistic gold, but WE are also grouping up now with BB having Flash as a level 13 Kayle.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at a little bit at the vision here. We can see really not too much offered by WE around that dragon area. I want to really heavily hit on the fact that WE's composition, as I said before, front to back, right? They want their carries to stand there safely, and anyone who gets close, they just hit them without too much threat being applied to the likes of the Kayle, the Azir, the Jinx, you know, use their range effectively. They really want vision set up, right? As soon as people start flanking, that's when things become problematic. So definitely need to be a little bit cautious about fighting when they don't have vision set up, and RNG doing a good job of establishing that early and trying to make sure WE don't have an easy path into this dragon.
I mean, Dragon is just so dark right now. WE with a singular ward up towards the entry brush, but their Baron wards are a lot better. It's setting for them up to go up to the top side, and it looks like Orcs, they might just be saying, hey, forget it. We're going to leave this dragon.
I feel like basically you need to check inside the pit, make sure there's no wards there to at least pose the potential threat for Baron. Probably not going to happen, but with the DPS available to WE, you want RNG to at least, you know, have to invest someone moving up there. That's where you can potentially fish for a pick. Because there is that blue trinket ward in the Baron, RNG are really comfortable just going to pick up this dragon, have Wei solo it out, grab that second one, and, you know, it would be 30 minutes before we get a potential soul. Kayle certainly level 16 by that point, but definitely something still for RNG to play for.
Okay, Dredge line though, it's WE start this play. The Crescent Guard comes out, and Heal does force that with a quick Dredge line, but his depth charge also flew through. Scala close to getting knocked down. Beisheng stepping forward, and for WE opening up mid turret. That's a good little start for them. Still trailing in gold as well. And WE at 21 minutes still have very optimal routes for this first game.
And it's a nice timer as well. Xiaohu in the top lane dealing with this wave. You have Breathe who's in the bot lane pushing the wave in. And so as a result, WE didn't really end up losing out on anything. Obviously, did initially lose out on that dragon, but they managed to pick up the mid tier 1 as it was on low HP. Pretty easy enough. And once again, we go into the sort of state of the game where it's on RNG to make things happen. Are they going to risk waiting till 30 minutes before, you know, and giving WE the chance to scale? Or are they going to try set something up sooner? They could look to make things happen around Baron, but that mid tier 1, that top tier 1, those still being up and available does make it a lot more difficult to get control off this red side jungle. You can see Xiaohu and Wei posturing, but they don't want to go too deep when that tier 1 is still available. And Xing and Heal are there to defend it.
The range of wave clear, like, it just feels so nice as WE. Xing now with rapid fire cannon, able to step back so safely. His death rocket for the red steel, but doesn't do much. But that vision around Baron, I mean, that was cleared. RNG started up trying to bait in WE, but they're not taking it for now. They're letting Bubu split down the side lane with TP, and as he adds more and more threat, as he gets more and more levels, it's RNG who still feel a little bit rushed here with WE splitting nicely.
And you can tell that they know they have to be setting the pace of the game. You can tell that they're trying to like posture around this area and make something happen with the Baron. Really, WE just have to prevent this from happening. They have to stop the Baron from being picked up. You can see there's blue trinkets on all three of their carries right now, none currently available. But as long as they don't get caught out and they keep just checking, making sure the objective isn't being started, they should be comfortable. Question mark pings are coming out though, and no Jinx ult to try and get some cheat some vision there. I think the fact you see Gala though, as soon as you see Gala, you're like, right, they don't have the DPS to be doing that without him. You kind of need either Gala or Breathe on the Baron, and obviously Breathe was bought, Gala was there, so this means they know they have a window. where Baron's not being done. They push in, they expect the resets to be coming out, and they'll be able to maintain control for now over the area.
So it feels like we might just have to sit around and wait until Dragon. 2 minutes 20 until we get the third one. And as you were saying before, a 30-minute or so Soul is just going to feel pretty rough. But, hey, Mountain Soul coming through. A lot to do when you're going up against... I was going to say Kale. That doesn't matter. Maybe Azir, Jinx. So, it's a nice Soul for RNG, but they're still only 1,000 gold ahead at 24 minutes into the game. WE, I think this is one of their smoothest games we've seen so far, where they've been so understanding of their comp heroics, they've been so understanding of their win conditions. It does feel like we are getting some of that characteristic WE, not adaptation, what's the word I'm looking for? Like team prowess. That we haven't really seen this split at all.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably the best showing, which... It's rough, right? Because I think we talked about this at the start of the day. The expectations were higher for players of this caliber, but if they can go into this game, even if they don't win this series, right, against RNG, there's still time to at least turn around their split to an extent, and showing the play is the most important thing that we get to see that now. We actually saw double blue trinket come out in that brush. I don't know if you clocked that one, but that's actually, you know, sometimes a big deal. The blue trinket, quite a long cooldown. One of your main tools contesting the vision, so don't want to burn those a bit haphazardly. But for now, the objective that they're looking to set up for is this dragon. Would be third for RNG, put them on Soul Point. And it's only about a 1,500 gold lead for RNG at this point of the game, so definitely not impossible to deal with.
But RNG is still confident as ever and walking up the river. Breathe wants to contest. Now, he was spotted out before, but Beisheng walking around, now going to get spotted too. We're just pacing back and forth, back and forth. Wei is not here. It's worth mentioning that he's coming up from the south side, and for WE, they get river control back for the time being. A dragon here to delay the game 20 seconds to make this game look even more achievable for our 0 and 6.
Yeah, if WE get this dragon, it's fantastic. If they don't, it's not the end of the world, but you can see they're posturing to potentially fight this. Here's the risk, though. Bubu is level 15, not 16.
Ooh,
they are looking for a fight, though.
That flash from the Nautilus support. Dredge line is now down, and that's a crucial tool that could be used as Breed is sitting here on a control ward, and Bubu goes in himself to zone. WE are not the ones who started, but they're the ones walking in towards Dragon at 2k, 1k. Dredge line again doesn't connect. 4-man from Xiaohu, though, as Wei gets the Dragon, and that Renata ulti was just as good. Wei's the cream of the crop right there. Still only one to go down, but all the ultis from RNG were, chef's kiss.
Great execution from RNG. WE, I don't know. I feel like they didn't need to go for that dragon necessarily. You can see Beisheng quickly realized he wasn't going to be able to get into the dragon, get access to it, so they back away. But at the end of the day, if you're going to fight, why don't you wait for level 60? Just been hit by the Kale. Just being hit now, that big spike. And we see, so Beisheng quickly realizes, hey, I can't head over towards the dragon. But now they're caught into the fight. Heal locked in. You know, the Renard ult connects to so many members. Wei with a fantastic Zinzao ultimate, disrupting the whole team. And sure, they don't get a ton of kills off the back of this, but Summoner's Burn for WE could make things a bit difficult. The fact that Xing has no cleanse or flash, we'll see how they manage to maintain this contest around the Baron. Bubu, as I said, level 16 on the Kale, a massive spike. Despite the 3 dragons for RNG, this game is still within arm's reach for the side of Team World Elite.
Yeah, it is. It's still not the massive goal lead that questions how WE come back in or how WE end up picking a fight. RNG with limited time on the board. 3.5 minutes will give us a bit of intel on how it's progressing. But for now, Baron still being looked at. RNG with the majority of vision, but I think there's a good control ward here towards mid. One towards the pit as well. That seems to be a WE control ward too. At this point, they know that it's getting pretty dire. As you pointed out, the level 16 Kale. And it's kind of funny, Orcs, because I think back in the day, I would look at level 16 Kale like it was god tier, right? Like unbeatable, best team fighter no matter what. It's still great, but we have seen a lot of Kales get to this point and not be able to carry games, which is worth mentioning.
Yeah, I think something to be said is the fact that this game feels like a decent one for Kale. Is the fact that, you know, your ult is going to have a ton of value. You can ult the Jinx or the Zia. You have two other late game carries. Sometimes the problem can be if Kale is the only late game threat, then the enemy team just focus her, right? If you have like a Nautilus or Lissandra, it can be very hard for Kale to function. But here, there's three big carries inside of WE. The lockdown is kind of limited to what Xiaohu can do, so not necessarily the best spread. Obviously, Ming's ult can be fantastic, but either way, I feel like WE are in a decent spot. And the gold lead, as I said, isn't that big. We've seen, you know, games where Kale hits level 16 with all three inhibs down with an 8k gold deficit. Harder to function in that manner, but WE have weathered the storm right now. And as a result, 2 minutes until that dragon, this is the point where they've kind of said, okay, we've hit critical mass. We are ready to take it to RNG. And you can see they look so much more confident right now.
I mean, running into blue buff, that's a steal. Thanks so much, says Beishang. And as Wei loses that one to give over to Xiaohu. WE turn for the Baron. Now Orcs looks a little bit dangerous here, but they might be trying to burn out that TP.
Yeah, they're trying to bait it. They're trying to stop the pressure from Breathe in the side lane. They know with the wave push deep initially, this was a window for Bubu to group up, but now they're going to send him back. He's going to answer the waves. The reason why the Baron would have been a better fight for WE is because the Dragon is coming up in a minute 30, and that one's a bit scarier because obviously, you know, if RNG secure the Dragon, it's going to give them that instant boost. It's also going to mean that they're going to have the soul for the rest of the game, which ideally you don't want. So even if WE come out favorably in the fight, it might still have a heavy toll. They can't force anything at the Baron Asher. So now resets come in. They're going to have to set up for this possible final elemental dragon of the game.
A minute and 5 seconds ago. Quick item check here. 3.5 for Xiaohu. Worth mentioning. Zonya's, of course, is there. We got 3.5 for Gala as well. Not sure if they're going to be able to complete it before we get towards the fight. And for Xing, that Jinx is at 3 items too, with the Infinity Edge picked up as number 3. Bubu, he's got a Phantom Dancer. So Orcs, we are getting to that territory where 3 items on some of these core carries, the damage is going to be immense. And we have to remember, there is not a hard tank frontline apart from Wei in this RNG roster to stand up to it.
Well, I think one of the aspects is that you have a lot of immunities, right? So Wei, Breathe, and Xiaohu can all buy time. The problem is, I think the major problem is going into this dragon, it's like the summoners available for WE. Xing's Flash is coming up soon, but everything else is up and available. If you're playing the safe backline carries, you want to stay at max range, it is beneficial. Even if the enemy have their summoners, as long as you have yours, you feel more comfortable. If Xiaohu flashes in to ult Shanks, he can cleanse, flash out again, and suddenly Xiaohu's in a bad position. But now he's looking for that window.
Oh, he's in such a good angle. You said Xing's Flash is not up and available. They're looking for that target, but they've got a better one. Heal is caught out with all ults in the kitchen sink thrown out. Gala forcing for the hostile takeover. Great. It means Bubu doesn't get his Divine Judgment damage down, and Breathe running forward with his ulti of his own. Bubu still heading the charge, but RNG as a 5-man unit. Xiaohu again. The claw into doom. Spells now, we've got to get out of here for WE. But the exit ain't so easy as Gala gets max range for a triple kill. And Xiaohu once again is the story and highlight of Royal Never Give Up.
And honestly, I'm going to say that was kind of a masterclass in RNG's team fighting, being able to handle what WE had to offer. I hope you're going to see the replay of that one, because the way they juggled those immunities that I was talking about, the way they balanced between them, they didn't overlap, they'd use one at a time, and as a result, WE never really got to output their damage. And as you said, Xiaohu with that final play, absolutely fantastic. Baron going to be secured, Soul secured, and finally a significant goal lead for RNG.
There we go. Better late than never. Orcs, I got to ask you, though, still 6,000 up in the lead. It matters quite a lot with the team fighting we see. I'll hold my question, because this started with RNG with great splitting off thanks to Wei.
And you kind of count how it's played. So first off, Wei is the one with his ultimate, so they can't really do anything here. Then Breathe pops the W, again, can't get the damage off. The huge hostile takeover comes through that kind of disrupts them. And then finally, they start to go aggressive. And this is where you see Bubu looking scary. And then the final tool comes out. Xiaohu with a flash root. And then to deny the turnaround, this self-ult. Those immunities, one by one. At this point, WE have built so many tools. The health bars are low. The members are down. RNG can step up to take it. This was just flawless team fighting from RNG. Really using every tool they had to the maximum potential.
It's only these top teams in the LPL, but especially RNG, that these small factors that can be missed by the naked eye. Pointed out second time around. Thank you very much, Orcs. It feels like RNG now as they crush into the base. All of a sudden, a switch has flipped. That team fight was a success, and as WE look for their own defense, Breathe is hitting the inner down in the mid lane. They go for an engage. It's onto this jungle, but way the immunity's there. Orcs, we talked about one. The other one will come through as Ming drops his hostile takeover. The bailout helping, but no! The flash in from Beishang completely denied. He can't get the way reset as a double goes over to Gala, and Xiaohu, guess who, wants to kill Xing and heal. WE lost 3 in an instant, Orcs, and it was a 4v5.
Yeah, I think you cannot underrate the impact of the hostile takeover with the Jinx and a Kale. Biu and Xing just took chunks out of each other, and now RNG looking to close out.
They're diving it down. All of a sudden, WE have no control. This game was looking competitive. It was looking like WE finally could get another win back on the board. But RNG just show up and slap them about for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, they found the fight they needed, and then that final one. Yeah, this is kind of the fear as well. Obviously, the ultimate from Renata gives you 100% extra attack speed. The fact that that connects on the Jinx and the Kale starts to shred themselves, and the ultimate comes in from Gala to clean up. Devastation, and it's a rough one for WE because I feel like they played to their win con. They did what they needed to do, but it just wasn't quite enough in that situation. Wasn't quite enough momentum, and it felt like, you know, as much as they wanted to slow down RNG, and I think they did that well, when it came to the fights, the execution wasn't there in comparison.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive to see RNG pull it out perfectly when they're so far even that late in the game. But you're right, for WE, execution once again comes back in to remind us why this team is down towards the bottom of the barrel. And I feel like for WE, like the early game, you know, looked really solid. We saw Beishang controlling jungle quite a lot, and I feel like as well, you know, Xiaohu tried to make so many reverse plays, but Beishang was shadowing Wei really nicely in the first 15 or maybe 20 minutes.
I think the problem with this game is if this was against a weaker team, I feel like we would probably see WE maybe win it, right? But the problem is because it's against RNG, they are a team who, this is what we praise them for, the target selection when it comes to team fights, the way they manage them, very, very effective. I think that team fight was honestly a masterclass from them. And WE, you know, this is sometimes the issues. You play, you lean into the scaling, and I have to say, the way they kept it even for the majority of the game, look at that goal graph. They kept it so even for such a long time, then they couldn't find the team fight. And that's what kind of sometimes happens when you go over these scaling comps. As much as you can stall the game out, you get to that one significant team fight where RNG, you know, WE have hit critical mass. They're like, right, if we execute here, the game is probably ours. They don't manage to find it. RNG gets Soul, they get Baron, they have a huge lead. And from then on, it's just, there's just not enough. There's not enough for WE to be able to follow through.
And it sounds like a cop-out when we start talking about execution late game, right? But it truly was an execution game from RNG. Forget the Cow, forget the Azir, forget the Jinx. And on top of that, you had a really good point in game, Orcs, where the hostile takeover from Ming did so much work. And when we get to late game and have those on-hit carries whacking away at each other, then it also backfires quite a little bit as, dude, Kale didn't get a kill. Bubu was 0% KP. Like, that's got to sting when, once again, I was saying this in game, we get another Kale where it does go late game. You know, that critical mass has been hit and nothing happens. Unfortunate, but hey, we can talk a little bit about it when we come back from the break. Game 1 goes to RNG, but it was a long time coming. At the very least, clean stuff and a good way to finish out as we go to a break before Game 2.
But speaking of the moon, speaking of home and all the high tides, and mostly going back to 369, I feel like top lane right now in LPL's in a really interesting place where I don't know, like we just kind of have some unexpected names, I think, performing better than a lot of other people. Like, again, 369, I think arguably the best top laner in the league right now. I think Wayward, another person you can put in that conversation, not something I would really expect. Breathe, I think, looking solid, but not, you know, not anything like superb or standout. Bin's been just.
I have a curveball.
You have a curveball.
I think Shanji's been performing really well. Shanji's been insane.
I love
it. The Shyvana looks class. His Rumble game, he took Bubu and spanked him around the ring.
Yes.
Like 11-0. It was disgusting. Shanji, like, I didn't know that all that Shanji needed was for the jungler, for Aki to just walk up, put his hand on the shoulder and say, you got this, and then leave. That was all that Shanji needed. Shanji just needed to believe that he had help for him to just pop the hell off, because apparently he's never got it before. I've seen Aki gank like 2-3 times, and Shanji's just like, I could do it. I have the power. And then just starts mowing people down, Incredible Hulk style, whoever's against. It's insane. It's actually insane.
He still thinks he's got that power from the gank the 3 games ago. He's just going with that momentum.
I definitely think, in my mind, to where I probably don't think in current form he's the best top laner, he is definitely the most exciting top laner for me. Like, he's been leaning on the Shyvana. He's played it 3 times in a row. He's really been the only person to make it work. We actually saw Chalitza bring it out the other day, and you could see Chalitza had like an idea of like, oh, this champion like is really strong in lane post 6. Like your all-in threat is insane, but would like overestimate, would go for dives, die. To where Shanji has that on lock. In every OMG game now, I'm just excited. I'm like, dude, what is he gonna bring out next? Is it gonna be Soraka? Is it gonna be Teemo? I actually have no idea.
On a quick side note on the Shyvana, I have seen LNG Ala is practicing it, but Doomby's been playing it mid. They're actually working it as a flex pick for the mid lane. So just keep that in the back pocket. That's a little podcast tip, but we're going to hold on to see if it actually ends up getting happen.
The 2022 Kled. We'll see. I think the other top laner I want to give like a slight shout out to is ZDZ. I feel like ZDZ's had some really, really good games this split, like better than I would have expected. There's been a few games where he finds a solo kill or whatever that you don't anticipate from ZDZ. Like, I don't think he's the best in the league or anything crazy, but I think he's had a really good split.
I can take you wherever you want. See the
na 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 na. Na 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 na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day.
下一场对阵 WE 的上单 BBU 也是我一直有碰到过的老对手了，然后我也比较了解他，我觉得他就是都一直在进步嘛，所以我碰见他我就尽自己最好的状态去全力以赴就行。下一场对阵WE 之前的老队友就希望他们也能保持好状态吧，然后就给大家表演一把就是精彩的比赛吧。
Remember as well, Orcs, we didn't get to talk about it, but Breathe, once upon a time, WE top laner for quite a bit. I'd say in one of their most successful forms with Beishang alongside him. So it's nice to see him go up against his old team. Of course, that game, it wasn't just the Breathe show, it was the RNG show. You and I had a big discussion about how this team comes together and has one of the strongest mid games. Bit too much for WE as they picked up a pretty silencing game one at the 32-minute mark.
Yeah, it just felt like, WE had this composition where if everyone is free hitting, it's really scary. But RNG just didn't give them a window. It just didn't allow them to auto attack. And I feel kind of bad for BBU playing this KO level 16. You're like, it's go time. And you probably did the most damage to your teammates in the hostile takeover, being real.
Yeah, it's oh god, I wish we had a team. I wish we had team stats like team damage. I feel like we have to, now that we have Renata in the meta, we kind of actually have to have what's it called? Friendly fire. We have to have friendly fire damage in League of Legends now. Anyway, MVP, bring it up. I didn't quite hear it. Was it Xiaohu? Could have been. Xiaohu was Poggers. Ming was Poggers. RNG were Poggers Orcs. And as I get that MVP, it's actually Wei. I will say about Wei, this day, today, we got we got some really good ults. I don't know what else rhymes. We got some really good ults out of the team fights that started off. He was a good instigator.
Yeah. I think he was just super aggressive on the front line, making things happen. And the team fights, I think, played them really well. Sometimes being critical of Wei for maybe being a bit overstepping, over aggressive, but it felt very tempered, very measured. And especially the fact that they had the Xin Zhao and the Gwen, such a frustrating combo to go up against.
Yeah, like Xin Zhao, Gwen, Xiaohu's Lissandra. Thank you, WE, for banning it away. It needed to happen, right? Xiaohu has been playing that champion so damn well. He's most played this split, and as you were saying in the last draft, he doesn't even need Ahri. He doesn't even need to counter pick to pick it up. He literally prioritizes it.
But I think this is the nice thing about Blue side is that you're not forced to invest into these bans, right? One of the things I was saying in the last draft is that, W had to ban Zeri, had to ban Wukong, but here they get a bit more freedom to target the specific RNG picks that can cause issue. Now, just to see what the third ban is, they could go for something like Renata, they could go for maybe even Wukong themselves, but whatever it is, you expect them to first pick something else that is high priority. So we'll get a little bit of an insight into what they are prioritizing based on this. They actually go for the Nautilus, so kind of a full spread of bans directed at picks that RNG have lent on. Remember our graphic at the start of the day, Hysterics? All three of those were pretty high up on RNG's list of picks.
Our spring drafters, right? Hey, Wukong's actually left open though on the red side too. Worth mentioning that this has been a must pick or ban in pretty much all of our games. There's a few where it's gone through, and yep, Beichung's going to get it. So we know that Viego is probably the trade-off. Let's be real.
Yeah, but we could actually see RNG not really prioritize towards that. The Aphelios was their first pick last time. They could end up taking that here. They could end up going for like Aphelios, Renato, or something else. I'll leave the Renato till the third pick. But it looks like they might go in a bit of a different direction on this one. We'll see. And RNG going to lock in the Callista. Do they take the Renato here and now? I feel like it might be a must. If you don't take Renato, I expect Aphelios Renato to come out from WE. But we'll see if they feel similarly, if they want to go for something like a jungle.
It just kind of shows you how RNG play the game, right? Like, Wei has an extensive champion pool, but the Ming Game 1 Renata did so much for the team. And I love when I start making a point that I feel really confident on. And Orcs, I want to feel intelligent for the moment. RNG like, no, we're going to lock in a blind Azir here for Xiaohu.
Yeah, and I mean, I just feel like WE respond with the Aphelios Renata here. Maybe, I feel like you should. I feel like both of them I would commit to. The Azir going to give you prio in the mid lane, but a lot less agency than the picks we've seen RNG typically have success with Xiaohu being on. They do have Ming potentially going to be playing an engager, though, with a Callista back you up, definitely puts you in a comfortable spot. But we'll see. You know, WE could look the Renata here. I think it's the right play. However, they could also look to match in the mid lane and pick something that's going to deal with the Azir. We'll see what they opt to do in this situation. You know, we have seen a lot of Azir Corki trades off, but I think if you give over Callista Renata to RNG, you're going to have a bad time.
I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Like, that is just such an easy takeaway for WE. And so far, a really, really good draft here for WE in game number 2. And Orcs, if you're picking Azir this early, is it about the combination? Is it about what you want to pair with it rather than maybe the holistic RNG gameplay?
I feel like, you know, it gives you priority, gives you strong scaling. It has a lot of range. When you expect the Aphelios, when you expect, well, you know, you've seen the Wukong, it's going to help to be able to allow your team just to kite back effectively. I'm not maybe as big of a fan, but I can understand the power of it. I think it's just RNG kind of feels off theme for them. But the main thing is that as long as one of Ming and Xiao, who has agency, they can handle okay. And they are going to take that Amumu, this Callista Amumu, this really strong lane we've seen. So a bit more for an aggressive all-in bot lane. But really need to find those windows against WE's bot lane, or they're just going to get poked out.
Okay, well, for RNG, once again, specific windows seem to be in their nature, even in this series. We go for the bans coming up, though. It's Corki against Azir. Thank you to all the League of Legends gods that we do not have to see that matchup come through. Always a blessing, as, you know, Breathe getting banned away from Gwen. Also a bit of a relief in the sense that Breathe is a great Gwen, but also plays it a hell of a lot.
Yeah, most played display, I believe. Now, it could be interesting if RNG ban another mid or a top. They go for the Sejuani. Gnar is still open and available. Remember, they banned that first rotation last time. So WE, obviously, I feel like would love to get their hands on the Gnar, but RNG could opt to even pick the Gnar on 4 and feel confident in the blind with these top laners being banned away. We'll see if that comes out. Obviously, BBU could play Kale into it, but we saw last game that didn't quite work out. The scaling fantasy didn't really come to fruition. They could also go in the direction of a jungler. Maybe the Xin Zhao, if you feel like that's something problematic, but they will return to that Lee Sin, which obviously was banned last time. And now we get to see what RNG will opt for. Do they go for the Gnar on 4? Or do they go for something like the Vi, possibly, for Wei? Maybe even the Xin Zhao again.
True. Now you mentioned. Safe blind, yes it is. So we get jungle last pick.
Yep. So jungle last pick, which, you know, I guess you got to see the comp, but the main thing is just securing that Gnar before we get a chance to steal away. And now we got to see what BBU is going to offer up in return. One thing to note is that WE's composition so far is pretty short-ranged. Can be problematic dealing with an Azir when you don't have necessarily the best way of getting onto him. Like, Wukong can obviously provide dive, but a quick Emperor's Divide can mitigate that. And very quickly, we not only get the GP, but the Swain as well. So a short-range composition, but a composition that is very difficult for short-range champions to go into. So Callista gonna struggle against, I feel like, a lot of the tools WE has, but Xiaohu on this Azir should have a great old time.
Oh, please, 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 please. We get jungle last pick, please. The only reason, please, please, Wei, please, please, please. Oh my god! I'm really excited to see the Viego again, Orcs. Hey, look. Tell me what do I look forward to in this game? Tell me.
Well, I mean, W's composition functions kind of somewhat similarly to a blender, right? Anything that gets in range of this composition is just going to get turned into mincemeat. Whereas RNG, they have, you know, a bit more of that sort of traditional lockdown with the Gnar and the Amumu. They have these backline DPS carries in the Azir and the Kalista. So RNG's kind of functions as that front to back. You know, you want your CC to be causing disruption, and you just want your Azir and Kalista free hitting. I really like the WE composition in terms of, like, I like how this comp plays, but I do feel like there's going to be some struggles. The Azir is going to be a problem for them, right? If Gnar or Amumu get this big AoE ults, that can also be an issue.
I think as well, you talked about the range factor being there as well. I want to say that with ultimates and with W from Swain, bit of semi-global pressure here. There is a bit of map pressure that can be added in a flick of a beat. So, excuse me, it feels worth mentioning that this GP that is often picked by Breathe, RNG's top laner, kind of coming through here, rounds it out quite nicely. And Orcs, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the team fighting pressure that this team can put together, despite the difficulties, and how things look, you know, outside of the realms of suffering from Xiaohu's Azir.
Yeah, I think ultimately a big thing is going to be on this Wukong. Can you connect onto the backline? Because Swain is a champion where if he's in range of you, such a pain to deal with. Aphelios as well. That's the big weakness of Aphelios is range. Gangplank is getting these barrels connected, so really, it's all on Beisheng. If Beisheng can get an ult onto Xiaohu, onto Gala, if Shanks can follow up, if everyone can hit the right targets, if things can get messy, that is the goal for W's composition. The messier the fight looks, the better off it probably is going to be for WE. Whereas RNG want their same old formulaic, Ming does the AoE ultimate, Breathe slams them into a wall, and in the meantime, Xiaohu and Gala just stack up the DPS, pump the numbers.
And once one person starts dying, I mean, it feels like it's going to be a domino effect, right? We know that with Diego, resets are key. It's like walking into a supermarket and telling them that, you know, you have to pay for vegetables. I think at this point, people understand that Viego likes it when people die, but it's always worth saying it because as a caster, I sound that little bit more intelligent, and I need that in my everyday life. Now, RNG going for a bit of an invade. I'm going to be spotted out by a ward here, but it's Lens, but Orcs, I think the most interesting part is the fact that they're still hard committing on this with a defensive ward on their own, spotting out Beisheng doing the exact same.
Yeah, and that's one of the things is Kalista and Mumu, one of the strongest level ones in the game. The fact you get 2 bandage tosses, and obviously Kalista is just fantastic then. The big thing is that because Beisheng has to counter it on the enemy red buff, he doesn't get a leash. And Wukong, one of the nerfs he got on 12-12 was to his clear speed. So his E does less damage to monsters in AoE. And so as a result, not going to have an easy time cleaving to the jungle. He should still manage okay, but definitely something to mention. I believe Yas has to smite his first red as a result now. Did see some heavy trading bot lane, but WE actually maintain all summoners, and Gala's the one who tries to cleanse to get rid of the root.
Yeah, he cleanses, thinking that he can get a little bit more off, and that's just summoner down for a nice handshake response from Heal. Now, we know that the vertical jungling here is going to arouse suspicion from Xing and Heal as they move up towards their friendly Raptor camp. Ming with a nice little piece of zoning here if they pop out of the brush. And I like this from RNG support. Always Mr. Reliable thinking ahead. And as he does exactly that way, he's going to have an even safer clear. So vertical is going to make it a little bit more fun here, Orcs. And, you know, I want to delve a little bit deeper on the real benefit and how can this snowball out of control for either side depending on success rate.
I think it depends on whether this dive happens. It feels like they're posturing for it. If Xing and Heal hit level 2, it makes all the difference.
Oh, they are level 2. So Xing now with a bailout on top of him, the flash away, not giving him the reset, but it's in the nick of time. Gala survives, Ignite not ticking over, and first blood to RNG now with a bit of AoE set on up. Ming, the god with a bandage toss, the mummy with toilet paper wrapping around. Heal, unfortunately, is going to get out, but unfortunately, it's not the word I'd use with RNG's great lengthy engage.
Yeah, look at the CS difference in the bot lane, right? I was talking about this Aphelios Renata being a strong counter to the Kalista. You know, not when that happens. That's all I'm going to say. And the problem is, it's level 2 is hit, but it's too late. Firstly, Xing is the one who tanks initially. I would have loved if Heal could have stood in front and absorbed the bandage toss. You really need the Aphelios to survive. And then the W comes down from Heal, but no trade kill comes in because Gala flashes away. He was the one who took aggro, so really well played there. And ultimately, the fact that they get all summoners from this bot lane of WE, a massive CS lead, and a kill for Wei, just huge positives. And this is the value of the map split.
That is just so huge already. Great point out here on the CS here, Orcs. The first blood on Wei as well. Just feels so nice here for RNG's jungler after the game he had to open up this series. And more importantly, we have to kind of look at the response from WE and what happened topside. The answer is nothing. There's great vision here from Breathe, and he stays safe. Both summoners are still available, so Beishang Orcs wasn't even able to make a response play.
Yeah, and I think the problem is, like, a Gangplank is not a lane that can set up effectively. Like, really, if you're wanting to gank a lane, probably bot, but it's more going to be a counter gank, and you can see Beishang's actually looking for that. Now, Wei is pathing down. They see the wave state. This is going to push out for WE, and basically Beishang just wants to make sure this is secure. We'll see if Ming or Gala take the bait, or if they just going to accept this and let it happen. And it looks like they read the situation well, know that Beishang could be on the spot side of the map, and we'll just let it go.
It's nice timing from Beishang, especially with no summoners available for RNG's bottom lane, but still, great reservations here from Gala and Ming. Means WE still without a response, still 1k gold down as Wei is feeling good with Sheen. Even going in on the engage, Beishang wants to take it, but the problem is Xiaohu's now here. Beishang comes out of his clone, and maybe it's okay as Wei gets the stun, but it ain't in time. Blast cone taken, and Shanks now trying his hand with Death's Hand, Death Grip, and Death's Ham Sauce. Xiaohu getting pulled on back. The hand, the auto, Shanksy takes his kill, gives the hat back over to Luffy, and WE now finally on the board.
What a fantastic 2v2 from WE. Honestly, Beishang doing so well to buy time in that scenario, get his Conqueror stack, use his clone to soak Xiaohu's damage, and then get the turnaround. The fact they get both kills as well, and the flash from Xiaohu. Sure, bot's been a disaster, but some excellent play here. We'll see the replay. So one main thing is that the stun from Wei is used very early, and then we see Beishang by this time. Watch, burst from Xiaohu used onto the clone. Yeah. Great pull in from Shanks. Remember, Wei doesn't have his flash available, and then Beishang doesn't allow the turnaround kill. And right here, the flash comes out from Xiaohu, but the pull is already there. Last auto in the air just to get it. Really well played from Beishang in particular.
And we're looking at bot. This is what we missed while all that was going on. Are we going to get summoners coming out again? No, wait. Xing died. Yep, Xing died. Wow, and Gala almost killed Heal, so yeah. I missed that one. And I guess the problem of bottom lane Orcs is still there despite WE's final win.
Yeah, the lack of summoners hurts WE's bot lane quite heavily. Obviously, you can see Cleanse and Ignite back up now, but not available there. And this bot lane is so momentum-based for Kalista and Mumu. A lot of people have talked about Kalista as being like a useless champion, being very critical of it. Yeah, globally, I've seen a lot of fans have this view. She's a feast of famine champion. She's a champion where if you play for her, if you set her up, can take over games like we're seeing right now at the moment, that huge amount of damage coming down on a Xing. Or if you don't play for her, she falls behind, can just feel a bit invisible. And for now, RNG have set Gala ahead, and they kind of need that advantage considering what's been going on in the mid jungle. Wei, he knows his red's been taken, or at least that it's gone, but not much you can do about it.
Yeah, that's right. So he just lets it go. Being under turret. Now a bit of a problem for RNG's bottom lane. Orcs, that route hurts a little bit here as Ming has to burn the flash on repeat once again, and WE getting some kind of retribution down in their bottom lane.
Yeah, really well played. Heal pulls him on the tower, and then we get the Gravitum route just to keep him there. And pre-6, that's the thing, is once Gala hits 6, that same play, all it does is burn the ultimate. So solid coming out there, but not quite enough to get the kill.
Meanwhile, our camera's turned to Breathe because Beishang, now with level 6, wants to make himself heard. There's an ulti here for the Mega Gnar as uses it onto Beishang. He was expecting it. No Cyclone in responses. We see once again, this Pirate is trying to take over the game. He's 1-0-1 himself. And Orcs, after that earlier kill, I need to bring an important topic in the mix. I wonder if we get the Imperial Mandate Swain. Because right now, he is kicking butt. With that minion wave getting low, Shanks with the minion dematerializer. He's playing with fire. As Beishang still held onto that Cyclone, and Wei has the Heartbreaker over. So that's an ulti once again used, with Beishang just popping out of nowhere and saying boom.
Yeah, big one, especially if you want to get the resets. The execute from the Viego can make all that difference. And I feel like for the Imperial Mandate, it's the common build we've seen in the LPL. The extra movement speed you get on proc's really powerful. Xing, what are you doing?
Yeah, Xing versus Ming. And Ming actually comes before the alphabet, so he naturally wins out. Both summoners now down for the 80 carry of WE. All I can say, Orcs, is, yeah, not a good start when we just saw the ult burp from Wei.
Yeah, and now TP coming in from Shanks. It looks like W really want to contest this one, and RNG are feeling tentative.
But will they go in? Nope, backing away. Gala and Ming going to go back to the lane, and WE still have all 5 members up here, so going to try and get some kind of responses. Breathe walks down as a Meganar. All he can think about is getting that beautiful ulti, but as he goes back to midi and Herald goes down, it is WE.
You cut out for me a second, Jake. Sorry, I didn't catch any of your sentence, but I don't know if you're still there. So,
freeze as well, sir.
My stream did not freeze, but you did cut off for me, and I didn't know if you're still there or not, or if I'd lagged out, you'd lagged out. But we're here, we're there, we're everywhere. Would you see a big wave crashed in bot that W are gonna miss out on? And this differential of bot lane, pretty expansive overall. And I think as much as W have done a decent job, the fact they've got the Herald, the fact they've kept the gold close in the mid jungle, still you're seeing CS advantage across the board. And looking at that Herald potentially be something for WE to kind of turn things more in their favor. And you asked if it would be the Imperial Mandate Swain. It is going to be. This is a common build we've seen. Does rely on your teammate to proc it for the damage, but the big thing to remember is that with Swain, being in range of the enemies is one of the most important things. If you can stay on top of people, you keep getting your ult duration, really valuable. And every time your ally procs the mandate damage, gives you both 20% movement speed. So that is a big reason why the build has been so popular. Shanks would really appreciate the fact that he can stay on targets, but I don't think he needs that now.
Yeah, Curse of the Sad Mummy's in. Poor Amumu had no friends, but RNG decide to go in and maybe make him some. But Shanks, that E was beautiful. Wei's going to die as well. No reset for him, and Ming's up next.
Oh, my Lord.
My God, Shanks is just on another level this game.
The stopwatch was so clutch, and this is why, despite the fact that Mandate Rylai's is such a broken combo, we often see Zhonya's second because you can do things like that. Buying the time. Remember, you do heal when you're in that stasis, and so much invested by RNG to make the kill work, but Beisheng there to turn it around. And you know what I said at the start of the game, Hysterics? The messier fights get, the better it is for WE, and that seemed very messy in my eyes.
Oh, yeah, this was a pile of mess. This is like going down to the rubbish heap and seeing so many goodies, but you got to get your hands dirty to get them.
Yeah, great stasis to stop the Emperor's Divide, and then you see him just healing up enough. The knockoff from Beisheng buys time, health coming in. Obviously, you also get the soul. When you take down a target, you also get a heal. So Swain able to survive, and Beisheng just there with a cleanup damage. And now RNG are going to be able to find the dragon off the reset timers. But WE have managed to equalize the gold with Herald still in pocket.
And bottom lane is not that far behind anymore. It was the 20-30 CS lead brewing. Gala is now only ahead by 10. Mid is 3-0 here. And despite the mandate, has a level up as well. He's still going to have so much damage at this point in the game. I mean, Shanks is showing up massive here on this Swain with 100% kill participation. And also Beisheng with the same. So there's a lot to talk about right now from the mid-jungle duo Orcs. And you talked about the messiness coming through. I mean, they're going to have a lead, so they can play it even a little bit cleaner than the mess. What's cleaner than mess? Somewhat hoarding. You know, everything's in boxes. How's that?
You know, shit, that works for me. That works for me. WE do throw down the Herald, and they're looking to give some gold to Shink. This is much needed. He has not had a good laning phase. So we'll get a cash in off those plates. They don't quite get the first tower, and they're not going to risk a dive. Would be difficult against the Mumu and the Kalista ult as well. Cleanse, Flash, Full Guard are available. But we'll at least get that cash in for the Aphelios. Close up that goal gap at least somewhat.
And something that for RNG now, we have to explore how as Bubu gets a barrel chain. It will be Meganar from Breeze, so don't worry about it, folks. We're okay. We have to kind of explore next moves for RNG because dragon stacking is a thing. Herald's coming up in a minute 55. But right now, they're probably scared about Beisheng appearing somewhere as Gala will be. Pierce not available, so he has to flash over the wall. And with his turret being about a sneeze away from going down, Beisheng wants to set up a dive with Shanks.
Yeah, I mean, here they can just go in, pop the tower, and then follow up on the play. So RNG know, especially with Gala now not having flash, they have to back away. And you can see how scared RNG's mid jungle is. You know, if Shanks and Beishan go in the fog of war, Xiaohu and Wei won't follow. They don't want to mess with them. They don't want to tango for the time being. And as a result, they will just have to give up that bot tower. More gold put on to Xing, who is in desperate need of it. And now a 1,500 lead for the side of WE. Still down in Dragons, but a Cloud in 245 could shake that up.
And what I was saying,
but obviously Herald in a minute, though, is going to be a bit more of a priority.
That's a good point. What I was saying, though, before Orcs was when I cut out so rudely by my internet, we were having a bit of a discussion about WE, where they fall apart, where they've been going wrong this split. I mean, WE's early game in this series have both been, like, really respectable. It's been quite controlled. Beishan has had a much better time, and I feel like WE in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, where they've kind of been striving.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think they've managed to play to their win cons, I think is the main thing. When I've said, you know, game one, they just need to stall out. They managed to do so. This game, when the mid jungle was a strength point for them, they've managed to find opportunity. And as much as the bot lane has fallen behind, they've mitigated that. So I'm excited to see how the team fights play out as well. I said before, I like how WE's comp functions, and it really kind of is on Xiaohu to be the mitigating factor, but currently he is behind.
Yeah,
and
quite
Shanks
a bit.
challenging him whenever he gets the chance.
Is challenging him right in front of Herald that spawns up, and WE are on this objective now. RNG want to take the fight with Breathe down on the bottom side, TP available. Pubu doesn't have his own, but his ulti is there. And now the biggest question, Orcs, is if they come in for this one, are they going to win the fight? You're not going to get time to answer it for me as Beishan gets a smite down. The poke comes through. Xiao, as you said, bit of kryptonite here is Ming. Oh, with a 3-man ulti yet again, sacrificing his life, but the face call makes it not so. As a hostile takeover used, actually a slap in the face as Shanks now joins in. A bailout onto heal will save his life, thanks to the sniper in Xing. A triple kill coming through, and RNG confident over nothing.
WE were like, guys, we get the Herald, we just get out. And RNG are like, no, take a few kills as well on top of it. Diving in, and the most pivotal thing is that hostile takeover from heal was absolutely massive. And, you know, I was talking about the range that a Nazir has. If you play at a distance, what can WE's composition do? Well, you know what? If they don't play at a distance, that's what WE's composition can do. You dive into the likes of a Wukong and a Felios or Swain. As I said, it's like a blender.
Oh, yeah, it is. Gala not doing too much here against this GP while we look away, but 2K gold lead. We're about to get a replay of this one, and the blender making up some good smoothies for WE.
Yeah, so Beishan gets away. It's only real heal who is like the main primary target of this, but the hostile takeover combined with the knockup hits everyone, and then heal actually goes down to Breathe, but with the bailout, look at this. The last auto keeps heal alive. And yeah, I think RNG very overconfident there. We see the Herald going over to WE. They threw it down mid and got the tower low, but they will pick up the first dragon of the game. And, you know, a lot of people like to slam Cloud Soul. We already talked extensively about how if Swain stays on you, if Wukong gets on you, it makes all the difference. That movement speed is a massive asset. If you can get that Cloud Soul, it can make all the difference with closing the distance on RNG. So not something to be ignored. But for now, WE looking to push in on mid. That's a low health tower they're looking to take down.
It'll be the second one as well. There's no chance RNG defend from this. And you can see that WE now moving as a 4-man pack, feeling so confident with Shanks on the side. Beishan taking away camps too. And this game going from bad to worse for the MSI champs. The gold lead at just over about 3K, or getting close to, I should say. Map was my speciality, as Beishan dealing a bit of damage to Wei, but Wei doing more. And for now, RNG trying to set up defensive measures before we get towards Baron, before we get towards the next dragon. As Breeze's about to go Mega now, Shanks could be in a bit of trouble, but he has those Sonya's Hourglass now, and Breeze pays his respect.
Yeah, Shanks having to pop the ultimate because he felt a bit concerned about Breeze Mega. Just ends up burning it for nothing pretty much. But ultimately, there's not really much to fight for on the map at the moment. Being said, RNG looking to potentially set up for this tower, but no wave to work with. Should mean it's going to be a bit trickier.
Beishan's behind them. That's the biggest problem here. A good bandage toss, the ultimate as well, cursed sad moment, but the Zonya's to buy time with a great ulti in return from Bubu. Ming takes a turret shot, which sets him up for a barrel chain, and now on top of Beishan, this 1v1 through the junglers. Looks easy. RNG just getting slapped with the WE wallets.
Yep, so much time bought by Shanks with the Zonyas. They're out of return now. The counterpoint is we can see on the bot side, Xiaohu, 200 CS highest in the game, is hammering away at a tower. But still a winning play for WE.
I'm kind of wondering, Trinity Force versus Trinity Force here. The solo lane is battling it out. We ain't going to get the true 1v1 as RNG do get a bottom side turret, but still a lot of concerns here as we look at the dive once again, and Shank's buying so much time.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's going to go down, but just the Zonyas, the extra armor helping out to survive from Wei. And sure, Wei does manage to get the reset, but doesn't really want to stay in Swain. Swain without his ultimate, not the strongest, especially as Imperial Mandate needs your allies to proc it, and Beishong just able to clean up on that Viego.
Okay, well,
I mean, what a game Beishong has had, by the way. Both him and Shanks have 100% KP, but 0 deaths so far on this Wukong. Fantastic performance.
I mean, hell, even Xing has recovered well. I feel like the whole of WE are showing up in this game, and against RNG, what a better time for WE to start coming alive. Now, we saw in game number 1, WE held out. They had the scaling composition, but it's RNG's mid-game orcs where you keep telling me this is their strength. This is where they come alive. Some of the best mid-game team fighters in the league. And they're setting up here to try and take down WE in a bit of a choke, but you told me, short range, nice and scrappy. W will take this 2 times out of 2 as, yep, there you go, give it over. Nice and scrappy does it. Hey, RNG, what have you got to say as Breathe? That's a big ulti, but it doesn't matter because the fight's already over and maybe with it the game too.
Yeah, I think the question is, would they go on to Baron here? They don't have a jungler available, but if you look at the summoners on the left side of your screen, Shanks has the smite for the spellbook, so I think that gives them the confidence to go for it. Xiaohu and Ming no ultimate. Xiaohu has his though. Can they make the dream happen?
That range that you talked about needs to come in, punishing low, but they draw Xiaohu in. He flashes for the ulti, but it's out before he's dead as Ming wants to steal, but they won't even give him that much. WE secure themselves the Baron. Shanks the one to do so. He keeps that 100% KP as we look at WE's game 2. That may just end up in a win.
And it's just a great catch from the Swain. But look at the hostile takeover again. 4 members hit, right? And it's not just the auto damage to each other. It's the CC, it's the disruption. Allows them all to gain ground. And once more, a messy fight for RNG results in WE just taking control. And then here, again, Shanks so on point with the root coming out on the Swain. Ends up catching this onto Xiaohu. And at that point, the dreams of the Azir are over.
Oh, yeah. He can't even get the ult out after he dies. In fact, it's Ming even trying for the steal. RNG behind, 4,000 gold. WE, a very rare feeling right now, getting excited about this team, but it's looking good now with the Baron push coming through Orcs and the multiple lane setup. However, it is actually just bot. I'm a bit wrong here because top seems to be RNG trying to get a turret of their own.
But that's the problem. You're near a gangplank. Doesn't take much for BB to clear out the waves now. There's another one stacking up, which they may be able to defend a bit better. And RNG doing a good job. Considering enemy team has Baron, if you're able to trade evenly, or even just trade at all, can be seen as a positive. And they will get this in the tower, so a bit of gold coming in. But in return, we see WE pushing into that tier 2 mid. And there is also Dragon on the cards as well.
Okay, well, that'll be the second Dragon here for WE too. It eventually goes down. Xiaohu's still slow making the back as ping goes down on him. And Bubu trying to stop it. In fact, he does stop the back. So WE have themselves a free push mid still, even despite the Mega Gnar. They're going to pay a bit of attention to that and back away themselves. But Wei wants a flanking angle. He's spotted out on a ward. RNG can't get a break here, and something's got to give. Shanks is still searching for him. There's only one brush left to go. At least he does the do-si-do, and he's going to get out of here. But WE will have themselves a free Dragon as foretold.
Yep, so second of the game, still a while away from Soul. And their individual clouds aren't massively useful. Out of combat movement speed, slow resistance, it's okay. But the main thing to talk about is the goal lead. 5,000 ahead for WE on the back of that Baron. They're in such a good position. Look at the item spikes for Shanks, the 3 items for the Swain, the Rylai's Mandate, that really strong combo, and the Zonyas to buy time as well. And now WE, they're not done. They are looking for this top tier 1. Last lane with towers outside the base, and Xiaohu quickly realizes he can't hang around.
Yeah, he can't. He's already been bursted out a bit by Bubu, who has probably had one of the most quiet parts of this WE game, but Still hurt so much with the barrel chain. The W as well, shifting sands out of that one. And while Breed pushes bottom lane, another inner turret here. But with Baron buff expiring, it doesn't matter. WE have so much control. Orcs and Waves trying to stop that.
Looking for potential TP flank. You have Mega available for Breathe that has just proc has activated. And I think with that happening, you know they're not going to look for a fight. Xiaohu trying to reset gets stopped. But I honestly think WE might just be able to go for the tower now.
They're trying for it. Graviton comes in with the Moonlight Vigil, and Bei Sheng is denied with the Cyclone Whirlwind. It's a good cannon barrage, but it helps WE take down the turret. 7,000 now the gold lead here at 24 minutes in the game. RNG routed a little bit as Wade tries to stop some of these backs, but the rest of WE stop with him. It's good unity here from WE to say the least.
Yep, don't leave a man behind. Don't let RNG find the opportunity to get a pick. And now WE have a substantial lead. They're in a really good position this game, and RNG, they need to have flawless execution in fights, but also probably just a misplay from WE. They need to find an advantage and make something happen, because for the time being, WE, and I mean, this team is 0-6 in series, right? I believe they've only won 3 individual games.
That's right.
And today, game 1 was a loss, but they made it a fight, right? They made RNG work for it. In game 2, they are in control. Where's this team been, Hysterics, for the rest of the split?
I know. I mean, the power properties of Shanks, of Bei Sheng. I remember 2019, Bei Sheng was all the rage because he was kind of like the Beatles. You know, he came through, he's the new thing on the block, and he could sing really well. Or he could jungle really well, right? And so, you know, Bei Sheng is kind of like, maybe he's like Ringo Starr for me. You know, he's always been a lead member of the team. However, he's had some really disappointing performances recently. What's that famous quote? I think Joe says it all the time. You know?
Yeah, when John Lennon was asked, is Ringo Starr the best drummer in the world? And he said, he's not even the best drummer in the Beatles.
That's it, dude. That's it. Maybe irrelevant because I think Bei Sheng is definitely the best jungler. However, is he the best player? You know, that's a question I've been asking for the last couple of years. More importantly, you know, he's having a stellar performance in this series, and once again, Bei Sheng seems to be at the top of this game. But WE closing this game out as paramount, as you said. RNG need flawless execution if they want to mount a comeback, but more importantly, I think WE as well have to dot the I's and cross the T's properly. No skipping steps here for the 0-6 team.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Meganar plus the Mumu ultimate, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, plus, you know, Azir Empress Divide. If you clump and all these hit everyone, that's how you win for RNG, right? The wombo combo. Rabadon's just picked up for Xiaohu as well. And you can tell they're fishing for their way back in the game. Baron is up in 15. Dragon in a minute 25. WE can afford to take the slow, but RNG have to be fishing. Any opportunity, any moment that suggests that it might be a window you should go for. But I want to draw attention to something, Hysterics. If we look at the inventories, we've already talked about the Zhonya's for Shanks, but Bei Sheng and Sheng both have stopwatches available. So a whole wombo combo, pick them off, group them together in the AoE, going to be a sizable bit harder as a result.
Yeah, that missed execution has to come through then. Like, stopwatches galore is so nice to see here from WE. And with 45 seconds till Dragon comes up, I guess we get an insight as to whether RNG are willing to throw everything against the wall to make that one stick, or if we do see a bit of a flip coming through. WE putting pings over Baron right now, Orcs, and as they set up for deep vision once again, notice that in the pit, RNG with only one ward, and that's just been spotted out, so they have to be the ones to walk into this comp that wants to play it messy.
Yeah, they make sure there's no last go. Oh, they're looking.
Heal is a bit deep. Breathe is one going in. Into Meganar. Bei Sheng gets caught out by Wei as well. Already a good start for RNG as Breathe heads on up into the big dino, but he doesn't have anyone to pummel against the wall. W move back to the mid lane to deny the push here from RNG, and things are still very scattered here, all in the name of securing Baron buff vision.
Yeah, I feel like this is so weird from WE. They could have just played for the Dragon, but they just don't care about it. Going towards the Baron, but look how low Bei Sheng is already.
Yeah, that's a half HP heal too on top of that, Orc. So with 5 members here and Bei Sheng trying to go invisible, he doesn't get his Dream engaged. Now, Breathe might be into the Mininar, but time is on RNG's side, and with the Dragon taking, meaning they could possibly get Soul in 445, Xiaohu's still split pushing. They're looking for an engage onto Gala, but he's not going to give it to them. And for WE, it's like, okay, now we have to clear vision around Baron again. Xiaohu has to be contested here.
But like, Baron is the best place in the game. You know, I'm talking about that wombo combo. Baron Pit is a circle. Do you know what else is a circle, Hysterics? Ming's ultimate, right? That is like the best position for WE to throw a game. And yeah, instead of just taking the free dragon, having Soul as the extra win con, they do this very messy play around the Baron, and it ends up costing them dragon, costing them some pressure on the bot side. Now RNG, they're the ones in control of the area.
Breathe this back
This
into
is a team with 6k gold down, by the way. It doesn't feel like it.
I mean, we talked about the flawless mid-game macro of RNG. This game hasn't been as much as Gala's slowed down, as Shanks wants to get in there. BB now joining up as well, and WE have mid lane pro, but the minion wave is so slim. Breathe might not be in the Mega Gnar, but now the angle, the pincer movement here, it's so expanded. Xiaohu's ulti great onto Beisheng as well. Wei is spotted out as Xing is there, but Ming with a 3-man ulti is getting scrappy again. That's going to be an issue as the hostile takeover does wonders. WE have been given yet another fight as Gala goes golden, but Wei looking for his resets. Again, the bailout great as Xiaohu jumps on in for this one. Xing trying to deal with Gala, but Xiaohu is hitting away. Shanks lucky to survive as WE are left with 2, but the scrappiness this time only just goes to WE.
Yeah, a very messy one, and you see there, WE not playing the fight as they should, and as a result, it nearly goes wrong, but the goal difference is enough. Shane goes untouched, doesn't even have to use a stopwatch, and now they're going to be able to push it and take this inhibitor. I don't think they'll be able to end the game off the back of this, but it's still a sizable teamfight win for WE. I mean, as much as I say that, a lot of gold in the pockets of RNG, but the gold lead still maintained.
No, we're just concerned here. Concerned the fact that WE, it's not dotting I's and crossing the T's. It's putting the little squiggly mark on the A instead. You know, and I know that's a different language, but it's confusing for me, Orcs.
Yeah, it feels like they rushed their homework, right? It's like they're doing it at the start of the lesson before the teacher asks for it. And you see here, they're corralled in. Bad engage from Beisheng as it's interrupted by Xiaohu. And look, Xiaohu is playing at max range. This is where it's problematic for WE. They can't connect onto him. He's playing at a distance. Shanks has to Zhonya's, but he's not actually connecting with any important targets as he is. The problem is here, Xiaohu goes for the hero play to dive in, and he just ends up too close. And now, as soon as Shane can start hitting, as soon as Xiaohu is up close to the Swain, that's where WE once again find the advantage.
And once again, we're going to play this game, I think. Nice stun from Wei, predicting Beisheng to go into the clone. RNG have a Mega Gnar once again, but WE this time, they've cleared away all but one ward. The problem is, that ward in the back of pit won't be spotted until now. WE walk through, they don't have a lens. Put the control ward down. RNG can see this, and they've even spotted out Beisheng over the wall. That's with Wei's lens coming through. Or maybe they thought it was a Krug camp. I don't know about this one.
They thought it was a Krug.
Oh, God. They thought that monkey was part of a different animal kingdom. Gala's been the one caught out here as Fate's called to save him, but he won't be saved into GA. They're now down a member in the middle of Death Pit. WE with their kill, they're shut down, and they're way in to close out this game too.
I'm not sure it's enough, though. Yes, they kill Gala, but look at the ults for WE. Swain without his is a lot weaker, and everyone else is down as well. This could be volatile.
Ming without his, though, is worth mentioning as Barrel Train tries. Shin goes in with the Gravitum onto Mega Gnar, but the damage in return from Xiaohu. Orcs, you pointed him out for a reason. At half HP, this Azir seems to be the emperor of WE right now. If he dies, they win. If they die, RNG take it back.
And after all that, the Baron is not secured, and now it's 50 seconds until that dragon. But the problem is, right? Oh, we got to see the replay.
What happened? Krug, monkey.
There it is.
That does
There's
not
a monkey
belong.
next to that Krug.
That does not belong. Krug does not look like that. Well, what?
he just had to cosplay as a Krug. That's all he did. And RNG was just like, hey, that's a funny looking Krug. And then just
ignore it. Ignore it. Even though it was so sussy. That was so sus. I don't know about this one.
Man, these Krugs come in all shapes and sizes nowadays.
True. What patch is this? The League of Legends added in a third monster to that camp. RNG, look, they might not spot it out or rather pay attention to it, but it's not groundbreaking for now. The pick on Gala comes through and his GA is down, Orcs, which is worth mentioning considering he won't have a second chance like last time to buy a bit of time. But RNG over the wall while they're zoning out. While Dragon's being taken here by Bubu. They're trying to sneak away the Baron, but That is no cigar here as Shanks comes in with a never move on to Breeze, but he's about to go on to the Mega Gnar. The ulti back by space to Xiaohu does the same, but the hostile takeover flashed away as it only Xiaohu. Now they're on the chase as RNG are getting out of their own jungle, but the dragon was taken. A lot was used to get out of there and escape, and RNG now with a bit of disadvantage as we walk back around this Baron dance again.
But you gotta say, WE once more, look at the ults. It's like as soon as they say it's go time, everyone just spams the R key on their keyboard, mashes it into the ground, and if they find the fight, they find the fight. If they don't, they don't. And there, they weren't able to stay on the targets. Shanks ult times out. They have to back away. And here's the frustrating thing a little bit, Lyric, is they got the dragon, but they should have had Soul. They should have had Soul already at this point of the game. But unfortunately, because they just let that one go earlier, they now have to wait another 4 minutes. You can see how much harder it is for them to set up around this Baron as an alternative objective. Would have been a pretty easy one just to pick up the dragon, but now they have actually started up on the Baron, and RNG have to contest.
And they got multiple angles here. Way on the left, everyone else on the right. Xiaohu's still here. The Never Moon not connecting on the Azir. Ming with the two-man ulti. The poke begins as Shanks takes a hell of a lot of damage. And yeah, that Mega Gnar could be the end as Ming still survives. The Emperor survived. Great, but Xiaohu getting low and dead. WE have found their Emperor, and Gala's up next on the menu. There we go. Finally a reprieve as RNG are left with Wei, left with Breathe, but I don't think RNG are breathing well at this point as Beishang back into the Cyclone Breathe out of a Mega Gnar, the Heartbreaker out, the hostile takeover, like a wave of death approaching them, and WE with the mid lane wave want this game to end now.
Let's see if they can do it. Pings are coming out. They want to end. They have TP from Shanks. You can rejoin. But this is a full HP Viego, full HP Gnar they have to deal with, and that is not a big wave.
Any summoners available. Wei does have his flash. TP coming through, as you said, onto the turret as Shigan's one targeted, but he's taken down the turrets fast. The flash away from Breathe. Goes into Mega Gnar, gets a two-man stun. He's buying time, but now he's dead as Wei finds a reset in front of 3 people. Turns into a Phyllis. Another hostile takeover coming through. Excuse me. A little bit of Heartbreaker, and Ming's by himself. The mummy will die once again. No friends, no hope, no worries. But at least for WE, a game in the books here in this very empty split.
And they managed to challenge RNG 4th game win of the entire split so far. Still not really high up in the numbers in them. But again, such a formidable opponent has to be recognized as an achievement. I love the Swain. I love the composition. The Azir, we said, was going to be a problem. And you saw it start to rear its head. But they got the backline access. They all jump onto Xiaohu. And as much as their mid-game left something to be desired, WE showed they can still take names.
I mean, for RNG, look, you know, getting dismantled a little bit in the early to mid-game was a nice little, I guess, contrast to WE, who've come into this series in both games now and have had a really solid foundation, I feel. This is not the 0-6 team we're expecting to see come in, but you could also say that for RNG, not the perfect fighting team that we kind of expected to see in the mid-game orcs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fights were hard. And that last fight where Xiaohu died, he had flash up. I just want to just point that out. And I don't want to harp too much on him. I don't want to say this is on Xiaohu. The whole team had issues that sort of were failings. But ultimately, you know, the fights were better executed by WE. I said in game 1 that the scaling from WE was going to kick in, but ultimately RNG just managed fights so expertly. This time, it was WE, and as much as there were moments where I looked maybe like it could go back in RNG's control, that goal graph was still very blue at the end of the game.
Yeah, it was. Well done, WE.
Xiaohu's damage, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. The condition of RNG. As soon as he was dead, WE knew it was over. WE knew that was their game to take away. Like, Xiaohu survived so many different fights, but that late in the game, WE took control. And nice to see, considering we danced around Baron, I think 7 or 8 times in the span of about 10 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. And, you know, I was critical. I said they could have just taken the dragon, had Soul sooner. They didn't need it in the end. But definitely not a flawless game, I think is what we can sort of summarize. But at this point, I think WE take any win they can get. And we go to a game 3 with WE on the cusp of not only taking a series against the MSI champions, but if they win this series, then they would be undefeated against RNG for the entire year so far, which, to be real, hysterics, not many teams can claim that, right? That is a rare title to have. And RNG, definitely still some questions about their current form.
Yeah, a lot that we can talk about, I know, as we come back from the next break. I like that Xiao's damage to gold is actually nuts, by the way.
Look at his damage percentage as well. Yeah, he did damage,
43.
if that wasn't clear.
Yeah. Did Gala do any? No. Look at the range. Look at the range difference.
Oh, dude, and look at Shanks, KP 100%. And, like, we do see some 100% KPs, but, like, over 26 kills. 26 kills, and he was a part of every single one. That's a lot.
Yeah, 36-minute game to get 100% kill participation on your point. That's just nuts entirely. That's props from this Swain, who felt to be the reason why WE won this game in the first place, alongside Beisheng. It felt like this jungle mid had a lot to say here for WE, and so makes it exciting. We go to a game 3 to see if finally WE can get their first series win in a split. Let's go. Let's see against the MSI champs.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声。也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的言言。剩多少次摔倒过，人独行，总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，将光之间。冷漠与偏见，接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过？人独行，总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。 your life. You gotta be patient, cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Woo. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. Why would you try?
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free.
Evils, ancient and deadly.
对阵RNG上单 Breeze 的话，我觉得我对他的评价就是，他不管打线上还是打团队的话，都挺厉害的。然后打线的话，就康乐吧，我看康乐关系比较严重吧，我觉得。我们现在队伍的状况的话，可能稍微调整回来一点吧，可能还有团队方面还需要加强很多东西，我觉得。
Well, it looks strong in both games. Let's be real. WE have shown up quite a lot here today, and the fact they picked up a win against RNG says a lot. And Orcs says, we're just flying straight into ban pick. We don't even get to talk about MVP. I'll be trying to catch that one, but let's be realistic. It's Shanks. We know it's Shanks. It can't be anyone else. MVP of Game 2, I'll tell you right now, it has to be Shanks. Welcome to Pick Ban for Game 3. And Orcs, RNG are once again on the blue side. I think that's important.
Yeah, give some more freedom to target some bans at specific things from WE. They've gone back to the Callisto ban, the Gnar ban, and the Silas we saw in that game 1, which obviously RNG did win. And WE opting to ban both the Gwen and the Lissandra, so a bit of a change of pace from what we saw before.
Yeah, very much so. With the Zeri left open, though, RNG have an easy 80 carry lock-in. Not a lot of teams are willing to give this one over to RNG, but, or should I say any team, but Gala, who's only played one game of it, will finally get another chance to shine.
Yeah, I mean, this pick, super strong right now. Not at its strongest we've seen. Obviously, on 12-12, did take some nerfs just to tone it back, but still an exceptional 80 carry. And the question is, what will WE do to respond to this pick? What answers will they have in play that will just make Gala's life difficult? We see the Jinx come in first and foremost for Shing, so something that does have a decent range advantage, Question is, what will they follow up on here? Nautilus makes a lot of sense, right? A high mobile AD carry, having that point-and-click stun can do a lot of favors.
I feel like, especially with what we saw in the first game too, second game, the ease of access here is Nautilus Jinx locked in. Okay, next steps here. Xiaohu, Lissandra's banned against him. His second most played is Ari. It's not going to be the Azir early rotation, which kind of feels nicer to see him on something that can have a little bit more earlier access, but do I speak too soon, Orcs?
Yeah, toying with their options as well. I mean, we've seen Wei bring out the Vi before, but it looks like they're just going to lock the Ari in, as we kind of expect, right? Two of the big answers to Ari are Lissandra and Sylas. They're both banned. And we might see Wei follow up with the Vi. I love this combo. EDG were one of the first to play it. It's like the Vi can ult a target, and Ari can just guarantee that she'll be there as well to follow up. Really strong combo. And an aspect of it is it denies away part of the strength of what can target Zeri, right? If you have a Vi and an Ari to pin down this AD carry, it can be a bit painful. So a bit of denial, but also their own tools.
Yeah, again, like this 3 stacks seems so strong as a first rotation for RNG. For WE, going back to something that did so well in the last game, but more importantly, syncs up well with the bottom lane as well. It does feel like WE are going back to more team fighting here. Orcs more of the late game component.
Yeah, a lot of the 5v5 aspect. The Swain benefits, the more targets he can be hitting, the better it is for him. Whereas RNG, a lot of poke, a lot of pick so far, but still not too shabby in the team fights that didn't get on the right target. I do like the Swain pick though. WE gonna start to target away the supports on the side of RNG. See, Alistair first and foremost. Obviously, Nautilus has been denied. Be interested to see if they fear like a Yuumi pickup. Like, bear in mind, there's plenty of engage on RNG with that Ari Vi. You could go for something like a Yuumi, as much as it might be risky in the bot lane, would make your scaling insane.
Ming hasn't played it yet. Other time, I believe, we saw something like the Karma come through Orcs. So, maybe one Enchanter for another here, depending on Ming's playstyle. I love that the Alistars are banned, though. Let's be real. Over history, Ming, Mako, some of the best Alistar players in the LPL. Was one of his best as, he joined the league in 2016. So now, for WE, Orcs has already pulled out something like the Yuumi. Let's see if an Enchanter goes. And then limits options here for the bottom lane of RNG. Just show me. Renata, something we didn't even touch on there, Orcs. So still an Enchanter, still taken away.
Yeah, banning that one obviously does a decent job at mitigating some of the pressure, while also pairing nice with the Zeri. So we'll talk at that area now. We see RNG target that Kale, something we saw in game 1 from BuBu. Still, like, the gangplank is open and available. Still options in that regard. We'll see what they have to go for. Probably expectation is just a jungler here, unless there's like a top laner that they really want to prioritize. We saw Gnar being that for RNG in the last set, but I don't think there's anything really outstanding at this point. It looks like WE might just go for the Viego. So they do lock this in. It's even more momentum. You get a kill, you get the Jinx resets, you get the Viego resets, you get a little bit of healing for the Swain, and you can continue forwards in those fights.
A lot of resets actually on both teams at this point as well. So fun little tidbit is it means top lane gets a counter pick here. So we have to show all cards. What's Breed going to pull out? Gwen's already gone.
This is off topic, but if Vi was released today, her ult would reset on kills. That's all I'm saying.
True. And E probably has like much bigger AoE. Probably has lockdown with
global.
it as well. W passive is he has a Banshee's Veil every 40 seconds. The list is limitless here. As we get an engage, nevertheless, no Enchanter here for Ming. We do get something that can help out with the mid-jungle duo you just talked about, and a bit of versatility with Breeze going on the GP.
Yeah, a lot of threat right now offered towards Xing on this Jinx. The GP completely makes sense. We're going to see the Sejuani coming out from BuBu, so really bulky tank when it comes to those team fights. Able to soak a lot of damage, but not the best lane into GP, just because the fact that obviously your stuns can't have the greatest effect because of the oranges, but still expect BuBu to scale up nicely. And I think in the 5v5, WE are comfortable. RNG definitely scale quite nicely, right? If you connect the W poke from the Zeri, if you connect the barrels from the GP, that's a big portion of your damage. And you have the ability just to blow up Xing. So when it comes to those team fights, that's what I expect. Blow up Xing, use those big tools that have so much damage potential from the Zeri and the Gangplank, and then look to follow through on the team fights there. Whereas for the side of WE, it's those clumped 5v5s. It's the group team fights that's going to find them favor. But ultimately, if one of the teams gets a lead, it's really going to make their objective a lot easier.
Yeah, I feel like getting the ball rolling here is going to be the fun part about this third game. Early game so far has been pretty controlled by WE. I feel like game 1 and game 2, we have been singing the praises of WE in game 1 being able to stem scaling and keep the game at an even flow. Game 2, being able to accelerate and pull out the win conditions that we set up here, Orcs, or more specifically that you set up. In game number 3, getting the game snowballing. You've already complemented RNG's mid jungle here with the Vi Ari combination that seems very unique, but is not unique to RNG at this point as well. More so, they've done it better than a lot of other teams in the world. And I need to point out that Wei is 3-0 on this Vi too. So a lot of reputation coming through from RNG, and that's exactly what will be lost if WE hit them hard here. RNG are 4-2. They haven't played as many series as other teams in the league, but still, they need to start catching up to some of the big dogs where WE are looking for their first series win. Can they finally cross the line? Can WE get rid of parts of the wooden spoon and get respect not only from the audience, but from everyone across the world? I truly hope so, because WE have had a rough time.
That they absolutely have. Well, the best split in RNG, 4-2 is a respectable score, and the fact they haven't played many series gives them a chance to make their score better. But if they drop a series against WE, they'll be 4-3, and suddenly doesn't look quite as sharp compared to 5-2. We'll see how it ends up playing out. Ultimately, a lot of ganking power from this Vi. We've seen it before. If you can connect that Q, really can do quite a bit of damage in the early levels of the game. So we'll see if they opt to try and make some plays happen. They have set up, mid and bot. You have CC to make things happen. Definitely potential for an early gank from Wei to happen in either of those areas.
As Ward spotted out for WE in the bottom side. Not cleansed away. Lens, thank you so much. She's going to get the first ward. While a ward spotting out Breathe on the top side, and we'll know that it is a bottom side start here from Wei. So just a bit of an information game to kick off this one, Orcs, and especially since we do have the Vi and the Viego, the snowballing effect that you said is important to this Game 3's winner. Feels like it is going to be coming from the jungle where we start discussing merit.
Yeah, I think the junglers are the ones who can really have an impact on the lane. The expectation is mid. Xiaohu's going to have some pressure early. Sway needs a little bit more levels to get going. Shorter cooldown on his Q. Bot lane, a lot of trading back and forth. Expect the Jinx to have that early prio. And bear in mind, the way this Leona Nautilus matchup plays out is generally the Nautilus wants to Q whenever the Leona goes for the E. Oh, but that's a heavy trade.
It is. Ignite comes down. Cleanse burnt by Gala again. In the early laning phases of Kalista last game, Gala did the exact same thing, but this time, so much more bounty, so much more power from WE.
Yeah, I mean, they get the level 2 first and they punish. Heal doing a great job. And remember, Glacial Augment and the Nautilus, neither of those really affected by Cleanse at all. The Cleanse was just to remove the debuff, the Ignite burn, and now a big wave. Portion if it's going to be missed at least. Ming's going to collect, but yeah, not ideal for Gala.
A cannon wave, but you're right. Like, those minions are going to be cleaned out by 3 or 4 more after that. So Ming at least will have more CS, or at least the same as Gala to open up this early game. But the bottom lane sets itself up nicely in the 2v2 as Wei is now going to be ganked as well, right on top of the Scuttle Crab. He gets it in the end, but taking this trade with Beisheng as he shreds the armor. This little Vault Breaker of a Vi wants to get back on him, but needs Breathe by his side as Beisheng is still heavy. A good Vault Breaker for the second time round, but Shanks is now here. A Flash Burn as Breathe wants to kill, but look who's here! Heal came all the way up from bottom lane to say howdy.
Still a 1-for-1 though, and ultimately, I think if RNG trade 1-for-1 on the back of that play with the heal roaming all the way up, I think they can be happy. A lot of summoners burn, right? Flash from heal, flash from Breathe, and Wei, and Beisheng as well. Both top laners get a kill, but obviously, you're more happy about your GP getting the kill, even if the Sejuani does get those double buffs.
True, and not losing anything from the wave, right? So feels like top side here for Breathe, going to be just fine as the wave continues piling in. But we'll look at the replay, because we're starting with top for some reason, where Breathe got a massive wave shoved in.
Oh, and he's sacrificing it. This is painful for any top laner. You have to miss out on all that farm. And the thing is, as much as you get the kill, the reward isn't that great. The fact that your lane opponent also gets one. Breathe would have died without you is the sad thing to say on this situation. And those minions lost. Ultimately, we see BB making a bit of it back, but he has pushed the wave in. Breathe's still going to be able to collect that cannon, and we'll end up about 7 CS up in the matchup.
Yeah. So already a great start here for topside, and it balances out the earlier loss we saw in bot. Xing is 10 CS over his opponent at the moment too, so it does feel like we are now trading sides at this point in the game. Orcs, where Xing and Hill have a bit of lane dominance here. Gala is very much behind with his cleanse not up for another minute. And RNG right now sitting even in gold with WE in this final game as Beisheng starts trying to make a move once again.
He's constantly fishing these opportunities, and if they can win out the 2v2 mid-jungle, we saw the effect they had last game. I do feel like they get a lot of power from 6. This is applicable to both lanes, right? Both Vi, and Ari, and Swain, and the Viego get a lot of power at level 6. But I feel like with the extended fight, that's really where WE's mid-jungle shine. Now, Dragon is being contested heavily here.
Yeah, it is. Ming's heading in first, but Hill can just stretch line this up as for the steal, Way's over. Smite needs to come down, and he gets it. And the first kill goes down as well. I mean, Xiao gets a reset. He hits 6 before Shanks, and this is going to be the reward. Xiaohu with his first kill of this third and final game, and RNG contesting with balls of steel.
A rare fact, right? 15th in the league for Fierce Dragon is RNG, but they make it happen there. Level 6 hit by Xiao, who makes all the difference. A Swain level 6 there could have been something for WE, but they end up getting challenged. We watch the replay. Big threat here is the Viego. Viego starts getting resets. Even pre-6 is scary. Ming instantly in on top of him. And in this mix-up, not only does he get bursted out, but the Dragon goes as well.
Man, and the Xiaohu getting 6 off the back of the first kill too. Really nice play here from RNG. The clutch factor there, and WE now suddenly behind in gold. Like, this is a Xiaohu game, because on his Ari, on one of his favorite picks of the league, he's now set up, and even Wei has recovered some of that debt he lost when he set up for the skirmish in the top side earlier.
Yeah, and now 003, and Wei's going to have his ultimate available soon, so
yep,
just in a really fantastic position ultimately. We do see in the bottom corner of your screen how there's a bit of an all-in coming in the top side. Ignite burn by Bubu. And then that GPL resulted in a kill for the Sejuani. You got to respect that, right? If you stack up the first stun from Sejuani, GP can't cleanse the second one with the ultimate.
True. But that's just
how
not
broken is Sejuani, by the way.
Oh my god, the early damage is nuts. Like, Permafrost, when you're versing a GP, has to be in range with you as well. Props to Bubu here. He's 2-0. Now, it is a tank top as we see a bit of engage through mid. Xiaohu having flash, but no Spirit Rush as Shanks wants to Demon Flare him out, and Xiaohu takes that respect any day of the week. He would have been dead, and Xiaohu now getting tested by Shanks once again.
Does kind of suggest that maybe W not going to be in a position to contest his Herald if it's done on spawn, because you kind of need the Swain ultimate. But burns the flash from Xiao, who obviously knew the time and knew the ult wouldn't be there, and does make him pay at least for a successful Dragon fight that he had.
Well, he will have Spirit Rush available, so on your point about Herald, we have 5 seconds to find out if it's going to be contested, but Wei has got something else on his mind instead. It's Gala's lane, where Gala and Ming are only going forward into this one. Xing under turret for now, saving Grace, but heal at half HP. A Zenith Blade taken, a cleanse used by Xing, and RNG want to kill Xing and heal. It is on the top of their to-do list. They are the Urukai running through. They want the Hobbits. They'll take these two instead. And as the charm comes through, there is nothing Boromir can do. As down death first, Xing will fall, and that kill going over once again to the carry in the mid lane.
And this is why Vi Ari is so strong, right? You just dive in on the Vi, and the target is hit, right? Nothing Xing can do. Once that ult is pressed, he even flashed to create the distance. Wei flashes to follow, presses R. Okay, I'm getting CC'd, and that gave the opportunity for Xiaohu to catch up. 3 charges of the Spirit Rush, enough to get there. Lands a charm, and the Jinx goes down, and now the cost. You remember, Xing had a CS advantage because of that early play, and now is falling. I mean, at least allowing Gala to catch up, but with the plates going, is falling behind as well.
It's just a big turnaround for the lane that just felt so hopeless, and a nice setup for the Zeri that continuously get bans in the LPL for reasons like this. The Noon Quiver picked up, the Snowball now truly enrolling for RNG. So many lanes here, Orcs, that give so many possibilities. It's really the replay here. I mean, this Vi once again for RNG is making magic.
Yeah, I mean, once your hits, not much you can do. And Xing gets hit by the red for the slow, and here heal. This is the right call, by the way. Ops not to block the charm, because I think I don't know. I mean, I feel like maybe they would have both died if he'd blocked the charm. I don't know. It's a hard call. But either way, at least one of them gets out. Xing does end up going down. And the end result is RNG get the play they want.
004, by the way. Wei has full kill participation if words could work today. So once again, we're talking about this Vi doing so much work on RNG. A lot of merit given over, and with his 2k gold lead in the early game, with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, Orcs, Wei's in the perfect spot, and he's just waiting for Xing and Heal to step over, but I believe the Scrying Bloom either spotted him out or knew that things were a little bit too sus to stay that far out in lane.
Yeah, you want to be careful, because, you know, it could just be an easy repeat, especially now that Ming has his level 6. If Xing gets caught by either the Solar Flare or the Ultimate Vi, he's stuck, and he will die, so you have to play this one so careful. And this is kind of, I gotta say, RNG's composition is kind of a anti-Jinx comp in a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways to shut down this Jinx on the side of WE. Not a fun game to be playing AD carry. Much rather be playing something like Xayah in a scenario like this, or Ezreal.
True. With no way out. As Solar Flare's there. Look, they got Shank's Charm as well. The CC flies through, so well timed out as Ming gets the kill, and Spirit Rush is just playing with the journey back over the wall. Xiaohu making magic happen once again as Heal comes in to try and change the play, but Heal, I think your friends are dead. 7-2, RNG 3k up, and this RE pick is taking over the game with his pink-haired friend in the jungle.
Once again, Xiaohu on agency. Game 2, the loss was him on Azir, and sure, he did the most damage, but it's kind of sit back and wait for the team fights. This is the team playing around mid, and Xiaohu coming up huge, and now Breathe could be in trouble. We could see a repeat.
Yeah, we could. We didn't get to see it last time, but finally now with the 1v1 coming through, Bubu with ultimate available as well, just waiting for that orange to come through. Permafrost after Permafrost, and Bubu holding the ignite for now. Breathe without an ulti, but at least something's going right for a member of WE.
Yeah, Breathe having a little bit of problems on the top side of the map, and Beisheng with Herald could just come down. They could just slam this and make the play.
TP is a good response, though, from RNG. The barrel chain not coming out yet, but Bubu's going to respect that it could get worse from here. So Xiaohu makes the move. Herald plating, not given over yet as Beisheng holds on, but Bubu still able to crack one of his own.
Yeah, I think they just slam the Herald. They get the tower here. Nothing RNG can do to stop this. They can try and deny Bubu from being in range, but that's about all they'll achieve here.
And Xiaohu's coming up. He wants Bubu. Now, Arctic Assault is available. Orbit Deception does great damage. It's a flash away. That was nice from Xiaohu. He's now looking for the charm. A dodge away from Bubu once again, but as W comes through, Spirit Fire as well. Xiaohu lands the final blow. Wei's now here with a good Vault Breaker. The Solar Flare, Zenith Blade. The layering of CC here is so beautiful to watch from RNG.
Man, and it feels like even when RNG get a good play, even when WE get a good play, RNG just end up winning overall. They have both dragons. Yes, they lose the first tower, but how fed is this Ahri right now? And Gala playing with fire a little bit here, but WE don't feel confident to go for the play.
No, they don't. They won't even go near him. He's got an Immortal Shield Bow as well, Orcs, so it'll take a bit of time to burst him out. As we look at the replay, this is the previous one before where this same layering of CC from Ming, just gorgeous.
And I mean, this is RNG at the best. When they have so much ability to dictate fights, pick a target, kill a target, and work as a team, these are the comps that have worked most for RNG. And the reason why they can just take over games. And you can see here, Heal caught out as well, going for the dredge line into the blast cone to try and get out, and doesn't get a chance. And then here, Xiaohu without ultimate is able to gain the distance with that extra movement speed and chase down the Sejuani.
You know, you said before, it's Xiaohu on agency, on playmaking. I'll also say, I always prefer it when Ming is on engage. Leona, Nautilus, like Alistar, Ming over his career has always looked best when he plays his engaged supports rather than things like Yumi or Renata. I mean, even the Renata game 1 was insane, right? But Ming is just such a good playmaking support as well.
Hey, I think we have some time to talk about that because at the moment it feels like RNG firmly in control. But this is kind of like the strength, but also the flaw of RNG is that, you know, when Ming is on engage, Xiaohu is on these agency picks, as we saw them demonstrate at MSI, as we saw in the spring playoffs, when the meta was these proactive moving mid laners, things like the Galio, spearheaded by RNG, they look fantastic. It looks like they're so good at setting up plays on the map. They're so good at coordinating the mid game, finding picks, knowing what to do in team fights, and excellent target selection. You see this, the trio working together. If anyone steps up to these three, they're down. the concern is what if the meta shifts away from that, right? We've already seen the priority of Leon and Nautilus drop a little bit compared to Spring. Control mages are a bit more frequent. It's fine. It's okay for now. You know, Ari's still in the meta. Leona's still in the meta. Nautilus is still in the meta. These picks are still there, just not as dominant. And my question for RNG over the course of the split, obviously they're looking fantastic now, but if we're thinking of this team as, you know, the dominant winners of MSI, if we look towards Worlds, then a meta shift could really hurt them, as it feels like as much as they're great at this style, a move away from it can be painful.
I mean, the direction in drafting Game 2 is a little bit of an insight into that. Like, adaptability for RNG in draft may be a bit of a concern that we can see heading towards playoffs. We don't know what direction's going to happen because we're in 12.12. We assume there's going to be a couple other patches over the course of the rest of this summer split. And let's be real, patches have had massive swings. Like, it's not small patches. We have had insanely heavy patches for the start of a summer split. Like, they're preseason patches, I think 3 in a row at this point.
Yeah, massive patches in as well. The thing with the meta is like, it's such a fluid thing, right? It's really just kind of set by what is working, what is winning, and it can change on a drop of a hat, right? And we could get a playoffs and suddenly realize that actually this isn't the way that's best to play the game. A team could just steamroll by playing a different way, and everyone has to match that. We could get to internationals, and that often is the case at Worlds, where, you know, regions have a complete wrong read on the meta and they have to adapt, and that could be the pain point. For the time being, it's obviously working very effectively. And you can see Xiaohu 10 stacks on the Medjai is looking to try and set up some more if Shanks gives him the window.
I mean, he's so big. He's got a 500 gold bounty at this point. That turret his too. We've been talking away, looking at the future and what it holds for RNG, because this one feels a little bit done. With a 5k gold lead, sure. Scaling on WE, we talked about a little bit, but RNG just have such good control at this point. Third Dragon's coming up as well as Heal sets up for the dredge line depth charge, but Breathe is here buying time while Shanks gets into the back line. It looks good with a Demon Flare, but Gala's still alive with his electroshock therapy at the ready. Heal dredge line, Beishang with a stolen Ming. It's also good there, but now Xiaohu's here. The Heartbreaker not connecting. A Spirit Rush again. WE clean out the fight, and just as we're calling it too hard, RNG get caught out with their pants all the way down, and now for Bubu, he's walked in once again. Assault and battery won't matter. WE are back on the board.
Just as we're ready to start talking about the future, WE bring it back to the present. Fantastic team fight from them. And you can see when everything is clumped up, when the resets start to come in, they find favor. RNG's composition, fantastic poke, fantastic pick. But when it comes to that grouped up 5v5, just not quite as effective, and we'll see how the replay pans out. So initially, a lot invested onto the Leona, which might initially seem like a mistake, but Ari isn't here. Xiaohu's not there, and they managed to get this first initial kill. One member down off RNG and a reset and pocket heal. Fantastic dredge line into Leona CFC, dealing with double CC supports there as a result of the Viego, and that's when the resets happen. Yes, Xiaohu is still too much of an issue to take down with her mobility, but they get everyone else.
And as you said, it's a reset not only for Beishang, but for Xing as well. Untouched in the back line, this Jinx is getting to the point where we're close to 2 items, I believe, as we move away from our little banner. And yeah, we're at a Zeal now as well, and he just got that 500 gold shutdown on Gala, so WE not as far out in the woods as we thought, and they also got the Dragon there, Orcs. So they're not forced to fight a lot earlier than we suspected with the way the game state was going.
Yeah, that was a massive one, especially when you have things like GP barrels and you have the W, you know the name, don't you? The Hypershock laser, is it called?
Ultra Shock
laser. Ultra Shock laser from the Zeri. These things with an Infernal Soul, devastating. So W bought themselves time. The only sad thing is it didn't kill Xiaohu, not just because there's a mega shutdown, but also the Medjai stacks. A lot of gold value would be knocked off if you're able to take him down. But still, fantastic fight from WE. Shows they're still in this game. Shows that RNG cannot disrespect their opponents or they will be punished.
And if Xiaohu goes down as well, all that gold going back over, I think at that point we start going, well, concern might flip over to RNG. That Medjai's Ari, the commitment there, the 6-0 and 3, the 650 gold bounty, that goes to Xing or even to Shanks. Maybe we've got trouble brewing as well. But let's look ahead, Orcs. We need to see what's going to be the next pilot because, well, piloting move. English is really hard today. I'll get there. Baron's coming up in 20 seconds. And right now,
If
RNG is
English ain't
setting up.
working, dude, just stick to Australian, honestly.
Dude, Australian's even harder. We don't even know what we're saying. You know, we wear thongs on our feet, and Americans are like, you wear thongs on your feet? That's kind of sick. You know, we honestly don't have our own language. It's just the worst dialect you've ever heard of. Anyway, be proud of it. Hey, RNG, Norma's finding heal. That's something. But Baron now spawns, and I get a moment to rest and recover Orcs, as it looks like it is just a fishing game for now.
Yeah, and as long as WE can stop the Baron from going down, they're fine. And I think one of the most notable things about Swain is his W and the fact that you can just check Baron with it. You know, one of the issues that we have is blue trinket's been used by WE. There's now a window where if you look at the items on the bottom of the scoreboard for WE, no blue trinkets available. It doesn't matter as long as you can keep spamming Ws. RNG are going to struggle. You have a very finite window in which you can start rushing the Baron before that ability is up again, unless you can find a pick. Now, the damage on the base showing not quite enough, though, even with that Void Staff. WE able to stall out time. A minute and a half until that Dragon. I feel like the focus for RNG will be back on that side of the map. Now, WE can afford to give this one up, but obviously would prefer to take it themselves.
Your timing was just right, though. You mentioned picks. Xiaohu doing half HP here to Beisheng, so still is that pick potential that we know and love. And for RNG heading up towards Baron, you can see right now, clearing away the vision is going to be the first priority, but WE are already calling the bluff, saying it's not going to happen, and heading straight down.
You know what? Great restraint from Shanks. If I ever see anyone clearing wards in a Baron pit, I pop my W, and Shanks holds it because he's getting the reset off. I don't think I would have the same restraint, but regardless, Bright Light's completed for Shanks. Stopwatch in pocket as well. Big spike for the Swain, and it looks like they are posturing for this Dragon, ready to take it. And RNG, they now have to try and push into the area, try and use some of their poke tools to find angles. If they get into a clumped 5v5 again, don't think it looks good for them.
No, it doesn't. And on that ward as well, they know that RNG is still hovering around mid. Good vision from WE to set this up as Beisheng wants that claw into Xiaohu, but he won't give it over. Hasn't popped the ulti either. Good restraint again as the Soul Flare's on top of Xing, who won't burn anything himself, but his heal takes a bit of a chunk from Xiaohu. This angle is becoming a bit of an issue. WE are trying to claw forward, but into the cannon barrage. They took so much damage, and Gala was a miss to getting even more down. WE at half HP across the board, and just like that, the poke, the pick, the power sends WE back to give RNG the third Drake.
Great use of their poke. And I think ultimately the main reason that worked so well for RNG was they didn't engage. They didn't dive in and try and force the fight. And so as a result, you know, the Swain didn't get that much value. Shanks' ult just timed out. This is what WE want. They want you to dive into them, get up close and clumped with these champions that check melees, right? Swain and Sejuani are not fun to play against when you're in melee range. And so RNG just maintain the distance and manage to poke them out and get the objective now. 3 dragons to 1. RNG can just play for time, right? You have strong scaling. Lean into that Infernal Soul. If you secure that, it should be enough of a boost to carry through the rest of the game.
And imagine Xiaohu with Infernal Soul as well. Like Xing without cleanse, or Shanks getting caught out as well. You don't have time to use the stopwatch. Yeah, the Zeri W, right? It's already doing quite a bit as we get a real-time action piece on our screen. Gala's close towards the Infinity Edge as well, and that's when it skyrockets. So for RNG right now, Orcs, it's that Baron hover. You know, 4 minutes, we have to wait, and WE obviously want to pick here to try and turn the favor. But RNG, they're playing pretty defensive here and just waiting this time until Xiaohu joins.
Yeah, just trying to push them, make sure the RNG can't find anything for themselves. But RNG are just fine, just playing out the map. It's going to be very difficult to start the Baron against RNG's composition. The mobility they have to get in the pit, the fact that they have the cannon barrage. Ming will just try and make sure nothing's going down. But they don't even feel like they have to risk enough to get in range. Gala still has his blue trinket. And when they see Xing show up mid, they know nothing's going on.
Just kind of crazy to see Ming D warding by himself. You know, a lot of support's been caught in that position before, so perfect timing coming through. Xing and Heal are by themselves mid. Good poke here from Gala. And he doesn't even have the Infinity Edge. I mean, Xing's at half HP in that scenario with the third item picked up, Orcs, and good little poke once again that forces WE to rethink their position.
Yeah, we'll get some healing in, and we do see... It's on the replay. There was a cleanse burn by Xing.
Oh, yeah.
So that summoner being down quite substantial when setting up these plays, especially you have the charm as well. Now, Xiaohu.
Oh, his position. No, he just walks by. It doesn't even flash, doesn't ulti. Just the wrong time in the wrong place. It ends up being Xiaohu being a little bit late on the trigger here. So opens up mid-turret Orcs at the very least, despite not being able to get the pick.
Yeah, now still fishing for opportunities. And this is RNG doing a good job of using that poke, using that threat of pick to try and make things happen. WE grouping up now to respond. And he'll cut out.
Oh, he's just dead.
Where'd he
Okay,
go?
well, that's anticlimactic. A charm connects out of nowhere. And once again, Xiaohu is just becoming this legend within the series itself.
Yeah, and now they can turn towards the Baron. Remember, they have fantastic ability to just on a dime turn off the Baron when they need. Now, Shanks should have his W up. They use the blue trinket to check. So there's no reason they have to rush in there until they see it started. See if Shanks pops that Visions of Empire in a second. Yeah, there it is. So they spot out. They know the Baron's full HP. They don't have to do anything crazy like face checking it. And as much as it's a good pick for RNG, they won't be able to translate into much more than that mid-tier 2.
Now, at least they're able to defend mid-tier 1, though. But, you know, for WE still, as you said, a lot of good scouting reticles. A lot of good things like the Vision of Empire from Swain. That keeps it safe for now, but Bubu's stealing red. Wei will not be happy about this, but there's nothing he can do as the pig runs away. Bye-bye, Bubu. Bye-bye. I love that skin, honestly. I feel like there's so many different ways you can go with Sejuani. Riding a dragon, riding a pig we've already got. Riding an elephant. There are so many cool things that Sejuani can do.
You should pitch these, man. I would enjoy it. Yeah, the elephant one would sound sick.
But I can't be on the design team because you know me, Orcs. Aphelios came out and I lost half of my hair in 6 months. So I can't. You know, I just can't. I can't live like that.
Well, let's jump in to the next dragon. Minute time. RNG if the secure this to have soul. But I think it goes without saying how much of a spike that would be. Now, we look at the items coming in. 16 stack Medjais for Xiaohu still. Just had the Mortal Reminder picked up for the GP and a crit cloak. Zeri on that coveted 3-item spike with Infinity Edge. Those Ultra Shock lasers going to be hitting like a truck.
Oh, yeah.
WE, on the other hand, they do have 3 items on the Jinx, but
Ming setting up with the Zenith Blade. That's a starting engage. Beisheng hit with the now Infinity Edge Gala. Orcs, a big difference here as he goes back to his own jungle, but RNG going to try and use his timing. Assault Flare hits 2 man. He's got no cleanse. Xing being ult in the backside. The Assault and Battery, and you've been charged with a murder way. But I don't think anyone's going to convict him in the middle of this fight because for WE, they have no lawyers. They have no case. And it's so biased because RNG are the judge, the jury, and the executioners of this series.
And you know what? I talked about this being an anti-Jinx composition. I think you really felt it in that team fight. RNG decimate Xing, and the rest of the composition falls like dominoes. Beisheng, I'm not sure there's much you can do. I think it's just RNG claiming the 2-1.
It's so sad. WE looked like they could pick up their first series win, but RNG with a breath of fresh air in the final game of this series remain strong, remain confident, and remain to make sure that WE goes 0-7. But RNG, a big win to make sure that momentum builds up for them in this summer split.
Yeah, definitely some promise shown by WE, but still, unfortunately, not able to get a series. 4 game wins is all they have in the split so far, but still 0 in that series score. Work to be done. And honestly, RNG, probably another team you'd expect them to take it off regardless. RNG get revenge for that spring series. WE in the last one to take them down before MSI. And I think RNG, you know, when they have the comp that works for them, when they have the agency for Xiaohu, when they have skill expression for Gala and picks like the Zeri, picks that can just take over, it's easy. It's easy for them.
It is. And, you know, the Zeri pick is huge. Like, I think Xiaohu once again showing what he does with agency. We're going to have a long conversation about this man being on priority picks, right? Even the Lissandra, his ability to roam and move in that first game set RNG up for success in the mid game. It's just so nice to see when RNG play like this because game 2 kind of goes out of the back of your mind and you think, well, there's the RNG that won MSI. There's the RNG that do look very convincing as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, and, you know, I always have this big question mark because regular season RNG and playoff RNG are a very different beast. Any reservations you have about regular season RNG, you need to bear in mind that this is not their final form. They are brought in a new player. They are working out some kinks with Breathe. Breathe obviously didn't have the best game. They'd get solo killed, but still managed to come through in the end. But when we do get to playoffs, you know, RNG late in the split lost 2-0 to WE, lost 2-0 to RA, and then went on to win all of playoffs and MSI. So the fact that they can still show performances like this just kind of shows that MSI champions are still a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah. And Wei bringing out the Vi. 4-0 now on the pick. Undefeated on
Arcane
a champion
buff.
yeah, people aren't seeing this Arcane Champion come out of anywhere. Like, it's a bit of an abnormality. And Orcs, I don't know if you've been watching other regions, but here in the LPL, even then, it has been something that's been here or there, but not massively prioritized.
Yeah, and we get, see the post game. Obviously, decent damage, but I'd say is one thing for RNG. All the carries doing a fair share. But Shanks, so much damage done. So, full KP from BuBu. Like, WE tried, it wasn't enough. I think ultimately, you can look at the Zeri as being something problematic, but I think, replace the Zeri with a Kai'Sa, for example, and things might have gone similarly. I just feel like the end result was they had so many tools to punish the enemy Jinx. As soon as Xing fell, that was it.
Yeah, a shame. Nevertheless, a shame. WE 0-7. Can they make playoffs? People will ask. Probably not. They've got JDG. They've got Anyone's Legend. They've got LNG. They've got EDG. They've got BLG. You can put them wherever you want. They've got FPX. They've got Ultra Prime. Like, this is not WE's year, and I think it will be the worst year on record for Team WE, at least in the last 4 years at the very least. It's a shame because the talent in this team in Beishang, Shanks, like Xie when he's playing, SMLZ's on this team, even BuBu who was in a top 4 team in V5 in 2020 summer. Like there is so many great capabilities of these players, but it just doesn't mesh in this current environment. Yeah, and the problem is, typically what we expect is if your score is like 8-8, that was what it was in spring. 8-8 was like the cutoff for making playoffs. The fact that WE already 0-7, the best they can make is 9-7, and that's if they win every game from that, which just, it's unrealistic. So technically they're still in, but realistically it's looking almost impossible. So WE, I think the focus is no longer going to be on playoffs. The focus is just going to be doing the best you can, getting some wins under the belt, getting that first win is the important thing. No one wants to have a situation where you're not getting a series win in the LPL. It's a rough position to be in. We have seen some teams in that position before. Never pretty. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more I can say rather than being negative on WE. They're kind of in IG's boat at this point, who are also 1-7. LGD, similar vein. LPL is grading out to be, like, I guess a top 14 league at the moment because we are starting to eliminate in a soft way some of these teams. And for RNG, putting themselves in a better place where they now lock into a top 6 for the time being, sitting above Weibo, LNG, Orcs. That win was so crucial for them. Like, now sitting at 5 wins. I feel like for RNG, it's weird because we kind of see the highs and lows against a team like WE. They go up against LNG, BLG, EDG in the coming weeks, and it progressively gets a bit harder for them. Yeah. I think it's still okay. I feel like, honestly, my opinion of how I see them at the moment is probably, I think they've lost to the 2 teams who should beat them. Is my opinion. I think V5 and Top Esports took them out. Fair enough. I actually think that RNG should be able to beat everyone else coming forwards from here. I think ultimately, JDG might be a challenge. EDG could be potentially, but I think LNG they should handily beat. BLG again, they should have it in the bag. RNG should look to sweep up and get a high placement for playoffs. They should. Again, you're right. They're in a good place logistically, right? Ming's MVP, by the way, which is nice. Xiaohu definitely deserved it, but I think Ming's engages were pretty spot on here as the support of RNG. And it's a surprise when mid does so damn well that, we get that support love, because I feel like we never really appreciate as much in previous splits at the very least, the supports of our league. Yeah, and Ming has been a really strong performer for this roster. Leona showing up, and when this guy has engaged, when he can dictate the fights, RNG is just a different beast. And we see it coming out here, setting up these picks, and I think it's this trio, Wei, Xiaohu, and Ming, working together as a unit with the picks they have, the fact that anyone can just instantly find an opportunity, has the CC set up. It just meant so many people were just getting picked apart on WE. You feel like you're not even out of position. You just feel like you're posturing, and then boom, suddenly you're down. Yeah, hands diff comes in as well. Like Xiaohu showing that in a lot of these different plays. Ming on engage, feels good though. Let's be real, Leona Nautilus, as I was saying in Game Org, some of his best champions in his career, along with that Alistar. And you were saying, like, it can be a blessing and a curse as
Jake off a little bit. I'm not sure if he's still coming through, but yeah, great ult coming out from Ming on the end, able to connect on the Jinx. Flash didn't come through in time, and Cleanse wasn't available, so just fantastic engage there. You cut off for a little bit there, Jake. Just a little bit.
Australia's going through something tonight. It's not even raining. Well, maybe it is raining. Maybe that's why Australian internet can't deal with rain. It can't deal with anything but sunny days. And apart from that, it just goes downhill. So a rough time. But yeah, you know, I'll see how RNG adapt. Orcs at the very least. Kind of excited to move on to the next series because while WE challenged, OMG versus Top Esports should be a little bit more close. And OMG, with the way the day's going, maybe have a bit more challenging up their sleeves than we would have expected. Top Esports sitting towards the top of the table, and this will help secure it for them right after the break.
Cold is caught out. He has to flash over the wall. Look at Flandre. Look at Viper. Dragon's descent. You can't touch him. Aki's going for it. He doesn't find Flandre on the backline. Cream is getting handled here, but he's going right back in. And Shanji can't be touched. Shanji is a literal dragon, and you do not step to the dragon of OMG. Mako gets chased down, and it is inevitable. It's looking like Thanos. That are with their backs against the wall in this kind of situation, and they're the ones that are going to have to force a fight if it comes down to it. Yocho goes in, he goes for the flash, first the Sad Mummy. Look, the exit is blocked by the cannon barrage, and it's Ultra Prime heading for the hills. Again, the Heartbreaker used in defense, and anyone's legend is wiping the floor with Ultra Prime. That's a double kill.
Finally set a play right, Dagda.
Let's see what ZDZ can do here, though. The Shy gonna hook the wall.
Against the wall, he's trying. Boomerang, throw the flash. Oh, the Shy. Loading as well. Hostile takeover at the ready as JJ Mako walk on in. B5 deny with a great steadfast presence. Cast is taking everything, but it's a Poppy. As the seismic shot goes into the wall, this is just beautiful. Takeover as well. Scout finally has the package, but Rich is going to rejoin the fight. B5 getting low, but EDG need to take down Rookie, and they need to take down the other man as well. Voting over the wall, gets himself a triple. Victory 5 continues styling on the world champions all over our screen with a quadra kill and stacked up. Gear it up. Voting against EDG. On fight for the pentakill. You better believe it.
Get around the corner here, but trying to get back into the pit. And Barrett, this is a flip. Package comes through. Viper is the target. Cream gets Viper. That's huge. JJ is now caught out, and OMG have done it. A double kill for Cream. Make it a triple. And Flandre, Mako, they're the only ones left of the world champions. The Dragon's coming to town, and the Dragon is hungry.
Feels like I'm walking on the same line. Wander these streets, just dreaming of the Hollywood sign. You keep on running through my mind. Have a good time, have a good time, have another sunny day in LA. Got a feeling that it won't go away. Yes, another sunny day in LA, shining just for you. These days I'm ready for a new life. Wanna believe in magic, looking Marilyn's eyes. You keep on running through my mind. Have a good time, have a good time, have a good time, have a good time.
我们技战队的话，就是看他们这些比赛，他们状态也算是比较好，然后整体打的也很团结，然后比较能冲。我们队伍目前来说的话，还算是就状态比较好，而且整体也算比较稳定。就希望大家后面还是就是接着努力， 然后一直赢下去。
Jackie Love looking humble, yet primed, ready to go here for his series ahead of OMG. Feels like top esports right now are in people's favor with being one of the top teams in the LPL. And I got to say, Orcs, they are looking pretty terrifying going up against them. It is a pleasure to have you here for what could be a surprisingly good series. As I know you'd probably be keen to get into this one because you love top esports too.
I'm a big fan of top esports. Sorry, I have my mic muted for a second.
You're right.
Yeah, and I think someone who has really stepped up in spring playoffs, jungling out of his mind, and has continued that form onto the split is TN. I feel like, honestly, so many creative approaches to, I think, the series against RNG, constantly looking at those invades to set up advantages for him over the way. But he has just been on form. And I think TN is a player who has had good tournaments, bad tournaments, but currently, and when he's at his peak, he is an absolute beast.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Like, Tien's day is come as well, right? Like, I feel like, sorry, I'm mid-T. I feel like we're at the point where Tien is just classified as one of the best junglers from the get-go of the split. And he always finds a way to go above that Orcs. And, like, you were telling me in rehearsal, his early game has just been so much fun to watch. And part of the reason why he was able to smash RNG in the last series.
Yeah, it's just crazy. First blood percentage, 100%. Still, this late in the split, and unsurprisingly, first in the league on that one. Can't get any higher than that, but yeah. Super aggressive, super good at making things happen. Kill participation at 15 is a little bit lower, and that's because when you have a team like Top Esports, you can't always help but have, you know, Knight or Jack Level Mark trying to find some individual plays, but a big aspect of the early aggression, the early game we saw cause massive issues for RNG in spring, was on the back of Tien, and he has continued it. I am so impressed with him so far this split.
And I can't help but flash back to what Tien was throughout history. Remember that this guy on FPX is, we look back at Tien's highlights while we're feeling hard him right now.
Pressure top.
No, and they have Renekton kind of covering for him as well. We're going to fight.
That's a flash forward, and Crisp is able to sidestep a lot of the damage, manages to get the dredge line. Here's the support from Doinby, as well as Gungun. The good magic, supreme display of talent allows for a triple kill for Doinby. The first tower has fallen. Look at Tien. Tien can come in from behind. He has assassinated Jackie Love, and Baolan is now escaping with his life. He's flashed to safety, but it's the shy.
Because we can see the posturing for Soul now on our screen.
Let's go. And he's going to steal. He's got it. Tien down as well. Smooth criminal. Bei Shang followed.
He's dead. LWX is on a rampage. The Sivir is terrifying. There goes the teleport. The king. Tien, you beauty.
Anytime we watch Tien, it comes back to that one old clip. I had to finish it with that against G2, that sick two-man kick. Tien has been in our hearts and minds for a very long time, and in the LPL, he has come through as a top jungle in more than just one split. It's nice to see him again, Orcs, because while Tien's at the top, I think for top esports, it's relevant to say that they are also at the peak of their game right now.
Yep, top esports at the top, as is in their namesake. Currently in the league, they are third. JDG are ahead of them, but they've obviously played extra series. V5 obviously undefeated, but top esports, I mean, looking in prime position, not only to be in playoffs, but also to have a great seed in playoffs. And the gameplay backs up. Their only serious loss was at the start of this play against JDG, where they lost 2-1. And since then, you know, taking down RNG, their kryptonite in spring, and continuing this momentum across the course of this split so far, I'm excited to see how they continue that.
And we can talk a little bit about their series versus RNG, right? Because this gave us a real good semblance of where top esports were. And I think more importantly, Orcs, you know, you and I talked a lot about RNG within that series, what they did well. We also mentioned that game number one, RNG got stomped. And as we go through game number one here, like this was such a dominant series from top esports. And that early game, that bullying potential from Tien was so good to watch, considering that, you know, Wayward got so much given to him thanks to this man.
Yeah, what ended up happening is Wei contested a 2v2 fight top a little bit too heavily. And we see here Wayward with what is honestly a fantastic body slam that ends up coming out to round out the play. The cast comes in, body slam there to stop the flash from Wei. They get the 2 kills. And then Breathe has no flash. So what did they decide to do? For the next 5 minutes, they make his life hell and just chain gank him. It's like, you made one mistake? Cool. Enjoy suffering for the rest of the game.
It's so fun. Like, as any top laner in that position, you'd have to be so mad. Even the emotes coming through, Wayward doing exactly what you taught him, Orcs. And, you know, against RNG, it wasn't just a top lane, right? It was a setup in a good position, but the usual, I was going to say criminals, but the usual captains came in and took charge in the rest of the map too. Like, Knight is still performing like one of the best mid laners in the league too. And along with the bottom lane, Jackie Love and Ming still performing up too.
Yeah, and we saw this play where Ming survives a bit too long. And that just ends up baiting the rest of RNG. And Top Esports just happy to capitalize on this, happy to keep pushing it forwards. This game one against RNG was an absolute stomp. Didn't even look close. Didn't even look like RNG had a hope for a moment. And in the end of it, you know, Top Esports went on to win the series. But that game one was really the one where they just showed a level of class.
And again, Top Esports have been showing that throughout the start of the split. Only one loss going through to JDG, but the 7-win streak has continued. And that's why going into today versus OMG, there's going to be a lot to talk about for OMG and how they've been going forward. Orcs, we don't get to look to it too much, but you gave names to the top laners here, and I'm going to let you call them out because Wayward and Shanji now have different identities going into the start of this series.
Yeah, it's Chadward and Chad G. Those are our top laners. Oh, Top Esports banning away the Shyvana. I don't know about you, Jake. I'm a little bit disappointed on that one.
Oh, me too, man. I mean, that takes away the identity, right? And now all of a sudden, Wayward's going to get his champion pull. I don't understand here the fairness coming through. As they look at Knights, they look at Jackie Loves, but there's been a couple of solo lane bans here overall, but no Wukong ban. Wukong's just left on through, and Aki now has his choice.
Yeah, a lot of options you go for. Interestingly enough, Silas banned by Top Esports. It's obviously a high prior pick, but huge for Knight, but he's not wanting to risk giving it over to OMG. Now, Wukong comes through as that first pick, and we'll see what Top Esports want to respond with. If they'll go for a jungler here, obviously things like Viego, Lee Sin, open and available, but also Renata very strong. Can't be paired with Kalista, but still Nephelios open and available, and Jackie Love looks like he might just pick that one up.
I just find it so funny, Wayward hovering over Aki's champion pool as well, like a little bit of a taunt. Zed, Talon, things he played earlier in the split. You can't put it past this man to throw in a bit of playful BM as we get our bottom lane here. There you go. It's the usual here. Aphelios has been high priority all day, all week. And once again, Jackie Love going on a champion that he's excelled at.
It's like all draft are going to have little highlights for Aki's champion pool, it seems. Yeah. I feel like OMG in this situation, you could match with 80 carries. Jinx is what we've seen often as an answer to the Aphelios. We could see it going a little bit of a different direction. Still plenty of options. First off will be the Nautilus, their highest priority engaged port at the moment. And we get the Samira from Abel coming out. So, you know, Top Esports want to play this kite back bot lane, great front to back tools, and OMG are like, you know what, we'll just dive even harder.
I love that no one's playing this in our league apart from Abel. Like, Samira is so rarely seen, and Cold was playing a lot of Rel alongside it. They were the duo that in spring wanted to pilot this unique pocket. This time around with the Nautilus, similar effect as we get our bottom lane that OMG have tried to rely on in the past, but Top Esports, it's similar to say that Poppy is going to have an effect on these three champions of OMG.
Poppy is so good into Samira because not only can he interrupt a dash, but you know when she jumps in and starts spinning, you just press E. Just take her with you, right? True. Take her away from your backline, interrupt her, and then the rest of the team you can turn and take her out. So I love this pick coming out from Top Esports. So now I feel like they're in a comfortable spot. They have a bot lane they're really happy with. They have a jungle they're really happy with. Yes, they're up against a Wukong, but now they get first priority of picks on this fourth pick, and they can also get counter pick if they need. So far, starting to ban away mid laners with that Corki taken away from Cream, as OMG targeting more towards the top lane.
I just feel like it's funny, you know, Knight's got such a big champion pool, and he's drawing so many respect bans coming through here as well. Or should I say they're drawing it out, putting it up against Cream. It's worth noting that, you know, Knight and Cream, lots of individual talent there, lots of big pocket picks. And while we look at solo laners towards mid, Knight's also going to this time get taken away from the Talia. So Orcs, talk to me about priorities once again.
Yes, I mean, I feel like it depends what they really want from the mid lane, whether they want to lean into something with a bit more agency, whether they want to go for something that's obviously going to scale a bit better. But it looks like they might just prioritize the top right now and go for Sejuani. Really strong blind. Might just see the Gnar picked into it by OMG unless Shanji has something like a curveball he wants to bring out. But ultimately, the thing with the Sejuani is you have good CC to help interrupt Able. I'd love to see the Shen. It's something that Shanji brought out in spring to some great effect. We'll see if he does opt to lock it in. But for the time being, still need to think about that mid laner. And the mid lane pool, I will note, has been thinned pretty spectacularly. If you look at what's been taken off the cards, there's still like a Azir available. And they are going to lock the Shen in for Shanji. And now comes the question of what do you want mid? You know, there's still the Sandra as an option. There's still Azir. It depends whether you want like higher agency or lower agency. Victor is an option, and they will just lock that in.
So we're putting a lot of eggs in the Samira basket, Orcs, it feels like here for OMG. I'll ask you a question about that in a second, because top esports for once look like they have a bit more of a standard draft. And Knight on Azir is not something people go out and say, oh my god, it's his best champion. In fact, he hasn't played at all this split. Orianna either, but let's be real, these are more the champions he's known for. And Knight on the Orianna once more, Orcs. Tell me the lockdown that this team wants to set up for.
Yeah, if it's not clear, top esports have a front to back that honestly is pretty nuts. They have this huge bulky front line with a Sejuani and a Poppy, both like pure tanks, not bruisers, pure tanks that will be very hard to take down late game. They have an Aphelios with a Renata and Orianna for protection, all that DPS that comes with it. Whereas this side of OMG, they have a decent amount of dive coming in. And this Shen is the pivotal thing. So I actually want to talk a little bit about a series we saw in spring where OMG had a bot lane where I felt like it might be really painful. I believe they were into Caitlyn Lux, and they had a short range bot lane, and they picked Shen. And do you know what Shanji did?
What?
He went bot lane. They got an invade kill, and then they tower dove, and then they killed the enemy Lux again. Lux was 0-3, and then only then did Shen TP top. He was 2 levels down on the enemy Jace, and he never really recovered, but it didn't matter because bot was 1, and bot was what the game was about. So I expect the fact they're locking this in, I fully anticipate some Shanji cheese to come out from the Shen. The question is, will top esports be ready for it?
I mean, this is all about OMG, right? Because we talked last night with our little meeting that, went up to about 3 a.m. OMG, this team has started becoming known for all these little pocket picks. From Aki, from top lane, even Cream, right? And Abel and Cole, the Rel, the Samira. It feels like at this point, OMG are kind of building their identity on what's next. And Shanji going in the Shen, Orksy said, it might be the ride or die, might be the all hail or nothing. I'm curious because OMG are 4-4, and this team has been a nice little surprise this split with a late rendition. But it will, as you say, yes, start with OMG doing similar to what they did last time, but the 5-man invade begins.
And I do actually have another story for you. So I talked about how they did that in that game and it worked fantastically. OMG attempted to repeat that same success. They took the Shen top lane. They went for the bot lane invade. He actually stacked in the bot lane brush for like a minute to try and find the all-in. And you know what happened to Sterix?
What?
It backfired massively and they lost the game in like super fast time.
I think I casted that. I'm pretty sure I casted that and I was just so upset for him.
Yeah. So this kind of feels like how this game feels very feast or famine. I feel like if Abel doesn't pop off, I struggle to see it. I really struggle to see it. But that being said, there's still avenues. And one thing to mention is that like top esports have a 2-carry composition. If Knight or Jackie Love, if either of them dies, it doesn't even have to be die. If they get caught out and they're just out of position, they can't team fight because they're chunked. That's a massive proportion of damage. This is going to be like high damage numbers from those two. So even if OMG fall behind, if they can kill Jackie Love, that might be enough for them to find momentum in the fight, but it'll definitely get significantly harder. They need a good start.
But let's talk about OMG start because, again, when we hovered quite a lot about the Shen being a condition, I want you to walk me through the Samira lane and how important it is for OMG's composition overall.
Yeah, so level 1 isn't fun, as most times into Samira lane. She's going to auto-attack you and harass you with Jackie Love doing the same since you are melee ranged or double ranged. You kind of just take the L on wave 1. They get level 2 first, unless like you massively mess up. Mark, chill. But then obviously Top Esports still have control. They get level 2 first. They crash the wave in. It starts to bounce out. And then Top Esports hopefully have the wave pushing to them when OMG hit level 3. That's the most dangerous point. And if that happens, Top Esports can mostly mitigate. OMG need level 3. You need not only Cold to have a full rotation abilities, but Abel needs his Q. He needs to dash in with his E. He needs his W to block. So at that point is where OMG pose all-in threat, and you have to be respectful.
Already struggling a little bit in this starting laning phase, though. Worth mentioning the CS differential from Jackie Love as he gets the hard push. Aki as well, he's now been spotted. Okay, that red ward from Top Esports. Going to see that the blue buff has begun. The Wukong is in the top side of the map. And again, Jackie Love and Mark with this information continue to be a nuisance Orcs. So that level 3 a little bit further away than expected. And already Top Esports kind of starting the lanes as you'd expect.
Yeah, and top lane, a little bit different than what we've seen from Shanji Shen before.
True.
He's actually just laning. And Shen does decently well into tank matchups, honestly, because you have that percentage HP on your Q. If you taunt through them, Q through them, you get like quite a lot of percentage HP damage available. So Shanji can kind of just play it comfortably and then be available for that ult later on. If you, like, after the response to a Samira's, try and just burst her out, but she will have that shield from the Shen. Now, Cream...
Okay, does he have to flash away? Maybe the answer is yes. The stun mitigated. The phase rush so good. Cream late on this flash. Tien matches it. He needs the auto. He gets it. But under turret, Cream can TP while Tien is just plain out dead on that one, Orcs. He felt it.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, it's technically more gold for Top Esports, right? Because they got first blood and assist gold. Cream has to burn his TP to get back in lane, so he doesn't actually miss any farm. It's technically an advantage for Top Esports, but it's not exactly what they were looking for on the back of that play. Now, they might look for the all-in here. Cold, I feel like you have to flash to set this one up.
Well, Jackie Love and Mark already suspicious because remember that wall on the top side, Orcs? They saw Aki get the blue buff, probably thinking he's pathing all the way down. So already giving a nice bit of space here. But at this point, you're right, Cold needed to flash in, doesn't. So the lane continues on as normal. I just love, you know, even though, yeah, technically worth it, I just love the mental game, Orcs. Because Top Esports, they're a mental team. And that is ambiguous, and I completely mean for that to be ambiguous.
Well, I think the big thing as well is, can they capitalize on the lack of flash and Cream? Obviously, in a mobile pick, and... Oh, I might go for Hex. So this is one of the things, you actually see Hex Flash Poppy.
Yeah.
You can find the better gank paths, and also, if you can find an angle to, like, Hex Flash into, slam them into a wall, it can be very powerful. Doesn't obviously find anything there on the control ward, but just, you know, providing some assistance for the bot lane. You know, maybe you can Hex Flash over a wall and slam Cream into his tower, go for another dive. We'll see.
Okay, Dreadline comes through, though. Abel is able to mitigate here with the Blade Whirl, and looks like Jackie Love can't get the Gravitum off 2 members. So, excuse me, Top Esports seem to be using this as an opportunity, though. And the Hex Flash, yeah, it's coming over. Tien wants to dive yet another turret within 5 minutes.
Yeah, ends up not risking it, but you help provide enough pressure to get a plate for Top Esports' bot lane. This is how it's going to go. If you don't find all-in windows for OMG's bot lane, Top Esports are just going to outscale you and just have a final time pushing you in and taking plates.
Okay, Wayward going to be on a ward here. Aki now with an opportunity up in this top side. But Wayward, as he comes back out and his wave's pushing for him for the time being, Orcs. I mean, Shanji needs that shadow dash he talked about. Is it going to be enough? Arctic Assault's available. Wayward has level 6. That's not much doing.
It's still not fun time, you know. Still a lot of trading power from Shannon. Now Shanji is his level 6, which is obviously more impactful for the team. So Wayward can just scale up and be strong. Something to notice, though, is that Wayward has gone for Glacial Augment in this game and the Exhaust. So Exhaust, fantastic summoner to have against Samira. A lot of value in team fights. Won't deny that one. And Glacial Augment means even if your opponent's cleanse, or if the CC runs out, you still have that AoE slow. What it kind of indicates to me is that Wayward knows this lane isn't one you can just trade freely with the Shen. You will lose those trades. So instead of trying to stack Grasp and just getting beaten up, he's trying to just have, you know, a summoner and a keystone that scale better in the later stages at the cost of his lane.
Yeah, again, you talked about the front lines of Top Esports being so good for the setup for Knight, the setup for Jackie Love. It's hard tanks here against the Samira. So, you know, for OMG, waiting to see how the game starts out, because Orcs, we've got a Herald coming up in about 50 seconds. First Dragon was taken, done by Tien, as we saw moments ago. And right now, bot is not getting many resources, and it does feel like for the time being that Shanji is the only one doing that well in lane. Bar Cream, who got a trade kill with the dive early.
Yeah, and but now, once you have that level 6 available, you can go so much more aggressive. You can fish for opportunities and for windows on the back of that Shen. So I think we have to measure. You know, you pick the Shen in this situation. You're playing a composition that wants to snowball. The ult is a long cooldown for the Shen, so you really want to get high value out of the first one that you use. We'll see where it comes down for OMG. We'll see what they can get. Ideally, you want like a couple of kills and an objective. The worst case scenario would be you burn it and end up falling behind. But for now, hold that thought, because we're seeing top esports kind of flock to the bot lane right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, Knight as well. Wave at an even state, moves straight down into the river. And Shanji still has the wave pushed out, so you can sense that the ult is coming shortly. But at the very least, with Herald now spawning, the flock to the bottom lane means nothing here for TES, and we kind of just resume setting up for Herald. But with that case, OMG are going to be on it first, and Aki's by himself.
Yeah, and he'll just be able to grab this one. Pretty much uncontested. We'll see if top esports can actually do something here. They do have the level 6s available. Gotta be a little bit careful of the level 6 Samira, and it might just be they take the plates here and don't get anything more. It would be a bold play for Tian to go for the dive here, but, you know, I've seen Tian do bold before, and it kind of is...
Yeah.
It suits him.
He has flash again. So that also spells trouble, or if you're a top esports fan, maybe trouble's what you've been looking for. Tian over a ward as well, which has been pretty good from OMG to set up defensive vision lines, but this starts his invade. He's sticking around the bottom side. They didn't even want to care about the Rift Herald. Because of that, Jackie Love was able to get a further plate, so... Orcs are putting a lot of gold here into the bottom laner, who's still leading in CS and who has been having a really good time within this lane. We know that top esports have got their priorities right for this first game.
But I want to see a reversal from OMG. You got Herald now, set up a play, stack a wave down towards bot, and then look to drop the Herald and get Abel some gold. You need Abel to be strong. If he's not, top esports win. It's that simple.
Okay. So, Herald going to go where? Walk me through a little bit about the rotation here from OMG.
Bot lane. You can see Aki is going to be pathing towards bot anyway. You need gold, your Samira. You have the Shen as well, so Shen can join too. It's Orianna versus Victor mid. It's not like anything crazy is going to happen there. It's not like you're dealing with like the enemy team has a Galio or something. So just walk at bot, try and make an engage happen, have the Shen back up, and then bare minimum get some plates down for your Samira, get some gold, and get it close to those item spikes.
And let's just hope we see something soon, because it's been a slow game.
No.
That's mid. Orcs, what happens if it's mid? You know, what is it like a Matrix effect? Are we into the machines? What's happening now?
It just means, so like, it lowers mid tower, which means that potentially they can set up to try and get the second, if they get the second Herald, they can get the whole tower, which is nice, sure. But you have to get the second Herald as well. On top of that, gold for the Victor. Like, Victor's going to be strong regardless. Like, sure, get him stronger early. It's obviously better than giving it to the Shen. But I still feel like the fact that you're down in this bot lane matchup already, I feel like it's like, oh, you know, the win con isn't Victor being mega fed. That is nice and might well win you the game. But, like, if Abel is behind, I think it's just over. Like, I feel like Samira only functions when she's snowballing.
Sure.
So, I'm not the biggest fan of this play. We'll see how it ends up panning out. First and foremost, though, we have a Dragon coming up in 25. A little bit of vision being set up by OMG. And bear in mind, you know, any time that the top laners aren't here, Shanji has the advantage of being able to, you know, pop that ultimate instead of having to TP down and have, you know, have to go to a ward, have a delay. And plus, at 11 minutes in the game, Wayward can't even TP to a ward.
That's true. Unleashed teleport's not there, so it has to TP to mid or bot lane turret, and it's going to have to come in now. So for OMG, knowing they have advantage, Aki comes in for the flash, and finally a bit of action with Cyclone here as well. Stand United has also flown in, but a three-man ulti with Aki dying. Shanji's ulti might not be in vain here as Mark into the bailout. He won't get a reset while they're chasing Jackie Love here. Shanji is taken away from the AD carry, and he's got Gravitum with Wayward running back in. Chadwood returns with the perfect setup, and Chachi's not there. No.
He's not even staying.
Well, Orcs, it just feels rough.
Yeah, the fact, I was talking about it before, if you burn your Shen ult to lose a fight, it's a bit of a disaster. It's the fact that Wayward TP to the turret, walked over there, and they still won the fight. A little bit unfortunate now. The one saving grace is that Cream is able to scare Tian away. And the rest of Top Esports aren't there to back him up. We'll get a replay. So bear in mind, as this happens, we have Wayward TPing in. The Shenel comes in, kind of as a submarine on the Wukong, but they can't find a kill because of this fantastic ult coming out from Mark that is interrupted by the Samira that buys so much time. Finally, Mark goes down, but Wayward instantly answers, kills the Samira. And then look, you have 2 tanks trying to get on top of Jackie Love, but Tian does a fantastic job of interrupting, and then Wayward steps in for the cleanup. Cream barely got a look in on this fight.
Yeah, he watched, he waited, and nothing happened. So.
Oh, round 2.
Okay.
OMG didn't hear no bell.
Well, Knight used the shockwave before, but it's already up and available. Tian about to get that steadfast presence back through as well. Cold now with an angle, but as Top Esports start hitting this dragon on full vision, Aki Cyclone, that's what they need to wait for. It's a couple of seconds away, and they are buying time to use it. The Chaos Storm needs to be used this time, but Shanji is still up on the top side with Wayward, so this will be a pure 4v4, and as Abel tries to stack it up, it is stolen by OMG. A Cyclone there, and Tian trying to run away. That steadfast presence gives him movement speed, but Jackie Love now building his own space is Cold with the dredge line in. Depth charge, that ulti!
He's gone!
Tian! That was so sick. He saves his bottom lane again.
Yeah, Dragon goes over to OMG, so they get what they want, but it could have been a lot worse for Top Esports. And I want to take this time to talk about some of the buffs Poppy got leading into MSI. So one of them, as you might have just seen, Hysterics, was the amount of knockback she has on her ultimate got increased, and it's quite some distance, right?
Yeah.
Also, the missile speed of the ultimate when you charge it up, it's a lot harder to dodge. So it's a lot harder to dodge, a lot more distance. If you cancel it before releasing it, the cooldown only goes to 15 seconds now. It used to be 30. So a lot of bonuses for Poppy. That's not even a full discussion of all the buffs she got, but just the ones relevant there. Yeah, so can have so much value. If you're able to knock away these divers, you can knock a Wukong out of the fight. It takes a long time for him to walk back again.
God, that was just so nice from Tian. With the player we highlighted coming through, and yeah, Top Esports, as you quickly mentioned, lost the Dragon, but Tian once again to the rescue. 1-1-3, almost 100% kill participation in this game, and he's just picked up the chem tank as well. So that's someone running you down, and Top Esports at this point in the game, even though it's not a massive gold lead Orcs, it does feel like they are starting to run OMG down with the conditions you set before, because Abel on this Samira hasn't gotten off to the start we wanted to see, and Knight now has a bounty. Jackie Love still in a good CS lead. It feels like Top Esports are very controlled coming into this mid-game.
They're getting what they want, and now we see OMG looking for that Herald. This might make that first Herald worth it. My concern with the first Herald was, one, you weren't getting gold for your Samira, and also you weren't getting the mid tower. You'd have to get the second Herald. Looks like they get it uncontested, but the cost is more pain in the bot lane. Jackie Love going to be able to take this first tower, extra influx of gold, and he's going to be even further ahead in the matchup. Sure, OMG can take mid tier 1, which is obviously valuable in terms of its position on the map, but this is still costly. A lot of gold going to be shoveled into this Phalios over the Samira. Now, Aki is looking mid right now.
Yeah, but look at this engage. Wayward comes in with the Glacial Prison. Tian against the wall. It's on top of Cream, but it's split here as Knight gets a 3-man shockwave. He's been abandoned by his jungle on top, as Tian still can't kill Cream. The shove against once more does not work. The hammer shock does, though, but Tian, will he die for it? And you know the answer to that, folks, is OMG do get a little bit more than TES bargained for, but it's a good trade-off nevertheless.
And you can see some of the pains. If you don't have your Phalios there, who's dealing the damage? Knight got focused down, wasn't able to do that much, and it was kind of just like run at the Evictor until eventually he dies, even if it costs you your life. So OMG get the favorable play there and keep it close with Top Esports. 1,000 gold down, but they do have the advantage with that mid tower being taken. Obviously the replay coming out. Yeah, Cream takes so long to die, and Tian actually, unfortunately, he tries to go for a really smart ult here. He wants to knock away Shanji, but not Cream. And as a result, he ends up missing both. He was trying to just get one without the other, which I'll admit is a hard task to achieve. Probably should have just gone for the snap ult to knock them both up. But either way, Tian has to overcommit, does end up going down, and obviously Knight didn't survive either.
No, he didn't. He was left to the wolves. It was a 3-man ulti, which would have been good if anyone was near him, but Top Esports mid lane up, getting absolutely bullied down. So opening up mid there in the response to the play. And now we have an open mid for OMG to play through Orcs, and with those first items coming on board, with the map a little bit more open and Dragon coming up, Maybe this third one's going to be a little bit closer than would have met the eye a couple of minutes ago.
Like, this is what I want to see from OMG, is like set up the deep vision, look for flank angles. If Wukong goes deep, you have the Shen submarine and find the stronger play. And importantly, don't step up here, Cream. That's what I'm looking for most of all.
He knows. He 100% knows. Waiting for the E cooldown. Knight steps out of brush too. So nice respect given from the mid laner of OMG.
Yeah, manages to hold his nerve for long enough. Both of these two holding up the wave at top. If Top Esports want to contest this dragon, Ten needs to start making his way down now. You can see the rest of the team are already setting up for the vision control in the area. And, you know, I hit on it before. If Top Esports can operate this front to back, fantastic. OMG, they want that backline access. I want to see Abel do something. This Samira has been very quiet so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, the engages have been good in response for OMG, but the full fights have not as Shanji comes in ready for a shadow dash. He ain't standing united with anyone for the time being, and Cream is backing off to TP in himself. Knight the same here. But as Dragon spawns, it's Knight who gets the TP down first, and now Cream, he's very removed from the fight. With the zoning here from Knight, they step on in. OMG have to now make a commit, but it's the front line that's a concern. It's running onto Dragon as Tien who secures 57 HP, a two-man shockwave with a Moonlight Vigil, and Jackie Love gets the freebie as Aki's onto his second rotation, but Graviton won't get him out. The flash away from Shanji into the Glacial Prison. Abel has not even hit S-rank Orcs, and with a double kill on Jackie Love once again, this Samira doesn't get to do anything.
C rank so far for the Samira from me, and you see how it plays out. Top Esports, Knight, Cream is late to the fight, sorry, Knight is there first, and I didn't see, you know, Top Esports backline get touched at all. Knight still has this flash. Jackie Love, in true Jackie Love spirit, flashed in. They were just uncontested, and we'll see the replay pan out. So Tian manages to get the smite, but I want you to focus on the backline here. This is a really nice ult, actually. Oh, blocked though. Okay, good play from Mabel. Anyway, look at Knight and Jackie Love and tell me if at any point you think they feel threatened. No, still no. No, still good. No, never once. But speaking of threatened, Cream.
Okay, Shockwave to come through. Knight still doing a bit of damage here, but even with 2 items, Cream able to survive, and Tien initiated that one Orcs, and you're right. There was no threat in that last fight. Kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for... I think Top East would have stomped it if Abel got knocked away without Wing. It was a nice W there to interrupt. But, yeah, that kind of textbook shows how Top Esports want fights to go. OMG have to be more creative. You need backline access. You just run at the front line. You run at a Sejuani, at a Poppy. You get what you deserve.
Well, at least the tank's playing out well for Top Esports. Orcs, as I sit here, you know, slightly dying as usual. We've got a double dragon stack for Top Esports.
Jake, everyone's slightly dying with every second that passes.
Yeah, but okay, well that's just sad. That's too real. That's way too real.
So live life for the moments like this.
That's it. Well, everyone's here spending their. And technically, if everyone's dying, which they are, it's spending your dying moments with us on the LPL. You know, this is what you're committing to in your life.
This is how you want to go.
This is how you want to go. Maybe 75 years too early for a lot of people. 80, 90, depending on how we go. But at the very least, you're spending your time here before you die. This is dark. I'm not going to take us down this alleyway as Shanji wants to 1v1 Wayward. But this game has been so rough for the Shen as he gets denied with a quick ulti from Wayward. But at the very least the side lane's going well for him.
Yeah, you can see Wayward drops a cry and a emote. A Wayward special. Has to use the ult to try and mitigate Shanji. And you know, this is Wayward heavily investing into, I want to have as much team fighting power as possible. It is costing him in the side lane. Normally, we don't think of Shen as like a split push in the traditional sense. Obviously, you can go in side lanes and ult in, but in terms of like actual side lane pressure, it tends not to be the highest. But you can see in this matchup, really delivering, and Wayward just not having the most fun. He's actually gone for the Anathema's chains. Well, I feel like you just used that on Shanji, if I'm going to be honest at this point. I think he's probably the biggest concern for you right now.
And you can always change it as well. I feel like, you know, as the game goes on, you can always change it on people like Abel, Cream, depending on how he goes. So, watching a replay in the bottom right hand again. Okay, Arctic Assault to the Catamaran. Did we really just show Wayward Arctic Assault Academy and miss? Did our observer actually just sit there and flame Wayward? He missed the cannon! What?
I won't take Wayward slander on this broadcast, right?
Oh my god.
look, everyone misses a cannon sometimes, right? It's just one of those things.
The Observer's ruthless. Power to him or her, but oh god. Well, Wayward missed the cannon, therefore, he should be scolded. I think Wayward this game though, let's be real, played the role he should have played and hasn't cared too much about the side lane. And as we come up towards the Dragon in 55 seconds, he's going to play a pretty crucial role in Top Esports getting their third if they can. But OMG not too far behind in gold, and now that we have a Samira with 2 items here for Abel Orcs, I am curious if finally we get to see that Infernal trigger in one of these fights.
I'm hoping for OMG's sake. I'm hoping they get creative, okay? 35 seconds on this Dragon. Get in there. You have access to the river. Start setting up vision. Get some backline access. Get on top of these critical members. If you just end up running straight at them again, it's not going to go well. JackeyLove's flash is still down for a little bit longer even. The Top Esports are playing this as safe as possible.
Shanji, the first one to walk in. Knight now joins in. Look at Top Esports as a 4-man group, while Knight is the one clearing out the ward. And coming a little bit later, they pull in Wayward for the knock-up here. And Aki gets into the backline, but no one's with him. Onto JackeyLove with the bailout as Abel. Finally getting into the S rank is great, but against the wall, Orcs, you already called it, Abel is not going to be able to play for a little bit. Goes into the Inferno trigger, but as he flashes out, he still hasn't killed TN. Top Esports still healthy as it's the backline access for Shanji, but once again gets denied. JackeyLove is being bailed out here, and the bailout fee ain't that much with Cream having to burn his own summoner. Top Esports are low, but OMG just seems like they can't catch a break.
Yeah, but one of the things is Wayward's up pretty soon. He can TP back in. Knight's going to reset and TP in as well. I think Cream will match. Ultimately, JackeyLove with Severum as well. The Red Gun could just heal up quite quickly. This is Top Esports taking the edge. Cream is there, but you have to be respectful.
Yeah, I mean, JackeyLove's ulti might not be up and available, but with Aki looking at the steal across the wall, he won't commit. OMG, their respect is given over. And once again, losing out to a Drake here. I mean, Orcs, this team fight as we go through a lot of little moments that need attention.
I'm going to call it, you said it as is, right? Aki gets in the back line, but the follow-up isn't there. The fact that Tian is with his W up and available, blocking anyone from access. Great play. He knocks away the Victor, slams Abel on the wall, and then finally we get the ultimate from this. Oh no, Poppy does like 2 damage. And then, we try and get the hero play from Shanji. It's just not enough. And JackeyLove, I don't think he sees his health bar. He only sees Cream's health bar. The aggression coming out from this Aphelios it's something.
That JackeyLove mentality, 4-0 and 2. When we spend a lot of the split talking about Knight, about TN, even Wayward, right? We kind of forget that JackeyLove's on this team, but let's be real. I mean, we probably don't forget about JackeyLove. Who could? But JackeyLove not in the limelight.
JackeyLove won't let you forget that JackeyLove's on this team, right?
There you go. Getting to my point, which is JackeyLove always shows up when you least expect him here. And having a great game with Mark alongside this Renata. Some real playmaking on this Aphelios with a slick cleanse in that last fight too. And Orcs, Top Esports might only be 1k gold ahead, but you talked about these tanks and what they're going to do to OMG. Abel, yes, has a bounty, yes, has kills now and resources, but it still hasn't had a great fight, and every single time, Tien is just such a pain for this Samira to get past.
He's problematic, right? And the ults have been fantastic. There was that one that was blocked by Abel, but other than that, Tien doing a great job. And JackeyLove, with this composition, you need JackeyLove to be playing at his peak. You need him to be really performing because a lot of trust has been given into him. He's closing on the Infinity Edge. He's ahead of items and Abel despite those kills picked up. 4-0-2 right now. And I feel like with one more Dragon to go for Soul, Top Esports, this game is going in every direction they want it to.
And if they get Infernal Soul as well, I mean, just imagine the burst potential on people like Abel, Cream. I feel like at this point, Orcs, we're going to start talking about how OMG get the dream fight, right? Because Aki in that last one, the engage was beautiful. But as you were saying, like, Tien was in the way. That was problem number 1. He sends Cream out. It was a deep fight. And because OMG couldn't follow up, even though they have so many gap closers, it just feels like it's a little bit janky and they don't have the same merit that we've been giving Top Esports, which is, really good synergy in the cohesive 5v5.
Yeah, and I think, once more, Aki's approach, maybe not the best in these fights. I want to see, the ideal is Abel's coming from one direction, Aki's coming from another, maybe Cold from a third. Don't give somewhere for Top Esports to back off to. And also, Mark with the ultimate, the hostile takeover, is so good anti-dive, right? It is really frustrating one to go against. You can cancel it with Abel's W, but for the most part, like, it is gonna cause problems if you're diving in by one direction.
Oh, absolutely. We're setting up Dragon 150. Baron's still there. OMG now as they get the push towards mid. Just heading up towards clearing vision, but the game feels a little bit more stagnant, and we know that top esports don't play the fastest mid games in the league at the moment. Like, they are very controlled orcs, and as they kind of just wait out, they're the ones who get to play towards a condition with the Dragon, and while Knight's side pushing as well, it just feels like top esports have all the cards under them, and you know, OMG are the ones who are going to have to make the miracle play.
Yeah, I think top esports are fantastic at pushing the pace of the game when they need to, but they've shown a lot more control this split so far when they know they have the advantage. They know right now that they can just wait for this Dragon. OMG, even if the OMG secure the Dragon, you know, they have to make sure they get the Dragon and the fight if they want to come out ahead on the back of the play. Whereas top esports, if they get the Dragon, it's a win. If they get the fight, still a win, and they can translate that into the Baron.
We've got 55 seconds until it comes through. Teleport's going to be used early here, and that is Cream. While Shanji tends to the bottom side wave, he still has to stand united. He's almost level 16 as well, so shielding's going to feel real nice when he comes in.
Sorry, I want to draw your attention to some of the items. So Infinity Edge finished for Jackie Love. Abel just backed and sold his Doran's Blade for it. But look, stopwatch on Knight, stopwatch on Jackie Love. They know that this is the big fight, right? This is the one that can dictate the game. Those stopwatches can be such a massive advantage as well. We already said OMG won the backline dive. Going to make their job even harder.
As top esports move into River now as well, some of those tempo timers are going to be huge. Jackie Love and Knight, damage dealers are ready and charged. And for OMG, getting into position here with Cold angling for the engage, but still getting past Wayward and Tien, that is going to be another matter.
That is the problem. They need to find a solution. So you see the Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. Do you think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available as the Dredge Line doesn't connect. And now, in a 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually. That was pixel perfect. And now the backline able finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the Dragon. All of a sudden, Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
30 minutes of waiting for a good Samira ultimate, and now we finally see why teams will respect banning this. That's all you need. That's all you need. One fight. And OMG, I feel like with Aki gone, they knew they were in a desperate moment, but top esports got overconfident. They were like, look, jungler is dead. What can happen? What's the worst that can happen? Well, Hysterics, we just saw the worst that can happen. That you can call your caster by the wrong name. That's the worst that can happen.
That's all right. You did it. You did it in the last series as well. No
Wait,
harm
I did?
done. You did.
Oh
Look,
my
Abel,
lord. You know what it is? I spent too much time playing TFT with him.
that's your problem, man. Don't have time for TFT. All I can think about right now is playing Samira in solo queue. Abel brings it out, and as they wait for Cold to come back alive, as they wait, for Cream, we get to look at this replay again when it started as a 4v5.
Yeah, so I think the big thing is a lot is burned onto Aki. As much as this is a good play, they then get a bit disrespectful here. And look at some of the CC tools that are moved. So Wayward ends up getting caught in the CC. I believe then uses his Q at some point. And that's when Abel knows there isn't really any CC to come out. Yeah, dashes in. Actually, the Q was still available, but the flash over it.
Orcs,
and
he got S rank off of Renata ulti. He got S rank off of hitting Cream. Oh my god,
you take
Renata
it. You take
ulti.
it. You take it.
That's sick. That's so sick. Oh my god. Imagine getting S rank off hitting your ally. That's the biggest, I guess, I would say 5.
Imagine if you could do that, right? If you just like, yo, take some damage. I'm going to stack up on you a little bit, buddy.
That's amazing.
But that's essentially what happened.
And now,
now
rank, running in Orcs, tell me what happens now.
he bought a whole item off the back of that. He bought a Merc Sim, like, complete, and a red pod. He is very strong. They deny the soul. They're 4k gold up, and they have the Baron to make things happen with. Game suddenly turned on its head at this point. Top esports, they need to weather the storm a bit and try and play for that next dragon. Not lose too much.
But look at the gold they've amounted from that last play, from the Baron, from sealing away the Dragon. 4K in the lead, Top Esports. Their backs are against their base with OMG able to break open the inner in the top side. The game feels like now OMG have more than firm control. They've got an avenue to play this out. But Orcs, I need to look towards what Shanji can do now, because his Shen with Stand United has a Samira that has 4 items with a Mercurial Scimitar with an Elixir of Wrath. And as they breach through mid, as he sets up bottom lane wave, OMG, their dive ability also there, Orcs.
Yeah, the threat is there. And the thing is, like, as long as there's not enough CC available to stop Abel, as long as cooldowns are burned, he can just make that happen. He can't just fly in and blow everyone up. You have the channel as well to throw in on top if you really need the extra strength. So Top Esports now completely on the defensive, losing structures across the entire map. You can see some extra gold coming from that bot lane tier 2, plus 4,000 off the back of that Baron. Bear in mind, so OMG won that big team fight and got a ton of gold. Bear in mind, there was like shutdowns on Knight and Jakilov, and then they got about 3,500 gold from that Baron play. Massive gold swing, which, you know, obviously later after the game, we're going to see that nicely displayed on the graph. But for the time being, still something to play for here. A minute 15 on this Dragon, which once again would be sold for Top Esports, but I suddenly feel a lot less confident in them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the item difference has started balancing in OMG's favor. We are getting player gold here with Abel having the highlight here, but Cream ain't too far behind Jakilov and Knight. So OMG, as they clear out vision here, Orcs, they're setting up for the Dragon and giving themselves every possibility to make it their number 3. For Top Esports, though, walk me through similar conditions we were talking about earlier in the game, but now the difference is that OMG have a lot more items and damage.
Well, I think honestly it got a little bit simpler for Top Esports. Just stop Abel, right? He's now hyper fed. Just stop him from doing what he did the last fight. You know, you have textbook how you don't want fights to go. So not that. And obviously there's other aspects to it. You know, the backline dive from OMG can be problematic. If the right people get on top of, say, Jakilov, can cause issues. But yeah, it really just boils down to don't let Abel do that again.
Okay. Well, with target Abel coming through 15 seconds, but Top Esports are still in the base. TN sets up topside scuttle, but it looks like for this one, they may just be willing to give OMG that final Dragon before we face Sol for both of these teams. So Top Esports nowhere nearby. Heading up towards the top side, and there's no Baron, there's nothing there to trade. So we are going to have a game where we fight over an Infernal Sol for OMG and Top Esports.
Definitely going to be a fun one. Top Esports making the decision not to try and contest to play it safe. I think, you know, ultimately there's decent reason behind that. You know, you don't have Rabadons yet for Knight, whereas Cream has his finished. Obviously, you know, you don't have vision in that area. If you look at the vision of the bot side of the map, OMG's had complete control of the back of their Baron pushes. So now game goes back into a bit more of an equal state again, not in terms of gold, in terms of like map pressure you would hope, and Top Esports will start to be able to push out a bit and clear out the vision, but OMG still very much ahead, and with a minute 20 on that Baron, they could start to lean towards that.
But I think the important thing we need to notice is cameraman is obviously now loving Abel. Pick onto TN, but is it one? Top Esports is still here as TN runs away without burning any summoner. Or, I was going to say, the wards in Baron for Top Esports with double TP. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, they definitely have. The problem is with Top Esports is that they don't really want people TP flanking. For OMG, TP flanks, I mean, you don't want Victor TP flanking, but Shanji, he has his ultimate, you can join on a dime. But Top Esports, like, you kind of need Shanji, Wayward as your front line. You need Knight backing up Jakilov. So the ward's not the most useful, I'd say, for the angle. Just give them some vision, but yeah. At the moment, they're happy just to slow down the game and try and play for the item spikes. But you can see now the difference. Like, Tian felt unkillable in the mid game, and now it feels like, you know, he's liable to get blown up quite quickly. The armor penetration is there, the magic penetration is there. Yep. These carries are really coming online, and with the GA for Abel, things get a little bit scarier.
A little bit harder, yeah, absolutely. Stopwatch as well here for Colt. Let's just talk about time-breaking techniques with the stopwatch for Shanji, stopwatch for Arky. Everyone's gearing up for this last fight. While on the other side, Wayward got harder to kill. Tien's almost harder to kill. Knight is full build here at 400 CS as Cream is now towards the mid lane, but he's got a Banshee's Veil, which makes it hard here to send out Wayward's ulti or Knight's or Tien's, anyone's. And Jakilov too, with a GA as well, Orcs. So everyone's hitting that point in our 37-minute game as Baron spawns. This could go down fast by Top Esports, even with the warding. I mean, OMG have to approach.
Yeah, they want to try and force Shanji to opt into the fight. It's still a precarious position, but so much shielding afforded to Jakilov right now does make it difficult to really land any sort of sticking damage. And Ken is hunting.
He is for Aki. Good poke damage coming through as well. Top Esports not fully committing as Jakilov is one stepping forward. Abel's still there safely on the side, but Shanji's just on an inhibitor. I mean, Top Esports are sacrificing their inhibitor turret for this Baron. Shanji's just pushing his way to a victory.
Oh my god, if Aki steals this is so doomed, but he's knocked away!
Oh, good ulti. Great ulti. The keeper's verdict from TN keeps the verdict towards Top Esports as the inhibitor gets broken down. Now, Shanji will be able to clear this wave and push up. As he goes towards the Nexus turret, he's not backing off, but as they get out of vision with the Baron buff, he eventually calls it quits. So that's the bottom wave broken there, Orcs, before the Dragon Soul, crucially, while Top Esports commit everything for the Baron.
Yeah, bot lane, not that big of a deal because a minute 45 until the next Dragon, that's the big objective you're playing for, right? Baron, by the time Baron is up, Inhib will be back up once more. So it's the closest lane to Dragon. You're not really that bothered that it goes down. You got the Baron yourselves. You get some experience. You get some gold. Jakilov now full build with the rapid fire cannon. And you have those extra stats afforded by the Baron buff going into that Dragon fight. Obviously, we often talk about the Baron, the minion pushing power. That's relevant. I think the main thing is, you know, when we're going to this big fight, likely going to be the game-ending fight is this next Dragon. Having those extra stats is definitely an asset.
As Top Esports approach now, minute 10, we're very early towards the Dragon, but both these teams, you can see the importance of getting this soul. As Cold is the one who's been dredgelining every single fight. The core engage here alongside Aki. And OMG regaining their control around mid lane as well. Shanji is an absolute refrigerator unit right now, Orcs. We didn't get to talk about it, but I think he was a Series 6 550 liter, if I remember. A big refrigerator who, with 45 seconds left to go, he's got a lot of space in there.
Yeah, a lot of space for your vegetables and meats and everything. He is an absolute unit. Wayward pretty tanky as well. And now OMG are the ones with control of the area. Bear in mind, Top Esports need to get in. It is so dangerous to face check. OMG obviously want to cause disruption. They want to get on the back line, whereas Top Esports want to be grouped up and play that front to back. So they have to be so cautious pushing up around these pockets of vision. Look at Aki threatening on the flank.
But Tien knows he's here. He knows he's here, and he wants to take him out. But the Blastcorn may have done so much here for OMG as Wayward has to get over the wall. Shirelli is out. OMG haven't committed much for this. Orcs, they've barely used anything as Mark has to burn his flash to get out. And now as the Dragon spawns, Top Esports approach with the Glacier Prisoners. Wayward has started off Tien off on the side on top of Kareem. Great AoE here as Wayward still frontlining. Jakilov gets an ulti. Aki though, even better. Abel starts spinning again, but he goes in GA. Jakilov is playing Ninja Gaiden. Another GA comes through, but Abel burnt down. Knight is just that king of the mid lane as he steps on up. Cream survives. This is wild. This is just an animal zoo right now as Knight continues throwing his ball all over the place. But look, Jakilov did 11k damage in that fight, and Dragon's still not gone.
Oh, but he can TP back in. Knight has TP. You got to go for it. Mid. Why are you TP mid? The Dragon,
I don't know. Okay, well, Cream's going to die at the very least now that Knight gets a kill on top of Dragon. The soul is there. Aki's at 1.4k. Knight's trying to steal it away, but the smite comes through. Soul for OMG at the cost of Knight getting another kill.
You should have TP'd the Dragon. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think killing Cream does anything, but there was a ward there. He could have TP'd to. He could have forced Aki off. And we got to replay the fight. So this is chaotic, but Jakilov very quickly stacks up a ton of chakrams. Tian unfortunately doesn't connect with the ult, but the watch this. Everyone's low. CC's all down. Abel flies in only for Jakilov just to dispatch him. And then it looks like Jakilov is primed to take over, but Cream, just as the bailout times out, finishes him off. Otherwise, he would have killed Cream. And then he comes back straight into a laser. And it's only Knight left. And Knight makes the choice. He gets the kill, sacrifices the Dragon, Infernal Soul. When teams scale this, when there's so much power between both of these compositions, that extra burst of damage, definitely a massive asset.
So, Soul's there, Baron up in 2 minutes as well, but OMG in that last fight kind of showing us another element of something, you know, that we briefly mentioned at the start, but never again. Cream, their other source of damage, is at full build, Orcs, and his ability to take down Jakilov was very evident there. Like, the burst is insane. We are at late game Victor 2, so mid 80 carry for both these teams. Whoever's left standing out of those carry rolls just feel like they win it for their side.
Yeah. I just feel like Jackie is so scary. Jay obviously procs, so he sold it and got a mix him. Like, if he autos someone at this point in the game, the damage is obscene. It's just whether he can continue to auto without getting taken down. But, like, look at these autos on the minions.
They got mid-turret at 42 minutes in the game, Orcs, so
They got the tower vented. Took a bit of time, but they get in the end now. It's a minute 15 till that next Baron. And at the moment, it's probably just going to be a bit more of bouncing waves to each other. I'm not sure how convinced I am that either side can set up well for this Baron. But right now, Top Esports are trying to contest AD Vision and then reset. OMG, I think they have the better odds, right? We saw their setup around Dragon. If they can get, like, wards behind, if they can get flank angles, it can be really powerful. We'll see what ends up happening. Bloodthirster picked up for Abel instead of his GA, though.
Okay. Well, Wyatt's on the cooldown. Nicely done. All right, Orcs. Let's wait. 40 seconds. I feel like this game has, come to an epitome that I never expected. Top Esports coming into today. Firm favorite. 7-1, 7-win streak. OMG have been a little bit scattered, but they just came off the back of beating EDG. And for that reason, OMG deserving of a little bit more respect in the community. As we gear up for our 5v5, look at this. TN going forward, wanting to run down with Jackie Love. Has a Shirelia's in his support pocket.
This is deja vu. Look more.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, someone needs to deal with that. Top Esports are like, we'll send Wayward. 4 people now in front of the Baron buff. It doesn't spawn for another 5 seconds, though.
Yeah, I mean, last time they rushed it and traded for the inhib, they just lose the inhib for free.
Wayward's going to deal with him for the time being, but that's one core piece that's not there. With Stand United, that will be available. Wayward will need to interrupt it as onto the Baron. OMG not there yet. Aki Nidus still is going down so quick. The ulti flies from Jackie Love with the Moonlight Vigil Infernum. OMG can't contest, and as Wayward continues to bully down, Shanji now looking for an escape ground and does so easily. So Inhibitor goes down for Baron. Orcs. Deja vu.
Yeah, we had this exact passage of play. Top Esports, they have the DPS and the shielding for the Baron, and OMG just struggled to approach. They're so wary about diving in and getting blown up. And we see Wayward able to defend, stop any Shen ult coming out, because obviously if Shanji does ult, he'll just get interrupted, and the shield is nice, but it's not enough. Yeah, so end result is Baron for Top Esports once more. I'm not sure there's much they can do with it. I'm going to be real. I feel like this game is just waiting for that Elder Dragon. And that's going to be the game. That's going to be who gets Elder probably just wins this match. And bear in mind, Hysterics, this is the best of 3. We're in game 1.
We are in game 1. Set up for what could be a brilliant best of 3 series. The Elder flip, though, let's be real. There's been so many times where we've seen teams flip this around, like Top Esports in the past. And willing to sacrifice the game to that as Cold flashes over the wall, but he's denied. Renata ulti's a great combat here as Jackie Love's targeted down. The bailout's there, but Jackie's going to go down. Forward goes Cream, but as Wayward tackles him through. Tien with a 2-man ulti out, tries to bring the favors back in. On top of Knight, Aki wants to bring it through, but now Cream's a new target as the Rise comes through, and Wayward's done it up, but Abel cleans him up. Shenji's here to play, and Top Esports, it's an even trade in this chaotic game.
Just madness. It ends up being an even trade. Ultimately, you kind of see what happens. So if Top Esports lose Jackie Love, he is such a humongous proportion of their damage. And OMG don't care what they lose to get him. They end up going in here, Cold with the flash into the dredge line. Jackie Love doesn't even flash here. He holds up the whole fight, goes instead for the Gale Force, ends up going to the bailout, deals a bunch of damage, and it looks messy. Is all I can say. The ult from Tien, spectacular, and that allows them to find Cream in the extended fight, but it does cost them Wayward as well. I'm just going to say it, this fight didn't mean much. Both teams, pretty much everyone's full build, gold is irrelevant. The thing that mattered was the summoner spells. Take stock. Aki, no flash. Cream, no flash. Abel, no flash or cleanse. Jackie Love retains his flash, however. One of the few people in this game to still have that summoner spell available, and it could well be super impactful. This is the fight, Hysterics. 46 minutes of game time, and this is all what's going to come down to.
About time. These shenanigans must come to an end. At 46 minutes, Top Esports versus OMG, the start of this series has been closer than anyone could expect. Comes down to this. Jackie Love, as you said, with the flash, feels like one of the big things to focus on as Tien is a zoning angle right now. The Elder there as Jackie Love just starts targeting down Shanji. Everyone from Top Esports at his side as Cream tries to zone around there, looking for the turn of play, but Elder's still staring them in the face right now as they move to mid, they move back to River, and Orcs, we do this again.
Yeah, and you can see they're wary of Shanji. Shanji has flash, remember. No cleanse for JackieLove. You have to be a little bit cautious.
Do they know where Aki is? That ward could spot him out. An 8K, they're going down quick. Cold sets up the engagement, is on the way with his TN in front of the Dragon Knight, zoning out Shanji here with a good stand. United coming through as well as Abel. Takes down Wayward. Top Esports are down a member and they're down the Elder. OMG have rushed this and now Shanji wants to get on in. His flash is down so he won't be able to get out there, but OMG, they found the objective, they found the pick, and now they're going to try and blast it home with Top Esports at their wing.
It looks like they're trying to stop the recalls. TP coming in from Shanji. He's going to end.
And today I learned that Elder burns down on your ally as Shanji on top of the turrets, looking for a name change here. The next Nexus turret going down. Shanji doing so much work as Top Esports try to defend, but Riot Games, I want a name change as he gets sent outward. It's still an OMG win. Let's call him Shanji into Shenji, the top laner of OMG coming in clutch.
Man, what an absolute battle in that one. Going up close to 50 minutes, and in the end, we didn't get the big explosive fight around Dragon, but OMG knew what they had to do. Shanji was such a threat. Did you not see, like, in that fight, he was soloing Knight on the Orianna, and they had to all back off and try and defend, and then they just couldn't reposition again. And I think ultimately, I thought that if we went to late, Top Esports would be favored, but they just couldn't find the angles in. They kept losing Wayward for nothing. They kept being so reliant, and this is sometimes the issue. If you have this composition with 2 tanks, an Enchanter, Orianna, who's, does decent damage, don't get me wrong, but then, like, you're so reliant on JackieLove. If JackieLove can't hit a target, if JackieLove is CC'd, if JackieLove is dead, your comp falls apart. And ultimately, enough opportunities where OMG found that, or, that fantastic ult from Abel that found them that teamfight win. We kind of went from a game where it seemed like it was all done to blown open in a moment, and then OMG come back and win it.
Oh, it's OMG's game that needs to be highlighted here because it started out so rough. Like that Samira game, but the first 30 minutes, Orcs didn't do anything. Then we got a fight, then Abel's suddenly a threat. Then Cream gets late game. And these angles picked out by OMG, just so good. As the damage grab, the gold grab, it works perfectly.
Dude, we know exactly, that massive one where it goes from Top Esports, a huge lead for OMG. That is that fight where Abel got the Quadra into the Baron. And the thing is, Top Esports brought it back. Obviously, gold becomes less relevant later on, but then it's just the final fight in favor of OMG, getting the Elder as well. Cream doing even more damage than JackieLove, but just very much a team effort from OMG to be able to find that one. And this is a team who are middle of the pack, by the way. They're in 9th place. Yep. They're 4-4, and they have even game score prior to this one where they've now pulled ahead, and yet they just managed to take a game off Top Esports. And man, that was a game.
That was
a lot of game in that match. That was an absolute battle, a slugfest.
That was just the start, as you said in game. That was literally just the start of this best of 3. OMG and Top Esports, this is kind of why we love both of these teams at the moment. Top Esports kind of come out of the barrel with these, with some crazy game plans, and OMG with these unique picks as well. The Shanji, no, I don't care. The Shenji wins. Game one's over. we go to a break, Orcs. We're going to recoup and see what happens for the rest of this start of a crazy series.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The
epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
We're free. Don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming our tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright.
这把倒还好吧，可能我就是英雄田可能比较多，但是个个都是菜。我觉得微博的选手是一名就是进攻技非常强，然后防抗的英雄池方面也都挺全面的。然后我的话打他可能就比较注重防守吧，然后先保证自己发育，然后再考虑其他的事情。
I feel like Shanji is, really down on himself. He's not as confident as maybe some would expect, for someone who's an up-and-comer.
This is what we saw from the Shyvana game. This is what we see from the Shen game. Build full tank and just dumpster everyone like an absolute Chad. That is textbook Shanji. And just the fact that I don't know, man, you're full, everyone's full build, 48-minute game, and you're sitting on the backline soloing Knight on Orianna, just vibing in the final fight for Elder. I love this guy. Great player.
As we bring up MVP, I mean, this was an OMG game that came out of nowhere, right? 30 minutes in, top esports like, oh, well, these team fights look easy. Abel gets MVP Orcs, which I feel like is definitely deserved after the couple of big fights, but a lot of the key players in this team, like Cold especially, I think on Nautilus, to help him get to this point is worth mentioning.
I mean, I feel like ultimately this was a situation where this was the fight. This fight earned MVP for Abel. It was a single fight. And Cold, in fairness, secured the dragon, by the way. Denied Soul from Top Esports. So credit to him as well for that one. But yeah, as much as there's other clips and as much as Abel continue to be relevant, that was the one fight that was so significant. Top Esports about to get Soul. It looks doomed. And he just finds the reason for picking Samira.
And how hard was this game tracking, right? Like, even as I'm calling these fights, I really struggled to look at these core players because I don't know where Abel joins in. Cream starts doing a lot of work. Like, Shanji, oh god, I should have never said it, is side laning and ends the game. There were so many individual players that came clutch in that game. And I feel like, it started with Tien on Poppy. Like, we talked about what his ultis did, and that's when you get the League of Legends games where those individual mechanics make or break the game, like, as you said, Abel's ultimate that got him MVP.
Yeah, and just all it takes is one clutch moment, and now Top Esports have to answer back. And I feel like OMG is becoming a frustrating team to play against because they bring out these wild cards. Like, the fact you have to ban Shyvana instantly just, is frustrating. The fact that no one is ready to deal with Shanji Shyvana. And now, you have to think, should we have left the Samira open? Was that a mistake? I think Top Esports will re-examine how they go into this next game. Potentially go for, a bit more of a diverse comp in terms of more threats across the board. Maybe a bit more for contested early game. As much as the early game was solid, it definitely felt like slower pace than some other comps we've seen. But either way, it's hard going into a draft against OMG because you just never know.
Yeah, you don't. And like OMG, those pocket picks becoming their identity super fast. And this 4-4 team who open up against Top Esports, no matter what happens as we get those two bans away on blue side Orcs, I think OMG have definitely earned respect in our books for that last game, and even more so than they already had for the rest of the split. So welcome back. We have OMG on the red side this time around, and we've got the two pockets that have already been taken away, Orcs. A third here for Top Esports.
Yeah, to get rid of the Shen. No, I don't think we will see that. There's still like there's so much available now as a result. Ari, Silas ban to targeting away Knight. Zeri probably going to be the third ban here, but that means Senna and Kalista. Ooh, Zeri left out. Well, I'll let you predict the first pick, Serex. What do you think it's going to be?
This is a hard one, isn't it? Zeri?
Tricky. Oh my lord, you got it in one. And now the question's going to be, what do OMG bring in response? Because, you know, whenever you leave Zeri open, no one leaves Zeri open without a plan. It's not always a good plan, but you have to at least have a plan in place. And they are going to start off with the Nautilus, which is being textbook response into that blue first pick. Zeri, the high mobility 80 carry, having that point and click stun to pin it down.
I think, you know, a lot of our teams having an idea into what's taken to Zeri hasn't been successful most of the time, right? It's not always a good plan, but I think most of the time it's not. But this time with Tristana in the bottom lane, heavy emphasis on the bot lane again for OMG seems to be a theme.
Yeah, and this was like the original matchup. I remember like early on when we just saw Zeri released, it was like Tristana Nord was the answer. I actually love the Braum here. I think this is a fantastic pick. I was going to mention it, but unfortunately they beat me to it. When they jump on top of you, the only thing you can do to really prevent that Tristana stacking up the bomb is have the Braum there. You can block the application, you can block the stacking, you can block Tristana finding the all-in, and then you start applying the passive. It's a really hard lane for this Tristana and Nautilus just to take over. And suddenly it's gone from being, oh no, it's a counter lane to, that's fine. And now OMG have to try and work out what they're going to take here. Jungler would be the typical, right? Just answer what top esports have. But if there's something left open they want to prioritize, now is the time.
Cream thinking about the Corki mid instead of jungle though. Looking past the Yasuo. Cream is not an OTP Yasuo, but it's one of his favorites. He'll go past it for the Corki this time to, I guess, give a bit of stability this time, Orcs.
Yeah, I think one thing to be mentioned is that the reason the Corki works a little bit here is look at top esports come so far. Jungler picked, support picked, no real primary engage. And Corki loves that. Corki wants to stand at max range and just fire rockets at the enemy team without getting jumped on. So does make sense in that regard. And obviously the mid pool's already been thinned. Ari, Silas, Talia all gone away from Knight. And you can see the Orianna wasn't quite having the same level of impact from what we've seen from Knight so far this split. Definitely felt like the pool pinching hurt him a bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, Knight's been a little bit more particular this split as well as we get the Talia ban. Lee Sin comes through as well on Arky. Now, Arky is someone who is willing to give up the Wukong this time around. As Swain you talk about.
Maybe a ban
what
here?
else?
Yeah, I feel like you could ban. They end up going for the Gwen, so Swain's still an option. Obviously, Swain wants to be in range of things, and Corki is longer range, but as long as they pick some engage via top, that could work. Regardless, top esports final ban. Looks like they might just go for the Shen away from Shanji. Yeah, I can get it.
Pockets. Yeah.
And now, for OMG, you probably just take your jungler here and then give counter pick to Shanji. Unless you want to take like something like Gnar and prioritize that here. I'm not sure if I would necessarily want to do that though. I feel like Shanji isn't that sort of player to just, I'm going to take Gnar in every scenario. In fact, he's actually going to take the Sejuani away from Wayward. So I expect here top esports probably going to take Gnar themselves, would make sense. And then we see what Knight is going to bring out in this scenario.
Maybe it is just standard, right? Maybe we do, for Wayward side at the very least, get the Gnar. You're questioning about Knight here.
Maybe the Victor
now,
actually for Knight.
Oh god, I hope not. Orcs, if we see Victor versus Corki, if we see Azir versus Corki, I'm just ready to say we're stuck in spring.
I don't mind Victor as much because Victor, like, you can actually pressure the lane. But Azir Corki would be boring. Swain, though, I said it wasn't banned, you know. I would kind of vibe with this, honestly. I feel like so many fun games have come from seeing Swain. Oh, why did I say it? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, hysterics. I kissed it. So, yeah. So.
And I hate this. Honestly, I hate that this gets flexed every time. People go, oh, it's open, but he won't pick it up. Orcs, Viego, Lee Sin. Okay, they're both taking it all. Oh, my God. Okay, Arky. I take it all back. We get Belveth. Please, 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 Orcs. Tell me how this integrates, because this Empress of the Void, Kaiser's grandmother, you know, like the owner of Vogue magazine, but the Void version. Tell me how this team functions with this late game scaling of a woman.
Well, I feel like they have like so much, like they have long range poke from the Corki, and then if you get up close to them, like the thing is, Aki can very quickly stack up Shanji's passive. You have Abel as well, who can quickly blow up any threats that get close. Like, OMG can just play at range, and then if you funnel into them, they can honestly decimate. I am really hyped to see the Belveth. Obviously, we've seen Kanavi bring it out. Has that mobility in the early game, can be a bit fickle, but does scale well. Has the E ability, 70% damage reduction for a short time, even so, is kind of crazy. And I feel like, you know, you could play towards, you could just kind of play farm up, but if the Herald is a big factor, is something to note. For anyone who hasn't seen it, securing Herald is like the thing you need to do. Even more extreme than like Shyvana securing dragons. So I want to see them prioritize towards that and see how they're going to make that work. But ultimately, you know, I think top esports are happy with their lane matchups. You know, they're going to have prio mid. They're going to have a comfortable bot lane matchup. They're going to have a comfortable top lane matchup. Laning is good for top esports. And they have a more active jungle in the early levels, I feel. But OMG are scary the further they get into the game, I feel. And their 5v5 might be problematic.
It will, especially later on. I'm glad you brought up things like Herald, Rift, Herald, and even Dragon, right? Especially at the 6 point, getting that endless banquet coming through and being able to stay in the monster form. Aki with Belveth here, Tien, you cheeky devil, you. I get it. You're going up against a champion that a lot of people haven't been willing to play. Kanavi, the only one so far, Orcs. And now that Aki's here, how would you like to start this? I feel like we do need to talk about the elephant in the room, whatever the Void equivalent of is that. We do need to talk a little bit about what Belveth does, the angle here. You talked about the scary of the game going on as she keeps stacking up those lavender stacks as well. And it's just a jungler that, you know, I think we need to talk about for a little bit.
Yeah, so for anyone who's not familiar with Belveth, one of the big aspects of it is she has post level 6, you get like this empowered form, right? Where essentially you get way stronger and it lasts, like your true form lasts, you know, depends on what you take. Like, if you get like an enhanced form, it lasts longer. If you get the standard form, it lasts a shorter amount of time. So for example, I think it's like kills or a certain amount. Yeah, but regardless, like the whole point is you want to be in your enhanced form as much as possible, whether you're taking neutral objectives or you're taking kills, you get the Void Coral on the ground, you can use it and then become your empowered form, which is obviously stronger. But the thing with Belveth is he's like a high potential champion. You have infinite stacking attack speed. You're super mobile because your Q can be used in all 4 directions. I'm sure most people are familiar with that. And you can even reset it with your W, which is like this big knock-up, similar to like Kane W from Rost. And then you can just dash around a fight. And your E is like such a crazy ability. It's kind of like you turn into a turret and you do like loads of quick attacks. You get like extra lifesteal and you take 70% reduced damage. So you basically just need to get up close and then you can just like go crazy. And you can see Aki repositioning to use all those dashes. If you see that little circle next to the health bar, that is like the direction that the dashes are available. So then notice that every time you use ability, you get extra attack speed for a couple of attacks. Now, Cold taking a little bit too much damage there.
Yeah, but Winter's Bite doesn't come through for the final bit. Cold! Oh, come on. Come on, man. Well, the Ignite goes down from Mark, and he's like, it's fine. I'll drop a couple of pots myself. Love the fancy BM. We got some natural talents here, I'll say, on both sides of the rift. But, Orcs, I didn't thank you. So, thank you for giving us the Belveth little run.
Yeah, it's 60 seconds of true form if you take down a champion epic monsters like champion of dragon. It's 3-minute true form if you take down Baron or Rift Herald, and that's when you get like these little like void, like think like, you know, Malzahar W, if anyone has seen it, like little void minions that spawn when minions die nearby, and then that has like insane pushing power. It's kind of like, if anyone remembers back in the day, Mordekaiser could kill dragon and then spawn the own dragon and you send it down mid and it would just take everything. And I think it was Mordekaiser at 100% win rate of Worlds and was banned like 97% of the time or something.
Yeah,
it's not that strong, but it's a lot of pushing power.
It is. Void Remora Orcs. That's what we got to remember, you know? Think of Aloha Laura from Harry Potter. That's pretty much how I've been going with it. So we're going to get to that point in the game, of course. Already level 4 here. Aki continues to clear out. Hasn't had too much trouble here as bottom lane vision has been set up quite nicely. But now that Tien's here, Abel and Cold just have to back away. They know he's here. A ward's going to be dropped, but he has the rocket jump to get out. Good buffer. And Tien now makes himself known while Aki is just on the other opposite side of the map, making sure that he can continue stacking up to 6.
Yeah, Aki just have to keep farming in this situation and keep scaling up and try and become stronger. I feel like top esports, we've seen top lane, Wayward is fine. Mid lane, Knight hasn't had a ton of pressure, but is going to be favored early on. And bot lane, we saw Cold try earlier, but there's just not going to be too much to happen out of that all in now. I feel like it's like pretty obvious. Any game where nothing happens for a long time, Corki is vibing on. So I really want to see top esports trying to set up for those early objectives, because it gets to the point where you're going to be contesting objectives through package. It makes it significantly harder. Soul was obviously a big point of contention last game. Top esports can get some early dragons, or, I mean, more importantly, deny heralds away from the...
But a flash in. Hang on. Bot is taking advantage of Jackie Love, who goes for a bit of a slide and glide, but able with the flash himself. Rocket jump, first blood. OMG orcs are the ones that are vibing.
Yeah, I was talking about how the Braum is the safety tool to try and stop that from happening. Braum has to be there, right? Braum has to be there with you. And Jackie Love clearly didn't get the memo. So when I was saying I didn't expect anything to happen, I thought it'd be slow-paced. Jackie Love makes a bit of a mistake.
That is a great start for the Tristana lane, where you said that the longer the game goes on for OMG, the scarier it'll be. But we also know that Tristana through laning phase has a lot to explore. Orcs. Is it fair enough, right? Like, OMG now have a very big window there. Because maybe I don't have time to ask you, because they are going to try and gank mid. Knight has flash, but is not level 6 here for the Chaos Storm. Cold making the move as well, but Knight backs all the way away. While TN wants the kill on mid, but is it worth diving for? I'm not sure.
Probably not, but he'll at least annoy him and force Cream to start his back again, so that's something. And we'll get the replay. I mean, I'm just going to be real. Jackie Love overstaying here. And the flash route means not much you can do. Cleanse comes out, but at that point, the dredge line is already connected, and then able to follow up as well, because you got the bomb fully stacked. So positive play, and you kind of see the power. Once you have that lockdown with the Nautilus, very easy for Triss just to jump on you in 100-0 if Braum isn't there.
That first blood enables Noon Quiver as well. For OMG, suddenly, bot lane Dragon becomes viable, but it looks like they started it, and with Knight moving down, with Tien now moving down as well, they don't want to contest this Orcs, and it looks like Top Esports will be able to secure and steal it from under their nose. And I was going to talk to you a little bit about, why this is, right? You talked a lot about scaling. Not many tools here for objective control this early on for OMG.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of waiting for package. Once they have package, it gets easier. They can play for picks as well on the back of Able and Cold, and then they can play for poke, and they can play for the package power. But for the time being, they have to be really cautious, and Bel'Veth kind of does want her true form available before you're looking for neutrals, so you can obviously secure it and get the true form. One thing to be said as well, I mean, I've already hit on it, the Herald. The Herald is so important, so I want to see Top Esports make like a really active effort to lean towards it. It's up in 50 seconds, so right now, they're posturing for a bot play. Cold, no flash, remember?
Yeah, no flash, but he still has a rocket jump. He needs to get out early, and Mark not finding too much here, but Tien as he comes in. Orcs, that is awkward.
Mark just misses the Q. That's it. Yep. You could have flashed in, autoed into Q, but the fact that they don't get the initial, the stun stacking into Tian's stun means they don't end up getting the kills. So a lot invested there. Doesn't get much reward. Aki now level 6 on the top side. He is waiting for the Herald to spawn, I tell you. And I think that the one sad thing is that Cream doesn't have package till 10 minutes. So we could see OMG just posture and wait for the Herald, because they want to secure that so badly.
They really do. And look, he is backing for now, though. So just goes in for a quick steal. Not overstaying is welcome. Cream gets a shove through mid as well. Vision control will be there for OMG as Herald has now spawned. You can see Top Esports Orcs, they're not willing to let this one go with the couple of failings we've seen on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to all squad together to answer this one. They are going to refuse to let this one go over. And it's kind of interesting because Second Herald, normally not as valuable. Second Herald will also be super valuable in this game. So we get a full 5-man. Cream is coming over late. No package, obviously, this early in the game.
And he has no TP to get there either. Cold is getting away with the dredge line with the 2-man stack of concussive blows, and Top Esports, that early game strength, helping them out yet again. So Herald just taken, given, as Knight tries to move to mid, and OMG just walk back towards the bottom lane with, I guess, nothing in the end.
Yeah, so Top Esports happy. They denied the Herald. They got that first dragon as well. This is what they need to keep doing and keep it just denying objectives away, but particularly those Heralds. So now Tian has that in pocket, can potentially make a play somewhere if he needs to. We can see the state of the solo lanes. Both of them about 20 CS up in favor of Top Esports. And this is expectation, as I said. Good lane matchups in both regard. It's only really bot that's struggling for Top Esports just on the back of that kill earlier.
Yeah, 10 CS there. Of course, Jackie Love not setting that up for success himself, but a good little point you've found out is that there's 30 CS top. It's not just like a benefit in lane. It's a massive CS lead. He crashed in the turret. It'll end up being 20, but still a really good start here from Wayward. As we look at bot, Abel just picked up more plating. Orcs, this is a really good start for OMG, and what we said last game was that, you know, OMG, I guess around team fights and like their setup, it didn't make too much sense until it did, until we got that 30-minute fight where Abel got resets. This time around, it feels like the early game is a little bit more strict and better routined, if that is a word, and they've got a better understanding of their win con.
Yeah, but I still think, like, as much as, you know, you can just like lean into the late game with its composition, there's still like issues with that. You know, if you get caught in like a big gnarl into Victor combo, it's going to be problematic. If Jackie Love gets fed on Zeri, we've seen what Zeri can do, so it's definitely not clean sailing. I think top esports are happy. They deny the objectives. They just need to maintain that, and they're going quite aggressive. Chan needs to ult out.
With a good Glacial Prison. Cold flashes fall for the depth charge. The dredge line doesn't connect, unfortunately, and Tien is able to get out with a flash. So OMG with the pick potential, but now a couple of ultis down because of it.
Yeah, a lot invested, but ultimately they get the flash from Chan, which, you know, has its own value, but still losing out in terms of pressure. One thing to note is the Herald's still taken away, so the fact that Tian has to heal up, doesn't have his little flash available, means it's harder to set up an ideal circumstance to place the Herald down. They were maybe looking for it mid as an option. That obviously won't be possible right now. It is 45 seconds until that dragon. If they want to try and set up for that, they could slam Herald mid, use it to try and get priority, and then lean into the second dragon of the game. You can see pings coming out from both sides. Remember, next time Cream resets, he will have package if he wants it.
Okay, well, maybe we'll take it because it looks like Arky has just picked up his first item as well. A little bit ahead in the jungle here on the Belveth, and I saw a recurve bow there, so I'm just going to explore the options once gold disappears from our screens. Vampiric Scepter. Okay, Vampiric Scepter, pickaxe here, Orcs. We only have components for now. The same could be said about TN2.
Yeah, so just still trying to build up at this point. I don't think anyone's really like super combat ready as of this point. But you know, OMG, they want this dragon. They're gonna pick up their package, but it's quite late because the TP's already been burnt before. This is gone.
That's super late. Finding a fight after the fact. There's gonna be no one left over. How about you in package usage, Orcs? Are you ready? Because that was the perfect game start to make you reminisce.
Yeah, and one of the issues with this situation is that you now don't have package for Herald. And I said before how much more important the Herald is than the Dragon for Belveth. So
yep.
I actually think the correct play would have been waiting on the package until it got to Herald and then using it to secure that. But either way, you don't get the Dragon. We do see a replay from before. I think this might have been when Cream was resetting for the package and then it got delayed, which is why we had such an issue who's late there. Now, Abel's going to get some more plate spot, but we finally get the Herald mid, and well, package will come in to defend.
There we go. But Herald still gets the charge all the same. Cream's package not doing much there, so disappointing to say the least, even though OMG have the gold lead. As they move in to converge and find this pick, Cold with the Hex Flash over the wall, but they're too far gone. Top Esports get out with a singular play of 160 gold apiece, and gold continues to be even here, and you can start seeing that Top Esports are finding these windows in multiple lanes. Even bot here with the Ultra Shock Laser connecting. Jackie Love's back on top, bit of plating for himself. Top was doing the same now. And so Orcs, you know, all three lanes at a reasonably good place, exiting this laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine, but I don't think OMG are suffering too much. You know, gold is still kind of even overall. It would be nice for them to get that second Herald, but we kind of seen, like, you know, what happened in game one is the top was in control the whole time, and then that one fight turned it around. Definitely possibility for this to happen in this game as well. So Top Esports cannot be disrespectful. And now, Wayward might be caught out a little bit, or maybe just some heavy trading. Aki in the wings and Cold moving over could be scary.
Yeah, it could be, but that Glacial Prison needs to come down. Wayward in a Megadar for now, and that ward, that'll spot out Arky, so Wayward will just clear back away. Cold still going over dredge line into a wall. That happens. And Wayward, of course, he drops the emote.
Yeah. Given that he will drop the emote, now doesn't have Mega, but should be able to stack it up. Triforce has come in. A lot of mythics across the board. This is going to be the big one. 30 seconds until that Herald. Obviously, both teams would love to have. And Cream, no package for this one. So we'll see how the setup comes in. JackieLove is on the wrong side of the map, though. I don't like this play. I'm going to be real. The value of the Herald with the Belveth, I think, outweighs whatever JackieLove can get here.
That enhanced Void Coral's going to come through, and as Cold sets up for the dredge line, Shanji's ulti missing. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. A couple of those tools down. Azaki heads forward, looks for that knock-up once again, but doesn't find it. He's got a Blade of the Ruined King here, Orc, so feeling confident with one item as they force him out for the time being. Top Esports need a bit of a steal as JackieLove is going to trade the turret, but all of OMG still on this. Getting closer and closer and closer and closer, and this Belveth wants it badly as Cold sets up for the engage. Finds Rift Herald here, the enhanced Coral ulti mode here for Arky. It's an endless banquet for OMG if they find anything, but it's Reset City for Tien, making it even worse as Wayward's ulti says no. Arky doesn't get to play the champion, and Tien now a much better Tristana. He is 2-0-2, sets up the fight perfectly, and Top Esports do it without JackieLove.
I think that's weird. I think I'm going to say that's weird. They get bot tower, they get mid tower, they don't get the Herald, but they get everything else. I think Top Esports fully satisfied with that one. Taking a 4v5 and winning. Tien getting the resets and just taking over that fight.
That was just such a simple fight here for Tien. As you said, Orcs, resets came through and it was all over.
Yeah, I mean, initially, passive apply to Cold. He gets deleted. Reset comes in, Nautilus rotation abilities, connects on the Shanji into another reset. Then jumps on Abel once more. Easy one. And this is probably my favorite. The fact he gets the Braum passive is on Cream and he's playing Tristana. It just can't get better.
Oh, it's so nice to watch. I was also watching Arky because I'm like, man, here's the Belveth first fight. Got Endless Banquet. He got Nara ulted into the wall, Gravity Field from Victor, stunned him the first time. I don't know if it was Braum passive or it was another W from Wayward. He didn't move. Arky got to move approximately 2 seconds for that fight. So that feels really rough for OMG, and the gold lead springs forward to 5,000. This is just a now kind of like you're going 10-pin bowling. You're hitting spares, you're hitting strikes every single time, and Top Esports Orcs with their items and hitting onto a second one feels pretty easy now to start taking over this game further.
Yeah, they're going to slam down the Herald top, but obviously really getting the result they wanted. And Wayward's going to do his best to defend here.
Yeah, the Glacial Prison comes through. Now, can they find him with a hop almost up and available boomerang throw?
Oh, the
Arky
movement
steps
speed.
forward and yep, away he goes. And Herald helping get the charge. That's good gold back for OMG, who have objective bounties. They're that far behind, but you lose the third dragon. You have to fight the next one, which will be at, what, 23, 24 minutes in the game.
Very early soul. I mean, this is just issue, right? They didn't get the first Herald. They didn't get any of the dragons. They got the second Herald, but obviously Aki instantly dies and loses the form. And then, yeah, 3 dragons secured for Top Esports and a massive lead. And we've already talked about how broken Infernal Soul is if you have a Zeri. Yeah, this is not looking like a good game for OMG. That's all I can say.
No, it's not. It started as a good one, though. It started as something that had a lot of control with Abel and Cold, finding a great kill to expose JackieLove. But simply after one fight, after, you know, Orcs, I'm just going to say it for you. After not having the package on Cream and going for that Herald, Top Esports taking a numbers advantage fight or numbers disadvantage fight. And looks like we could be heading towards a game number 3. This feels like the most firm lead we've had today in an early game. And as you said, fighting Soul, you know, 4 minutes now. Top Esports looks like they have this one pretty firmly under control. Excuse me. And what do you do now?
Something mentioned is that Top Esports seems a lot more volatile in spring. Like, if they had an early lead, it was given, like, it was hard to beat them, don't get me wrong. But there was plenty of times they threw away the lead. I feel like they've been more restrained in summer. Obviously, we saw last game was them, you know, trying to play a more front-to-back comp, not executing on it. I feel like here, I think you should be confident in them pulling this one out. It's really on OMG to find the miracle play. It will be heavily based around that package. I think that's going to be such a massive factor on that next dragon fight. But for the time being, Top Esports is just trying to take as much as they can. You can see they found the mid-prior. They lean heavily into the enemy jungle here. Allow Knight to crush this wave and pressure this tier 2. And they're just ready to contest. If anyone steps up here, they'll fight them.
I mean, like Shanji even, right? He's not that tanky at this stage, only with the Frostfire Gauntlet. As they walk on in, they clear out any of OMG's defensive vision. Azaki, yeah, he wants to invade, but Wayward's not going to let him, while Knight takes away the top side turret. This is clinical. This is clean. This is what else starts with C? Orcs.
Crisp.
Clapping. Crisp. This is claps. This is just so
creative.
Creative. This is creative from Top Esports. It's just so
Classy.
simply done. Thank you.
Cultured.
Okay.
Cultivated.
All right, you can keep going if you want, but you know, Baron's up.
I'm struggling. Okay, I think I'm done. I don't have any more.
OMG can flip Baron Orcs. What do you think?
You know what? I don't even hate it. I feel like at this point of the game, at a really historic, this point of the game, flipping Baron might be the play. Because the problem is, if you fight that dragon, you know, even if you win the fight or like the fight goes even or whatever, you could just lose the soul. And now Wayward is caught out, so.
Okay, it's a good ulti set up as well. Aki's coming over the wall, but he won't have any contribution. Shut down to Cream. So all of a sudden, Orcs, I need to ask you a little bit more about.
And I'm
what
gonna
that
tell
means.
you, Starks, that pick means nothing at all.
Oh.
Because they didn't actually really burn anything from Top Esports. Wayward is going to be back up in 20 seconds. They're not going to be doing Baron in that time. And the Dragon's not spawned yet, so it's some gold. That's it. That is all they get from that kill. Unfortunately, not really amounting to more.
Okay, well, at least, I was going to say at least Wayward burnt Flash, but it was already down. Cold's the one who burnt Flash there too.
Yeah, and Aki being Ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't a part of it. Now Shanji's caught out. Good heartbreaker from Tien. Right on top of the Sejuani. No escape here as Cream goes over the wall. Cream's W was a little bit janky, but maybe he didn't want to be here. As Abel knew he could jump out and...
Oh, he definitely doesn't want to be here.
Wayward, yeah. Tien's going to walk forward as a very new champion. And with Sol in a minute 10, I mean, Cream now has no Flash too.
Yeah. Yeah, so Cream no Flash, you know, more summoners burn. I don't think, like, the thing is with Shanji actually being down, it's a bit more significant because it's close to the dragon being up. Oh, they might look for Cold here. Jackie can jump across.
As well. Fly sky high. Aki trying to save this one, but his support goes down. The above and below, not really buying that much time. And
yeah.
OMG,
So the closer people die to the dragon spawning, the worse it is. This is pretty bad for Top Esports because, I mean, especially because it's cold. The support isn't up and available. So who's going to ward? There's no real vision in the dragon area. By the time cold respawns, Top Esports have reset and will be there. You're not going to have vision. You're going to be going in blind. This ain't looking good.
It's looking like game 3 is going to be a sure thing. You know, let's be real. The way OMG come back into this game, Orcs, what, 15, 20 minutes of somehow living through Soul. But the problem is then there's Elder. And Soul's permanent as TP ward there. But Top Esports going to stop him. Package, though, Orcs. Tell me more.
Package is definitely a solid tool that might help, but you really need to connect it on like pivotal members. Trap Knight against a wall, ideally. But a lot of summoners available. Oh, Cold looks.
He tries. He, at the very least, he tries. The Shanji goes on in, and now with the package through from Cream, but as the double Valkyrie returns, Tien gets his first reset, and just like that, Shanji running away, Abel getting hit hard. Aki, unfortunately, as this Belveth has done nothing. As looks more like a squid running away at this point, and the void
it's like
squid.
some calamari.
Oh yeah, look at that! Fry it up. It's going to be a delicious treat to take us to game 3.
And I feel like the rest of OMG going to get fried up now. There's Infernal Soul on the side of Top Esports. Yeah, it didn't feel like there was any headway. The package comes out from Cream, and importantly enough, Jackie actually flashed before it even connected. So one of the things is like if you get hit by the package, the burn's on you for 2 seconds, slows you massively, and does a ton of damage. But because Jackie Love flashed before it even connected, it literally meant nothing. So OMG don't find the fight they need. Top Esports continue the lead. They're gonna get Soul. They're gonna get Elder. And you know what? We don't really get to see the Belveth true form.
We've seen it once.
We'll get the replay. So try and connect on Jack Love, doesn't manage to. And then here, Shanji goes for the ult. But then watch, the package cleansed, flashed out. So no burn hits Knight or Jackie Love there. And they can just dive forwards like this. Brawn passive, fantastic with this composition. And you just have the resets coming in from Tian.
As easy as that. I mean, there's nothing left to say about this game. It feels like Top Esports kind of angry after the first one. And this has just been total dominance. Skirmish around Herald, game over from there. As Top Esports move up mid, OMG trying to pick an angle here with Cold Splash available. Tien walking in. Oh, he knows. He absolutely knows as he drops the ward. And yeah, OMG, a noble attempt here.
I love the emote back and forth that comes out as soon as the ward goes down.
Well,
by the way, Jackie Love's 3 levels up on Abel.
He is. Good ult. Hang on. The fight's coming through, and it's done. Abel's dead. Cold's about to die to the Chaos Storm. Jackie Love following Shanji. Aki, once again, can't do anything. Okay. He pressed E. And
he's squatted, and that's it. He's squatted down next to the tower.
He's got no home. What else can he do? He set up a tent, and he's got to kind of live out his days here. As this will be a last defense. In 25 minutes, this game wasn't even close. This game wasn't even close past the Herald point. As Top Esports roam on in as a 5-man. Game 1 may have been hype, but Game 2, all I can say is that Belveth was made to look like an absolute strange, random I don't even know. Velkoz's cousin at this point. You know, from out of town and doesn't really fit in here. Aki not going to die, but the Nexus does. 25 minutes, a stomp, and I wonder if we're going to see Velkoz's cousin ever again.
Well, I think one thing to be said is, you know how I was talking quite extensively about like the true form and, you know, Herald being really important. Yeah, so having, 3 losing lanes, having 3 losing lanes in a Belveth, not the play, I think is the lesson from that one. Maybe like, I think if you flip junglers where, you had Prio mid, Prio top, bot lane is a decent matchup because the Braum shuts down the Tristana and the Nautilus. I could have seen Belveth working with Top Esports compositions, because they're able just to go towards the Herald and have a bit more strength, have the Prio. But it kind of felt like they were on the back foot from the start. And then Belveth never got to do things. The ideal Belveth experience is you're in the true form. You'd manage to maintain like permanent uptime or like close to. Like you want to keep it going as much as you can. I think we got like 4 seconds of true form. That's gonna be a record for like lowest amount, even with it being such a new champion. I feel like it's struggle.
Yeah, you didn't get to do much at all. I mean, the early game was swift. The early game was nice. For the first 10 minutes of it, OMG was able to punish Jackie Love within the lane without his Braum. And then we get to Herald, and then it's such a massive flip. 5,000 gold in an instant with Herald play opening up the map for Top Esports as well. This is kind of the Top Esports we know and love. Their early game, swift is a word we've used in the past. As we look through, it's just that bump at the second Herald. Aki doesn't even have a picture.
It's the fact that it's 941 damage, and then there isn't even a picture.
There's a missing ping in the middle.
Lord. That's how absent Aki was this game. That's how absent this champion was. They don't even bother to include the picture. Obviously, new champion. I don't think we quite have the answers ready, but I just find that hilarious. It's too perfect. It's too perfect.
It feels so right.
You can see at the goal graph the point at which they got Herald, the game was over. Look at those stats, by the way. 0% KP, 3.5% damage. Wow.
Now we know why people aren't playing Belveth as much as the LPL. Like, it's a 1-game sample size, right? But
oh my god, sorry, that's too funny. That's
dude. Cold doubled his damage, and he infinitely doubled his kill participation. So I don't think we're gonna see that again.
I just glanced over and I saw someone on Discord, and Aki couldn't even afford a picture with that much gold.
True.
Couldn't even pay for the picture. Oh man. That was something. That was something. I don't think we'll see Belveth again this series. I can say that much.
Well, you know what the ultimate insult would be? Tien picks it for game number 3.
That
would be
Lord.
the perfect rendition. And who knows how it would go. Anyway, we'll find out after the break. Final game of the night here for OMG versus Top Esports.
Lascia mi 雾中找光线。谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次摔倒过，人都心总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼。沸腾血液，换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。承受了冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过，人都心中有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜太耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都匹配，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念。战胜一切，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you home. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna
我觉得纳在当前版本的话，就是一个先出然后比较厉害的英雄，就这个英雄没有什么特别难打的英雄，就打什么都可以打，然后挺全能的。我觉得山西这位选手的话，就他很有想法，然后英雄池也很独特。跟他对线的话，我只要注意他们的上野联动，然后线上只要稳住就好。
Well, in game 2, he didn't have to worry about a thing. It was lane dominance from top esports throughout the whole time. It was a Rift Herald fight that ended.
He said he had to worry about the top jungle synergy. I didn't see the jungle that game. Did you, Hysterics?
No, I didn't at all. Aki gets MVP, by the way. No, in all seriousness. I'm sorry, I had to. MVP of game 2. I didn't hear it, Orcs, but let's be real.
It was Knight, I'm pretty sure.
Knight on Victor was pretty clean. Like a 25-minute game. We didn't need to see much of top esports, but we got to see this man still tear up the Rift in what was, I think, one of the most hilarious games.
Just the post-game graphics. I've never found them so entertaining, but yeah, that was a good one. Knight obviously very stellar on this Victor, just able to clean up, do some decimation. 7 MVP counts.
Yeah.
Which, if I'm correct, I think that puts him tied first. I don't want to call it if I don't know it, but I think because Clint was first with 7 as well. Yeah, I think he's tied first now on 7 MVPs, so pretty crazy.
Tied with Doomby as well.
Yeah.
Doomby cleared, and now Knight, first in MVPs, 369 on for context, a little bit below that. So feels good to be talking about Knight, but let's be real, every single split we're talking about the highlights here of top esports. Like, this was a game where all 5 members came out super clutch, and Orcs, I don't think there was really a moment where we were criticizing, apart from Jackie Love in the laning phase, apart from, maybe Mark flashing forward for a Winter Spite and not hitting it. Minor things in the grand scheme of that 26-minute stomp.
Yeah, it was little things. Like, Jackie Love's always going to in at least once a game. But no, I do joke. It was a solid game. It was kind of the game we saw from against RNG game 1, where like they got a lead, they maintained a lead, and there's never a route back in. You have to be really careful about drafts against top esports, because I feel like if you give them like 3 solid lanes, they will just take over. Like, that is such textbook top esports play. Historically, that's kind of been like how they played and how they found success, was like crush lane, win game, and they show they can still do that even if they're a bit more diverse in strategy since then.
I feel like the Trident team is what we called top esports for a big reason, right? It was the individual skill that came through. Wayward has grown up to be such a good, grown up in the league, to be such a good top laner like 369 was. I think Knight is consistently top 2 every single split, bar maybe 1 or 2 outliers, and his Worlds performance as well. Jackie Love and Mark have just shaped up to be a great bottom lane as well in their peak and team fighting too. So I feel like what we take away from this game is that, top esports had really good decision-making around the Herald Orcs, but I think also to OMG's detriment, the Belveth came through. They decided to contest a little bit earlier than ready, and from there, nothing got done because they were just too weak to contest. You talked a lot about the scaling in that game. OMG didn't even get towards their second items.
Yeah, you got to make a late game. I mean, they left Zeri open. Always a risk. I think the bot lane matchup, the Braum was great. Pick up from Mark. Winning lane top, winning lane mid. It's easy. And then they didn't even have the package for that Herald fight, which I thought was so significant.
True.
And on top of that, the fact that, they lost 4v5. Bear in mind, that pivotal fight, they lost 4v5. Jackie Love wasn't even there. And now,
that's right.
Go into game 3. Bear in mind, blue side has won both times this game. OMG, obviously, on the blue side themselves, will have a bit more freedom to ban away what they want, whereas top esports have to respect ban. The Zeri and the Samira gone. It's still open for now. Will they ban the Shyvana?
Oh, yeah.
That's the question.
Orcs, Wukong was let through with Silas. Oh, my God. Is it? But how early do you pick it? Like, obviously not first pick because Wukong's there.
Dude, I'm so sad, actually, that they're banning Silas, because I feel like if you're... Yeah, nice. Velvet of it. I feel like if you're leaving Wukong open, that... Like, they could have banned Shyvana. OMG take Wukong, you take Silas, I feel like, on the next rotation. And Knight is obviously... I would say the best Silas in the world. But regardless, they will they will pass over the Wukong, take the setup for themselves. We're doing a bit more champion pool hovering. Obviously, Belveth now added to Aki's champion pool.
We get the bottom line. All right. This is going to go on and on and on. Like, you know how you talk about top esports, like, you know, they've got a lot of mojo. I know that's kind of a Munchables thing it's spread throughout us. But I also feel like OMG is quickly becoming that team, right? There's a lot of flair, a lot of personality, a lot of spark that is similar to top esports, which is why coming into this matchup, you know, we talked about the uniqueness of these teams, and it hit a nice bell.
Yeah, and I mean, Senna, Tom, right now, one of the issues with picking your Tom on that rotation means that you can kind of be matched with anything. Like, this is a lane where, as long as you don't pick too passive of a lane, it's kind of difficult to punish. We've seen before, PP gotten Photic into RNG's Ezreal Rakan. They absolutely blasted them into submission. But there's definitely things you can pair Ezreal up with. You can put him with like Yuumi, and that can be a stable lane where you scale exceptionally. But for the time being, Cream's going to take that Corki, so a lot of poke, a lot of power, but maybe not the most active lanes for now. And it looks like Knight might just go for that. I'm sorry, Hysterics, that we're seeing this again.
It's okay. It's all right. You know, this time around, I feel like on the horizon is something special, right? The Shyvana not looked at. However, still there. As top esports ban away the Yuumi you were talking about. I was actually just watching an LEC content piece before we started today, and the top things to remove from the game was Yuumi. So I'm glad once again we're not going to see that champion here in the LPL. Now the big golden question, Orcs, is Shyvana worth banning here? Especially when there's a lot of poke and there is a lot of spacing you can create with Wukong.
Yes.
What a shame.
Yes. I don't think you risk it. Shanji just completely dominated on that pick, like just ran that. The thing is as well, like you have the Senna. Senna's gonna struggle to kill a Shyvana. Like you will just get jumped on by a full tank Shyvana and it will run you down. I think at least Victor's good against it, but regardless, they're not gonna risk it. They don't want to flip it based on that, and so we will see the Shyvana banned away. A little bit unfortunate for any Shanji fans. Now here, top esports could take Gnar in this position if they really wanted to, and just leave jungle till the end. There's no pressure because obviously OMG already have their jungler. They could also leave it for a top lane counter pick. It's been a bit of a mixed bag what teams want to do. Looks like Tian's going to take the Poppy. I'm not the biggest fan of this because the problem is in this situation, there's not many dashes already on OMG. There's Wukong, there's the Valkyrie from Corki, but how often is like Corki Valkyrieing in range of you? It's not super common. You can't interrupt the package, and then that's about it. Like, Poppy's not that good against Ezreal. But still, we can see what I can do. Either way, OMG going to pick up the gangplank in the top lane. And then we see what they bring out support. A lot of options here. I feel like they could just go for like an enchanter. Like you have the dive from the Wukong, and then you can look to kind of scale up in that regard.
A lot of ability in that regard. I'm incredibly excited for the siege.
Yeah.
As Seraphine comes through, Orcs, we'll talk about her lore again because I think, I don't know if it was you or Dagda who told me that she killed all of Skarna's people in order to be a singer. Seraphine, a horrible person.
Respectable.
Yeah, respectable is one word. You know,
obviously not. Yeah, it's the old
committed
law.
genocide.
It got retconned. It got retconned. Right, it all got retconned because obviously it wasn't too positive. Anyway,
yeah, that's one word for it.
We get the Cedric. So this is kind of similar to that game one where we had the double tank top jungle. We do have Victor in the mid lane rather than the Orianna, and we have the Senna coming in. But the problem is, like, you have a lot of beefy frontliners, but you still once again have two carries. And one of the concerns in that game one from Top Esports was if these carries get challenged. For example, if Victor gets poked out by Corki, if Jackie Love gets caught by like Seraphine or a Gangplank barrel, you're really gonna struggle. Like, you lose a lot of your damage as a result. So OMG, you know, they have a bot lane which is going to scale excellently. Ezreal often picked into Senna, and Tom Kent's not going to be too useful in that lane. Mid lane is going to lose out in terms of pressure, but you have, you know, Corki's going to come in strong later. And in the top lane, you have a GP and a Sejuani, which you're fine with. So I think OMG can be really happy with this draft. And honestly, Top Esports, you know, I feel like the Poppy here just has nowhere near as much value as even if it had in the first game. And in the first game, they obviously lost. So
it had a lot more value in the first game, let's be real. But you're right. What can TN do here is going to be the biggest question. I think, especially when our drafts are looking very different with a very subtle bot here for Top Esports with, you know, not as many tools. I want to see how this progresses throughout the game because for OMG, options there now available, as you were saying. It does feel like Sieging is going to be a lot of fun for this team. And Orcs, you already set it up. The dive abilities there as well. We also have Poke. Nice little pieces of... Sorry, I just haven't seen this Ezreal skin before. He has a wolf? What? That... Okay. The skin designers are getting real clutch.
Yeah. Aki, you actually have to be careful here. I guess not. Aki's got on the question mark frog hype train. He's been spamming that one a lot recently. So a bit of solidarity with Wayward. But yeah, essentially, I mean, the kind of issue here is against like Corki, Ezreal, Seraphine, you kind of need to engage, right? Because they are just going to sit back and poke you into oblivion. And as much as you have these tanky frontliners, it's not necessarily going to be enough. And you don't have the best engage. Sejuani is probably your best form of engage, but it's very easy for either of them to for Ezreal or Corki to just like Valkyrie or Arcane Shift out of the Glacial Prison, if it even connects, right? It's not obviously, you've seen plenty of times it failed to connect. So I think this is hard for top esports, especially because like their bot lane is not the most aggressive early, like in terms of the champions pick. They are going to try and find a window here, but you're just kind of harassing, and they obviously have a decent amount of sustain. So we'll see how it pans out. Ultimately, Tian has shown that he can find momentum in the early game, and yeah, this is the Tian special. Let's just evade level 2. Why not?
Why not? I mean, against Aki, though, remember, he's going to be able to sustain a lot of the AD damages. Against Grop, there's no smite there. The shove against the wall doesn't work. Remember that Tian smite diff is going to come through here. Nothing that Aki can really do. As he flares up. Yep, okay. No smite even needed. Just does it in front of his face without the smite. And Tian is going to go back and start taking the wolves.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of thing. This is actually what you really need to do in a game like this, where just playing out standard, playing slow, probably is going to go favorably. He finds an advantage in the jungle, sets behind the Wukong, and then creates space for him to hopefully be able to contest around these neutrals. One thing to mention is OMG, as I always say, oh, he left the little wolf. That's really cheeky.
It is. Cream is just in a lot of trouble. I mean, they knew he was there. He flashes away. Knight wants to match it, but he doesn't need to. That's a free summoner Orc, and I feel like that's a vital mistake.
He's stealing more. he can't keep getting away with this.
But he will. I mean, Tian still has that smite. He hasn't used it. Cream's coming in, but Knight's stuck around in the mid lane. So as Tian's here, smite goes down. He picks it up, trying to run out for his life now. He might have to burn his own flash. He can indeed, and you're right. He doesn't have to burn the summoner. Back to his own jungle. There's plenty up there.
Okay, the downside to this, though, is you're now so low that maybe Aki can actually venture into your own jungle. We'll see. I doubt, though, just with the fact that Cream is so low, they're going to try and get him a reset. Skull's going to be picked up on the top side from Tian. And then he still has so much of his jungle left to clear. Yeah. And bear in mind, look at the mini-map. See how there's still the icon for wolves and raptors? And Tian left a couple of raptors up. Obviously, Aki knows about that. He's going to go clear them now. But he doesn't know that there's like still a baby wolf left. All on its lonesome. Oh, this is... So like, as much as Tian obviously has a lead now, the compounding effect. Your raptors is going to be a late spawn. Your wolves isn't going to respawn because it's not cleared yet. So quite devastating. And now the plan for Aki should be, can I invade myself? Can I steal away camps on his blue side? The problem is, I feel like you can already see top esports bot lane posturing, ready to move at a moment's notice. So Aki's just going to have to go to his Krugs. And yeah, sad early game for the Wukong.
Really is. I mean, look, as he continues to path down, now with no invade, with Krugs up available for him in the top side too, Tian is already pretty far ahead in CS here. Aki will be getting towards that point shortly, but you're right, Orcs, there's so much taken away here. And for top esports, you mentioned the bottom line ready to pivot. That's because they got so much priority in this lane. As Jackie Love, unfortunately, will miss a W here on center, but still will have enough to get some poke down as Tian, oh my god, he's back. That was very quick.
You know what's the one downside here? Is that Tian would probably love to take wolves again, but he can't because he didn't clear it the first time. but he'll just take a second grump. Why not? And then he'll walk it out. He still hasn't done his bot side jungle. I don't know if maybe he assumes Aki did it, or maybe he just is leaving it for later. And now Aki finds, oh, this is such a sad moment.
Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Well, Shanji's walked in. Tian's gonna try and put him towards wall. Wayward's now here. Orange is an easy cleanse away as Tian actually getting ganked by Aki. Flashes over the wall. Shanji matches, and that's gotta feel good for OMG. getting first blood against this very irritating Poppy.
Yeah, you'll take that. And then overstayed a little bit. Like, he hadn't backed, he hadn't spent, staying far too long. And it's a gangplank with flash, with oranges. Like, I don't know what the game plan was there. And this kind of feels like the TN special. So much good play early, so much planning. We kind of saw this against RNG as well. Just really like excellent play coming out. And then he just like flipped it on a Herald fight in that game and ended up.
Oh, Cream. Almost dying in the mid lane solo. I mean, Knight just did that under turret. Well done. Burns his own flash. Cream didn't have the summoner before because it was chunked out by Tien. Orcs also on the bottom right of our screen. Getting a bit of action in this early game. We saw Mark and Jackie Love go for an all-in with the Abyssal Dive, and Cold had to burn the heal down on the Seraphine, so a nice little setup in the bottom lane. And once again, top esports, despite that gank in the top side going well for OMG, is he's still here. Aki gets a smite this time. That's nice. But I was going to say, top esports lanes are still going really well, but maybe I shouldn't because Shanji has his ulti available too.
Ooh.
Won't
if
use
he gets
it on
like
Wayward.
a parlay with grasp ready, that's just Q ult dead.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh,
Wayward though levels
he healed, leveled up. I think he's okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Close though, and the pressure definitely there. Doesn't help that he was given a kill by a certain Poppy. So we can see finally we're seeing the boss side jungle cleared out by Tien. Took a while to get over to this side, but obviously quite a bit ahead of Aki in comparison, despite that death. But
yeah,
really wasn't the ideal scenario to pass over.
I didn't get to see it, but look, he also cleared wolves, by the way, so it feels nice. You know, we're kind of back
Also,
on track here for Aki a little bit.
I want to point something out. We get Boots of Swiftness from Cold. I actually really like this buy. I feel like so many people like don't think of scenarios where it'd be good to take it. Like, you have a slow from Senna, you have a slow from Tom. Victor gets built-in slows in his kit once he has his evolved W. Sejuani has a bunch of slows. I mean, even Poppy on a Q as well, right? So not only do you get that extra movement speed it offers, but you're actually mitigating a lot of that slow effectiveness. So I really like the value, because the way you're basically going to die on Seraphine in lane is you get hit by like a slow, by like Tongue Lash or the Seraphine Q, and then you get hard CC connects after that.
As Dragon goes down. Further on your note as well, it feels like we're getting a lot more swiftness to the game too. Like Jackie Love will probably be opting in for that one as a center too. On the other side, maybe not as much slowing, but yeah, good point you raised here with Cold, who's almost level 6, able the same here. So we are going to get some global pressure. Remember, both 80 carries will be able to do that, as Shanji also adds the extra layer, so more for OMG, as they keep trying to get the engage onto Cold and Abel, and as Mark walks on up, Jackie Love tries to poke him down as well. Aki going to be on the red buff for now, and it's worth talking about junglers here, Orcs, because Tien is going back in.
Oh my god.
Where is he?
Oh no, he's going for the flank. No flash, remember.
Flank. And it's too late for Shanji. I mean, the cannon barrage comes down. It's now just about pathing here as Wayward might take too much damage to flash over. Tien uses Hex Flash against the turret. Nicely done. Wayward survives and gets the kill as well. Tien is just everywhere in this early game and gets the revenge kill for the top lane.
Yeah, knocks him back on the tower in the end, and you see Shanji waiting for the E-stun and then the ult. Oh, Aki might have found. Oh, great reactions.
The W, the steadfast presence there. Aki has Cyclone, but will not use it. Tien in the nick of time too, and Orcs, it's around Herald. It's worth mentioning that Shanji will have to walk back to lane, but still, with Tien not really having too much available, maybe he has the ulti here. What do you think?
I mean, they could go for this. Like, he's posturing. It looks like Tien wants to go. He's got Hex Flash.
Okay,
and
so
Wayward TP'd in mid.
Here we go. Keeper's Verdict onto the jungle. In the middle of the Cyclone. Top esports now with the Dawning Shadow coming down the rift. Shanji there too. Might have an advantage of the fight, but they need to get the Herald, and it's down. Knight picks it up. Wayward lifts it into his inventory. And that ulti from Tien is good as game one.
Oh my god, that was... That is so frustrating for Aki. The moment you press Cyclone, you're just yeeted off the rift. And the Wayward actually loved this decision as well. One of the rough things that can happen sometimes is that, like, you don't have your jungler pick up the Herald, and it's left with someone not ideal. Like, you know, Wayward's not always going to be there where you want to place the Herald, but because you instantly slam it mid getting 2 plates is a pretty valuable position. You give him gold to Victor, and it means that Wayward can go back top and doesn't have to concern himself about the Herald. So I actually really like the fact that the insta threw it down there and found the window. And you see here, Shanji's trying to hold on the oranges until after the layered CC, but ultimately knocked on the tower, ignited. Just not much you can really do. And then I really hope we get a replay. Oh, we don't get a replay of that ult. That ult was fantastic, though. What a play from Tien.
But we saw that in game 1. I mean, Tien on this Poppy, so far this series has been exceptional. Like, it went to late game, and OMG came around with the help of Abel on Samira. But in the early game, we're talking a lot about Tien's Poppy, and once again, we're in a similar position as we keep watching trades top. But this Poppy, not only early game has hit that crucial ult, but more importantly, has been in the face of Arky all game long. Tien's a level up, 10 CS up too, and has been invading non-stop. The mosquito in your room, it's a perfect analogy. As Ignite goes down, Shanji has to flash away. Sejuani again, Orcs.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're up so soon, but able to put a lot of hit on a Shanji, and he's going to be able to clear the waves out at least. Obviously, Oranges gives him sustain, but he's just getting battered around. I feel like at this point of the game is where, you know, you can really be threatened by the Sejuani ult, and now, oh no.
Here we go. Okay, Kareem's okay for now. He's got his flash again too. Tien is threatening, pops out. You cannot back there. And so
you just have to be ominous.
Priority.
That's all you need to do.
Look,
just
here
be
we
ominous.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
The thing is, I feel like a player with the reputation of Tien, like, Cream has to know it can happen. It can happen. Oh my lord.
What
insult to injury.
Is such a nuisance. That's a free plate just to pop his head in and out, in and out. You know, I watched Finding Nemo.
I feel like this is the thing, is that, like, everyone knows it's not going to net a kill, and obviously the value is to stop the reset, but it's just so annoying. It's like, you know, when a jungler ganks you early and just, like, beats you up a bit and then leaves, and you're just like, great. That's the most frustrating thing. It's not even a real gank. You're just being annoying. You're just being a pest.
Yeah. I was going to say before, but it's like Finding Nemo. You know, you go out, then you go back in. Tien is here, and Cream with a package. Okay. He's just going to play his fool's game again as Top Esports set up for the second dragon. Like, with package, do you want to go in? Orcs, the W with package. Is package unstoppable?
It is unstoppable, yeah.
Okay,
Can't stop it.
Worth noting, okay. Because it would really suck as a mechanic. Because, dude, hang on a minute. It doesn't matter, though, because Vi can't hit Gwen in W with her ult, and that's unstoppable. So I don't know if I trust you anymore. I don't know if I trust you.
It's unstoppable, don't
worry.
Oh, there we go.
The target, but Mark comes through. Good package here as the encore as well, but Cream gets burnt out at the start of the fight, and Jackie Love's shield is massive. He flashes forward. Cream's just going to die on the back end while Knight here has lost his jungler. The ulti to help out for the dragon, but it's OMG who pick it up while Mark is licking Abel to death. Next up is Arky, and over the wall, that flesh about to become a prison, but unable to find the range. Top Esports with more kills, but it is at least a dragon for OMG.
OMG could be happy that they got the dragon on the back of that one for sure, but yeah, the fight felt a bit rough. Initially, it looked like good package coming in, but summoners available to Jackalove got him out of a tricky situation. They were able to reposition, and then Jackalove just hunting down targets one by one. Gonna get some plate damage here as well. You gotta know, 0 plates taken on Top Esports side. Look at those 3 towers, 555, and a bunch taken in every lane. We'll get the replay, and I think you get to see evidence in front of your eyes, because I think Tien pops the W here, and yeah, he goes. I think he just clipped the steadfast presence from the Poppy and didn't obviously get interrupted. So
true.
Yeah, uninterrupted ult, but obviously not able to do enough to take out Jackalove. And then Jackalove with a great ult here, not to hit a target, but just for the shielding, the AoE shielding, very effective, because obviously so much wider than the damage.
I mean, him and Knight got a lot from that fight as well. Worth noting that a couple of kills now in the inventory. Or should I say on the scoreboard for Top Esports. And Orcs a 2k gold lead, so losing the dragon but getting so much out of this fight. As we didn't get to talk too much about how comps come through. Like, I know OMG, there's poke, there's a lot of team fight potential as well. It feels like space is so easy to create. For Top Esports, remind me again where we're going with this, because they're the team with the gold lead, they're the team with control in this game.
So I had a bit of concern in how the composition would function in late stages. They still have a very good front to back, bear in mind. Like, the fact that they have these 2 very strong scaling carries with, I mean, such a bulky front line. Like, you have 3 super tanks on your team. If OMG fall behind, you know, Jackalove can just step up freely and have these beefcakes run at you. The problem is there's going to come a point where, like, Corki becomes super strong, GP becomes super strong, Ezreal, Seraphine scale well. That's the point I'm concerned about. You know, if you start landing poke on the right members, it could be a problem. So top esports, definitely strong scaling elements. I'm not a big fan of how the comp interacts in OMG. But for the time being, they have pressure. If they continue this, if you're behind on damage and you're facing a Sejuani, a Poppy, and a Tom, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
So many protective elements coming through. OMG setting a trap, though.
So
and
much
Mark
beef.
almost walking into it. Yeah, huge amount. As Knight sets up for mid turret, this is going to go down, finally breaking open mid. There's going to be a second turret for TES, and as you said, no platings, or plates, excuse me, were broken in the laning phase for OMG. 3 turrets standing in the outer rims for top esports. And so they still remain firmly in control on this map as Mark and Jackie Love, you can see, always want to go for this engage. Cold with the direction change here is able to just poke them down. And Orcs, we seem to be waiting for this second Herald to be started off, but Tien does it in the slyest manner off on that top side, while top esports continue to just scurry out vision that OMG try and place past River.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Mark is trying to find windows to punish. It's so hard, though. Like, everyone either has, like, mobility, a dash, or, like, speed. Oh, my God. We've had so many cheeky recall stuffs in this one. Honestly, top esports kind of vibing with it, but yeah. So just top esports need to keep securing these objectives, continue the momentum. I think it goes without saying, Ocean Soul is game winning for top esports. You have these tanks.
Hang on,
we'll hold that
Orcs,
thought.
yeah, you need to, because Cream's getting solo killed by a Sejuani.
Wow.
Wayward just smacked him with
Wayward?
the flail. Doesn't need it at this point. He's dropped it so many times. That was beautiful. And the power of
Just walks
Sejuani
up to
continues
him.
to rise through.
Yeah. Not the best from Cream. Ultimately, kind of got popped on that one. My point before I was saying is, like, if Ocean Soul is secured by top esports, this front line goes from hard to kill to immortal.
Okay. Well, Cold's dead.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah,
Can't blame
Cold.
me on that one, Jake. I didn't have time.
That's all right, dude. I mean, Tien is just everywhere at this point. He's got a 10 CS lead, but the Herald in his back pocket is going to start breaching this inner, any of the inner turrets on the map. And what I'm more concerned about right now is that Gold's reached about 5k in the matter of minutes. Arky's jungle continues to get stolen away as the small wolves won't be reset. Hex flash over the wall too. The threat just enough as he shoves the enemy jungler into the wall. The ulti too. Arky has to burn a flash, and Tien continues to be the alpha of this game. This Poppy pick like game 1 is putting on a show.
Brule, honestly, at this point, really doing a lot of work just to make problems. You were talking about swiftness boots. We have swiftness boots for Jackie Love and Mark as well. Obviously, Strada's Grudge going to be coming in at some point. A lot of slows from the Seraphine. But yeah, second Dragon going to be secured by top esports. You can see objective bounties available for OMG as they're in that much of a deficit already. Wayward just going to piece it away. But yeah, top esports continue this momentum, really positive. Huge lead mid lane, and everyone else is feeling super comfortable. I feel like, even if this is in slow-mo, it still feels too fast.
It is real fast. Well, Seraphine versus Victor and a Poppy. There you go. Simple as that.
Yeah, a lot of Poppy there, but I think Seraphine's got popped.
Well, it's a 2-item Victor. That's probably why. I mean, we've got Shadowflame picked up, so Knight is definitely in a commanding position as Red Buff is given over to Jackie Love with no steal. This game firmly in the hands of top esports, and in this series, is going to say, as Knight actually gets locked down, the Encore flashed away from, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows will do it with the Permafrost. Ignite down, autos through, healing ain't enough from the Sundra. And that's just top esports name written all over it. 3 people dead, Orcs, for Knight to be dove. As now mid lane turret as well. Jackie Love just need to take down mid, but it's a bit slow here as they're going to be chased up. Mark saves it here with the Devour. And Abel's damage is not enough at this point in the game. Jackie Love has the sustain, and top esports just keep breaking backs no matter where the camera pans.
I mean, the fact that they commit so many to take down Knight and trade so poorly, even with the shutdown, just ends up not being worth. Yeah, Knight really just well played on this one, managing to buy so much time here and do so much damage. Shanji nearly just deletes him immediately. And sure, like, the CC connects here. The flash means the Sentinel doesn't. And able to laser the GP. Fantastic. Oh, you will time for that.
Abel's dead as well. Yeah, Colt's died 3 times. We cannot go to replays anymore. Flash over as Wayward is playing Sejuani. Not Fiora, not Jax, not Camille. The solo kills are coming out left, right, and center from Wayward. And that's the second time that Cream has been bullied out in this situation.
They're just pushing up like onto the mid inhibitor, and there's nothing that OMG can do. We'll get a replay of what happened there. Oh yeah, the root connects, therefore you just die.
There's nothing else to say. Fair enough.
Nothing else
Knight's
to
gonna
add.
kill
Now, Knight,
Shanji.
oh my god, Shanji, he can just kill him.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the damage coming through. Chaos Storm there, he pokes out the barrel, but half HP with the small combo here from the mid laner of Top Esports. A good return, I was going to say, Orcs, because at the start of the series, it was close. It was a 46-minute game, back and forth, couple late-game team fights. Top Esports, since Game 2, have just been putting on a masterclass, and once again, are crushing them as against the wall. Aki, welcome back. This is what he's been experiencing all game. Jungle diff from Tien. Beautiful setup from this Poppy.
I just feel like Top Esports are so good at finding pockets of vision and just making picks. Like I said, one of my concerns with this composition they had was the lack of reliable engage, right? It was really only the Sejuani. And it just hasn't mattered because they keep fishing for windows where they have a vision advantage and then just taking out whoever they see. Now, Cold dead.
Okay, well, again, I mean, what more do you say? Jackie Love picks
Doesn't even burn ult. Wayward doesn't even burn his ultimate. Like, but they just literally, they will fish for windows where you don't have vision to spot and find opportunities to pick. It's really excellent play coming out from Top Esports. Like, I know a lot of people might watch this and think, oh my god, OMG are trolling. Why do they keep dying? Top Esports are making this game so hard to play. They're not giving them room to breathe, to farm, to do anything.
As soon as they come out on the map, I mean, you can see Top Esports' vision towards the enemy jungle, right? So deep in this blue side, on towards red side and the bottom side of the map, you can see a couple of control wards placed there, and all that OMG can get is one ward deep, one control ward towards red side. Package sits there staring us in the face because OMG haven't had a chance to use it. A minute coming up for Dragon, and Top Esports, their lead is item Wayne. Like, we're almost 3 items here for Jackie Love. Two items full here for the Tahm Kench. Wayward is solo killing Cream once again. The flail keeps coming out, and Cream lucky to survive without flash this time around, but he still gets low, and Top Esports are going to keep pushing in, and this is not going to stop. Nothing's going to change this game, Orcs. I'm not even going to ask you how OMG come back in because they're never going to get the room to breathe. It just feels pointless at this point. Unless you got something good for me.
I think the only way I really see it is, one, you need time. So if you can like steal a dragon, that would be...
He had package. Orcs, he had package. Now, the chase on Abel comes through.
Yeah, I was trying to set up... Just forget what I was talking about. Let's just take what's on the screen, what's happening now. They're trying to posture for this dragon. They know Ocean Soul will be damning, but Top Esports are ready to fight. Oh my god, Tian's angle.
That's so good. 3-man ulti as well. The Keeper's Verdict means that OMG won't move for a while. Tian absorbing the damage, but Mark saves his life as Aki has an angle of his own, but now he's turned on. He flashes over the wall, and it's looking close for OMG that are so far behind in the game, but considering that no one's died, it's going downhill from here. Shanji under turret against 5 different people. Top Esports, 16-3. Here comes Tien onto the enemy jungle, but he gets out in the nick of time for once.
Yeah, manages to evade. Tien's looking but doesn't find him. And now they can secure that third dragon. Still not Soul, but OMG just feels desperate right now. It's only a 10k gold deficit. They just don't have the damage. Like, you saw Aki was sitting on top of Knight, couldn't kill him. Jackie Love couldn't go down. And if you can't kill the squishies, how in the hell are you going to kill the tanks?
Sure.
Like, Cream just hit Wayward with a rocket. I didn't even see it do damage. It's like it didn't register. And we'll get a replay. So I want you to really like hone in on Knight in this one. Look at Aki on top of him. Full channel ultimate, Q, and then dives on him again. Another full channel ultimate. Well, not. I think he might have cancelled early, but like Knight still doesn't die. Like with the Wukong sitting on you, full duration, and he still lives. I think that kind of shows the state of the game.
I mean, look at Wayward diving turret. Turret ramps up. It's doing a lot of damage for someone that has 2.5 items. Wayward is 4-0-3. Like, this Sejuani's played so well. As Top Esports are preparing themselves for a Baron Orcs, or at least the pick in front. Jackie Love walks up. He has no Tahm Kench, so a good shutdown from OMG.
Oh, this is a window.
More. But Mark with the Devour. Knight's now here. Chaos Storm down, does a lot of zoning. Mid as it continues pushing in. OMG still took a lot of damage to get that pick.
Problem is, at this point in the game, tanks are still doing a good amount of damage, right? Like, you can't just ignore Wayward, Tian, and Mark, and Knight is still up. Look at that laser. But they have to flip this. They have to make this work.
Tien has an angle into the back of the fight, though, as the ult comes through. Encore is good, but a cannon barrage in front might be okay for OMG. Shanji taking Baron damage, and now it's flipping again. Ozaki jumps back on the mid laner of top esports, but Knight just blasts him. Ends his career, at least in this game. And top esports will take any fight you give him at this point in the game. A triple kill for Knight and a 21 kill TES at 25 minutes. This is a game about pride from now.
And I said, if one of the carries goes down for top esports, the pressure on the other carry might be too much. But Knight shrugs. He is not bothered. JackeyLove overstepping quite significantly and does get popped. But the problem is in this follow-up fight, you know, they don't find anyone else. They start posturing for the Baron, and just so much damage starts to connect. Like, Knight walks up and chunks out Cream, and then this follow-up fight, like, you just see the W connects on a Cream, really shouldn't be getting hit by that. Cream is now gone. Knight flashes out of the follow-up, and then he's just permanently lasering everyone.
And even when Aki goes in, it's the same story as the last fight. I mean, even Abel flashed over to try and kill Knight, and then deeply regrets it, so...
Yep.
Yeah, Orcs, same situation we've been experiencing all game.
No, because before, there was at least some semblance of hope.
True.
And now, it's like a 12k goal lead with 2.5 minutes from Ocean Dragon. Look at Knight's items. He just popped a sorcery potion, by the way. He has 4 items, Rabadon, Shadow Flame, Ludens, and a 10-second magic, and he popped Potion of Sorcery. Like, he will one-shot anyone who even, he's level 16. He will just one-shot anyone who comes near him. It's just not balanced.
I mean, it's stupid. It's 4 items here on a Victor mid. And as you said, I'm looking forward to this one, because even JackeyLove now has the Watchful Wardstone. We've hit that point where a level 13 support hurts so much, and I know you're looking at Knight here because of the interaction.
I want to
because
see
of
the
items.
damage.
I mean, we're going to in a second. Abel has to dodge every single piece. As top esports with Baron want to end this series now. It was a valiant effort from OMG at the start, but this hasn't even been close to finish off. As Aki goes for the engage, the Encore is a 3-man, but JackeyLove's untouched while Knight is eaten up by Mark as he comes out of the shield. Knight's still yet to hit anyone, but we're still waiting for it. As on the back end of the fight, Aki split it off nicely, but top esports are making their escape. Now poking back here. Knight runs forward. Cream gets a Chaos Storm, the ultimate of a Dawning Shadow. And here we go again. Knight is huge, and Mark's looking for a tongue lash to make sure that Cold remembers this one. Chasing up, tongue lash there. Bit of a spectator bug, but as Knight steps onto the fountain, this one's going to sting OMG deep.
Yeah, don't even need to get the Ocean Soul. Knight just putting on a masterclass, showing you can't pick Corki into him. He will challenge you. He will shut you down. Tian as well. Great setup in this game, but...
Great ult.
Decimating them. Not even close. And they'll just be able to end this one. Game 1, OMG really challenged. It was a long one. They managed to find that comeback. Feels like this game 3, there just wasn't really a hope.
Even game 2, right? It was quick. It was fast. Maybe more competitive than the last one. But top esports still keep their win streak intact. 8-1 on the standings. Still one of the best teams in the league. And making short work of our mid-range OMG.
Yeah, and I mean... I feel like Tian is just really getting creative with how he plays out the jungle. I feel like the fact that we had the RNG series where 3 games in a row, they went for that early invade to set way behind. In this one, again, went Raptors straight to the enemy Gromp, forced Aki out, really put him behind. In a game where Aki, you know, if he'd been able to have an impact, we could have had a different story. And I think this is just Tian doing so much more in the jungle than, like, even some of the proactive junglers just don't get as much done as he is being able to do. Really challenging. I think Kanavi's the only one really on a similar level in terms of the aggression, the invading. And it just means, like, you have 3 strong laners for top esports. If you set the enemy jungle behind, so now you don't have a threat to gank these laners, they can just flourish.
I mean, it's so good as well seeing these individual picks come through. I feel like we started today's segment looking a lot at Tien. And, you know, like, Tien is having the split of his life. I'd even say, you know, it's as good as 2019 spring or summer. There's a lot to be desired out of top esports roster, but also it's so minor in comparison to the rest of the league. Right now, we're getting, you know, peak Tien, we're getting peak Knight, and, you know, this is a roster ready to go to Worlds. This is a roster that Orcs is ready to go to playoffs.
Dude, I'm ready to see everyone knows I'm on the top esports hype train. I am ready to see this team in playoffs, in finals, in Worlds, winning Worlds. for the next 3 years. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. I am hyped about this roster, and you know, I like this is a long time looking forwards, but we will get to see top esports against V5 in week 10, and that is going to be a banger. That is going to be a banger.
So, between then and now, EDG is the next one for top esports, which you know that'll rile up people as well. Excuse me. We even have Rare Adam, like TT's worth mentioning.
What is that damage, by the way? Oh, I'm ready to see the numbers, by the way, like the display of all the stats. But yeah, that is a very smooth game. And credit again to top esports. I feel like, you know, some of the criticisms was the mid game in spring was very messy. I feel like they've cleaned that up quite considerably. They do a very good job of advancing the pace of the game. They do a very good job of setting pockets of vision for picks, playing around objectives. This feels like a more refined top esports.
It does. Top esports 8-1. All right. Orcs. Now at this point, we've got JDG 8-1, top esports 8-1, victory 5 8-0. I know we're waiting for damage numbers here, but like this team is a top 3 so easily. In this game, the stats don't lie. Knight with 41.5% damage, but I mean, you know what I'm impressed about? That Aki got a KDA this game, and his kill participation was higher than 0. That's what really matters, you know?
Yeah, the best KDA.
He did.
Yeah, so actually, his kill participation is infinitely higher than it was in the last game, so that's something. But yeah, what's crazy to me is Knight. Obviously, Knight's super fed 4 items, still does 232.6% damage per gold. Obviously, it's hard to do that to make that stat high when you have a ton of gold, but Knight just did an obscene amount of damage.
Oh yeah, like Knight has been on a tear. That's what we're talking about. So I feel like MVP probably going to go towards the mid laner for this one as well, Orcs. Otherwise, we start talking about. Oh, actually, hang on. Probably TN. TN's early game set this all up, and let's be real. Aki didn't get to play. Aki didn't get to play because of TN.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like TN was responsible for a lot of how the early game went, but also Knight just did Knight things. It's a tough. I feel like, you know, that's the hard thing is sometimes it feels like there's multiple people who go up for it. I guess we'll see what it ends up being. But either way, top esports on a tear. And the fact is, you know, as much as they do have that one loss, they are the same scoreline as JDG.
Yep.
The fact that they've beaten RNG, the fact that the loss to JDG was like their first series off the split, and then they've been on a win streak since, is a real positive for them. So yeah, I have high expectations for this lineup.
We can quickly touch on OMG because OMG now 4-5. It's not like their split's done. They've got FPX, TT, Weibo Gaming. Their schedule's mixed, I feel. So for OMG, still we got those innovations, especially in that first game, right? We got the Shenji coming out and a composition that relied on the Samira by the end of it as well. OMG is still a fun team to watch, and I think progressing forward, this is most surely a playoff team. It's just about kind of where they finish up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think OMG still shows some good stuff. It does feel like, you know, they'll bring out Shyvana. It'll be fantastic. Then it'll get banned away. It's trickier to see them, like, you know, it depends how wide they can go on the champion pools because people will just start to target them. But still, having weight on those bans has some impact. And I think OMG ultimately, they're a fun team to watch. I think, you know, they've had some decent performances. They've had some good challenges. I expect them to make playoffs, which I believe they just missed out on last split, unfortunately. So a chance to sort of come back and maybe redeem themselves. And I think it's nice as Shanji, you know, one of these newer players on the roster, one of the rookies for this year. I believe he got rookie of the week for last week. Having some fantastic performances. That Shen won in game 1 was stellar.
Yeah, it was. Knight gets MVP, by the way. So you were right. Knight doing Knight things, goes over the top of TN. Unfortunately in this one, but still, Knight will have the most MVPs after getting back-to-back in Game 2 and Game 3. Orcs, there you go. He is now ranked 1, not competing with Glid, not competing with Doomby. Number 1 for MVPs in the split, it's Knight.
And I'm going to be real, I feel like there's a decent chance he continues with this trajectory of just picking up MVPs. This was some fantastic play, just deleting 2 targets before he goes down, forcing Aki to overcommit, and allowing Wayward to come in for the cleanup. And yeah, just consistently outformed Cream throughout this game. Consistently finding opportunities to shut down his opponents. and just doing a million damage. The fact that Jackie Love got caught out here, died, and then Knight had to clean up as a singular carry. And in fairness, you know, the tanks did a good job, don't get me wrong, but Knight just felt untouchable this game.
He did. Really clean positioning once again. We're only going through 30 minutes worth of highlights, guys. This game ended that quickly. But as Knight was cleaning up these kills, 9, 1, and 7, I think he ended up getting 10 as well. That is a performance you can be proud of. Knight on a tear here, and top esports. Well, I mean, I'm looking at a post before saying Knight is the top 3 mid laner. I think top 2 at this point. You know, you have Rookie, who's come back, and you have Knight, who's never left.
Yep, Rookie and Knight, those are the two. I feel like it's the fact that not only are these players spectacular, the teams are looking really good right now, and their clash is going to be insane.
Can't wait for it. It's a while away, but still, week number 6, top esports get their 8th win. We'll bring up results if you're just tuning in with us today. It was a long one. You know, we came around about 5 hours ago or something, and RNG versus WE went a bit further than we expected. That's what kicked it off.
Yeah, I think RNG not looking the cleanest, not looking super refined. I think it's still like when they lean into scaling too much, they struggle. When they have agency for Xiaohu, agency for Ming, they look better. Concerned about potential how the meta shifts could affect them, but still looking like, you know, a strong contender, still looking like one of our top 3 in terms of team strength. And then OMG top esports, we obviously just seen top esports did drop that one game, that 48-minute banger, but managed to bring it back with 2 convincing wins and keep themselves 2nd place. And something to bear in mind is that if you look at JDG, game difference 2 lower despite the same scoreline. JDG going to 3 games pretty consistently. And obviously top esports, it's not like they're a team who don't go to 3 games. They went to 3 games a day, whereas V5 only went to 3 games twice. So obviously V5 limiting it quite a bit more. But yeah, JDG definitely not had the cleanest run of series, which makes me concerned a bit. But we have now, once again, if you look at the top 4, it's our top 4 from spring, from playoffs. V5 top esports, JDG, RNG were our top 4, and they have returned to those positions, at least for now.
But we get to see one of those other teams outside. The world champions return tomorrow against Ultra Prime. LGD, BLG will kind of be a battle to stay alive, I think at this point it's fair to say. BLG not looking too red hot, but LGD maybe got something hidden away. I will say Orcs, last series could potentially be an upset with Ultra Prime, still putting on a bit of a show themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of getting to the point where we talk about it, it's not mathematically, no one's out yet, even WE aren't out yet. It's getting to the point where it becomes incredibly hard, especially like if you have hard teams left in your schedule, you need to start getting wins. And I think the most important thing is if you're facing a team who are similar to you in their standing, like you said with LGD, BLG, if you're facing a team close to you in the standing and you lose, you're just slingshotting them ahead, and it's just going to make it infinitely more difficult. It's late in the season, week 6, past the halfway point. You gotta get your stuff together.
Remember, it is, you know, series, game differences we talked about a little bit before, then head-to-head. It all matters at the end as we start approaching playoffs here in the second portion of the split. Big thank you to Orcs for dealing with my ramblings today, as, you know,
it's been a long one.
I wish,
a lot of fun.
You know, wish the sickness would disappear, Orcs, but, you know, one day at a time. For now, though, we're going to have a little bit of a break. It is bye for now, but not forever, and LPL will be with you again